Hello. Hello. You may get an echo for a second there. There we go. Hello. Welcome everyone to another long haul live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. Great to see you all here. Thank you all for taking the time to come along. Let me just check all the audio is working roughly as I hope it should. Yes, looks like it is. So yeah, it's great to see you all here. Very exciting. We passed 40,000 subscribers recently. For those of you who don't watch the channel, last time we passed 30,000 subscribers. We did a long haul flight in the 350 from London Heathrow down here to Maldives in the Maldives. So now we are going to pick up our 350, which I've got in front of us here, and we're going to take it down to Melbourne. We do long haul with quite some seriousness on this channel, so flight times under 9 hours are not acceptable. So we are going to be heading off for a flight time today of 9 hours 45 plus the setup time. So yeah, it's going to be a long one. We're going to settle in, so we shall see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. Thank you all for taking the time, as I say, to come along. Let me just get the window up to chat to you guys. There it is. And yeah, great to see you guys. So loads of you joined in already. Thank you all for coming along. Rakon, good to see you. Just enough time to get some coffee and a flight plan. Yeah, I haven't had coffee yet, but I will be needing it. Sometimes when you're doing these long ones, it's best to save the coffee until you're getting further into the flight. So that's just something I've learned on my long days at work. Bacon Warrior, good to see you. We're dipping in and out. Yeah, no problem at all. When we last did this, it was obviously January the 1st. Everyone was at home and lockdowns were very much worldwide, I think, around then. But these days things are a bit different, which is a good thing. So hopefully a lot of you are not forced to stay inside and watch this all day. But I certainly am, and I am looking forward to it. Croson Moon, good to see you. DH Simulations, Ralph, Aviation Fan, YouTube, Victor Tango, thank you for coming along and moderating. I hope you are all doing very well. Kai, good to see you as well. Kai is tired. Yeah, well, we lost an hour of sleep last night in the UK as well, which is something it took me a while to realise, hence my start time changed on the channel. Tom C, 777, good to see you guys. Thank you for coming, and yeah, it's great to have you guys all along here today. Aviation Fan YouTube, my thumbnails are done by a very helpful friend of mine who does a lot of work for us. Michael Phillips, good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. And Thor, the Flight Sim 2020 says I must continue to do my maths things. Yeah, please do. You have plenty of time today to stop in and out. This stream will be going hopefully for the next sort of 10-11 hours if the last one's anything to go by. So fingers crossed it all works out. And the Andy H1302, thanks for coming and moderating. I hope you're doing very well. Mr. Espresso, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. And Enrico Bianchi, who, yeah, great to see. Coming along again. Lauren V. I remember Lauren V sat through the entire of the last stream. Oh, no. Have I logged in as the wrong? Yeah, it's QFA. I've logged in as QFE. Excellent. Oh, there's a good start. Well, we can't have that for the whole time. Thanks, Lauren V. Lauren V sat through the entire of the last one. So hold on. Let me just disconnect. Connect. We can fix that one relatively easily. There we go. Perfect. Right. Let me refile that flight plan. Perfect. John Padfield, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming along. And sorry for the notification I just missed. That's really bad. Does anyone... What happened there? What happened there? Hold on, guys. Let me just have a look. Sorry about this, guys. Right. So, Ryan Videos 94. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. And everyone else, sorry, I won't be able to get through all the messages. We'll be here for a while. Liz05, thanks for making it along today. I hope you're doing well. And I'm really sorry about the notification I just missed. I'm not entirely sure. Someone bought a mug. Thank you for buying the mug. I really appreciate it. I've been informed. Yeah, sorry about that. That's the problem with the way my notifications come through. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for coming along, and thank you for the mug. I hope you enjoy it. Right. Tayani is coming on in a 319. Oof, good luck with that. This is quite a long one with a lot of water. Giuseppe, good to see you. Giuseppe from Twin for Night. I hope you're doing well as well. And Kadeko, F1 will not be broadcast on this flight. So you're allowed to talk about F1, but we must not talk about the live race, please, on this, because I'll be watching it after the stream. I'm sorry about that. I know it overlaps, but there we go. That's one of these things. GTA XT, I hope you're doing well. And Ed Haslam, thanks for coming along, Ed, again. Ed says, well, this is dedication for you. Up on a Sunday morning, clocks forward, PC on and ready. Going to be a great day. Happy 40k. Thanks, Ed. Thank you all for the support. And yeah, it's time we get underway. Flight time 9 hours and 45. Chickpoint, thank you, Chickpoint, for buying the mug. Really appreciate it, Chickpoint. I hope you enjoy it. Very kind of you. I did use SimBrief to plan the flight. I did not use a fuel bias factor. I simply stuck in the A350-900 and we're going ETOPS, and I'm going to take extra fuel. I think it'll work out. Yeah, Michael Phillips is right, 9 hours 45. Right, so let's enjoy the airplane a bit. We've only seen this once on the channel before. This is the Flight Factor A350. It's the only, well, we use a 757, but otherwise we don't see long-haul aircraft on this channel, so we may as well soak it up a little bit. We're parked up on the apron here in Male. Let's zoom up into the sky. So who would like to be in Male right now? It's 30 degrees Celsius there, 30 degrees. Here's other people flying along. Qantas, excellent. And it's nice to see the livery pack working for us. We've got Valencia, we've got Qantas, Speedbird, and ACH. I'm not sure about ACH. And there was another one up there. Nope, they've gone. So there we go. So a few of us flying along today, some brave, dedicated souls. So we hopefully will all make it across to the end of the stream. I think, was it 3 or 4 of us maybe did the whole flight last time. So this is the Flight Factor A350 for X-Plane 11, as you guys will be familiar with. It's been updated again since last time we flew it, which was only 3 months ago, so they're doing a good job, and it's really quite nice these days. So all these ground equipments are included with it, including these person models which stand around outside. Toliss 87 says, was just watching your charts video and here you are live. Excellent. Thanks for coming along. Yep, we'll be here live for a long time now. Victor Tango says, thanks, I shall do the same. No F1 spoilers. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, guys. Yeah, 30 degrees here. Codeco, hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. And there's an Alitalia MDH2. Yeah, this is not sure why the scenery has this is X-Plane has plugged this one in here. Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. The Emirates is pretty realistic. Emirates do fly here and they park up at like that at that angle. Quite good actually, X-Plane, as ever. The way it's parked us at this angle, this is what they do. It's going to be a difficult pushback. I think I had to park on that apron last time when we arrived. So yeah, so we've done a walk around. Airplane's looking good. We've got our lovely Trent XWB engines ready to fly us all the way over the ocean. We're very much ETOPS certified, as you guys know, so we are safe to do this. My fictional airline in my head, we are always certified for basically everything we want to be certified for. So this airplane can do whatever we need it to. Wow, this is a pretty old school fuel truck. I like it. I like it. Right. So they're loading on the bags. That'll be a long way to load up. So what I've done is I've literally just turned on the batteries, and that's about it. Mateo Chewy, good to see you. Mateo says, what CSL pack are you using? I don't even have the 350 in mind. No, I'm using the Bluebell. They're showing up as 330s, the other players. I think most people are flying along in 350s, to be honest with you. But yeah, these are 330s. I'm pretty sure anyway. It look hard to tell the difference sometimes, but yeah. Okay, so Thor says, would have been fun to fly along with that sim, but without any decent long-haul airplane, are we watching from the ground? Yeah, it's one of those things, but this is a really nice add-on. So I have got here Mateo's quick and ready to go startup checklist for the 350, which is really good. It's really good. It works really nicely. So sorry everyone if I missed any messages. I can see a lot of messages coming through. Ethan's Aviation's booked first class. Yeah, great. Okay, we'll load you on in a second. No problem there. Yeah, great to see you guys coming along. Morning, Duncan, Clary. Hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah, nowhere to park the Concorde indeed, and you'd also be. I think that would definitely count as cheating, Andy, if you came along in the in the Concorde. So what we can do is we'll do Mateo's cold and dark checklist. So let me get that loaded up on my other screen here, so I have a fighting chance getting through it. Okay, right. So it's typical Airbus stuff. Engine masters are both going to be off. Engine mode selector to norm. Landing, you leave it down. You should do this before you power up. Both wiper selectors are off. Batteries, all 4 come on. So I've turned on all 4 batteries. Then we can turn on the lights, which are down here. Thank you, Swappy, for your 100 donation. I really appreciate it, Swappy. Thank you so much. And I've totally, the currency has gone completely out of my head. Is it rupees? I'm really sorry, Swappy, but thank you so much for your 100, I think it's rupees donation. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, thank you for being here for so long. Swappy has been around for watching the channel since right at the start. I think literally right at the very start. So yeah, I really appreciate it, Swappy. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Right, let's turn on some lights so those can all come on so you guys can see. And then this one, no, not that one. This one seems to power all of the backlighting on the overhead panel and so on. So there we go, starting to look a bit more like a cockpit we expect. That Cirrus pilot says, my first live stream, can't promise I'll make it all the way through. Good luck everybody. Yeah, it is an endurance test now for you guys as well as me. Lauren V says Qantas are putting the 350-1000 for their UK flights for 2024. Oh, there you go, fantastic. Kai says, how difficult is the 350 to get used to? Not at all. If you're used to the Airbus, no, it's not at all. The most difficult part is what you're about to see, and that's why I'm using Mateo's sort of helpful quick start guide. Other than that, yeah, once it's in the air, it's exactly the same as the 320, really. So we've done the lights. OAS, we go to ground service, which we're on, ground equipment, and I've got both external ground power units. It takes 2 GPUs on this. 320 obviously just takes 1. We'll also go to auto config, and that opens up all the doors. So I did load config on here, which opens the doors. This is a flight factor airplane, so flight factor insists on you opening the doors properly and so on before you get anything done. It won't let you load otherwise. Right, so we've turned on external power. Let's get and we can see that there, external power 1, external power 2. We'll get these to nav. Now, this is not how the real airplane would ever be left. All these white lights on, this is not what you do with an Airbus. This is just a way flight factor seems to have set it up. So I'm not entirely sure why, but that's what we get. Yeah, no problem there. But yeah, it's not what you'd expect to see. You'd have it all looking far more reasonable. So IRS are on. Nav lights can come on, of course. We'll put strobes to auto while we're here. We'll also arm the emergency exit lights. No smoking signs on. We won't do the seatbelts yet. We haven't got fuel on. I did look at the PBR mod, Finn. Yeah, somebody kindly recommended it. It was a Tango Delta, kindly recommended it on the Discord. However, I noticed a frame rate hit, and I was concerned about its stability, or my computer's ability to run it for that long. So now we're using Mateo's textures, which are, I think, a big improvement over the default ones that it comes with. Just a bit cleaner. They look so grubby. Big Tango says there's a Lua script to fix that. Yes, and I didn't install that either. I'm doing terribly so far. Giuseppe says, so guess now it's time for an Autoland video on Microsoft Flight Simulator, isn't it? Yeah, that's got to come soon. No teeth chattering, says Michael Phillips. Well remembered. Yes, last time we flew this, there were teeth chattering because it was so cold. I thought it was a bug, but actually it turns out it was the Flight Factor doing their thing where they love introducing difficulty. So it was because it was so cold, you get that teeth chattering effect. Khalil, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Mateo says, you haven't installed the script to sort the overhead. I'll send you on Discord. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Next time we fly it, we'll definitely have that one. I'll make sure I do that. And we have a tower. Excellent. Stream overlay still says QFE. Thank you very much. Excellent point. We can change that one. Luckily, that is even easier to change. There we go. Excellent. Right, so thank you all for coming along. As I said, let's do nav lights, annunciator lights, test, radios. Yeah, so annunciator lights is up here. We can test those. Yeah, they all come on. Loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of switches in here. But we'll take it that they are all fine. Radios can come on. Seems like mine are on, but what you've got to do, remember, you have to actually select one to transmit on. So it's very similar format to the A320, but you can see a little mute button because I'm not listening to that. So you've got to press that one and then you can hear it. Well, that's not good. Then avionics smoke. Cooling on, avionics expect. Oh, goodness me. Why is it doing that? See, this is the thing. I'm going to turn on the APU and get some cool air running through it. Yeah, look at that. Oh, dear. That's probably because I powered up the airplane for too long. Cooling on, avionics extract override, cockpit air. So what it's asking there is to supply cool air from the packs. Well, that would be instant maintenance. So that's a brilliant start. I've sat here for an hour preparing this airplane, and now it's broken. This is Flight Factor. TJC Ghost made this. Flight Factor. So I'm just going to see. APU's up and running. Let's get the APU bleed on. I don't know if it's complaining because of that. I've not seen that before. I don't think I have random failures enabled. But that is pretty devastating to the start of the stream. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty bad. There's no fire extinguishers in the avionics bay. This is saying there's smoke, so you'd run the smoke checklist in the real aircraft. So you can, that's what it's doing. It wants us to get cooling air in there, and then override avionics extract. So that's, if that's similar to the 320, we should have a panel over here to do that. It's probably something to do with all these closed. Yeah, look, cooling's off. Let's try that. Let's see if that warms it up. But I suppose now that's latched as a fault, that could be the end of that. We might have to reload the sim or the airplane. We've had to do this before. So this is the problem with loading in with this this sort of config. It's just not a very happy way for the airplane to be. I can't see it. Let's just turn on all of the air conditioning. See if any of that can clear it. But I think there is one last thing we can try. We can try something. If we go to ground equipment, perform, requested features not available in current version. Oh, it doesn't even work. It's gone. It's gone. Okay. Yeah, all good. Let's do an ECAM recall just to check that. Not deferred. Recall last. It looks like it's gone. Okay, we'll take that as fine. Okay. As Rasmus says, it was fun while it lasted. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to mute the alert box. Sorry about this, guys. You're getting a lot of subscriptions, but thank you for the subscriptions, guys. I hope you enjoy the video. Yeah, we'll keep going. I think we fixed that problem. So yeah, let's get going. That was interesting. I mean, it shows you that this is the real deal. This add-on, it's not messing around. So yeah, having those cooling switches off is not good for the avionics in 30 degrees heat. Who'd have thought? Right, so we should have done the APU fire test. Anyway, we've done the radio, transponder, and OIS. So let's go and load on the passengers. So now you're sort of in order. So you've done a ground service. We've got our ground equipment that we need. We'll go to airplane now, passengers. Right, let's see if I can get the correct loading up. We've also got it all on Avitab. Well, we did. I had it earlier there. That's a bit disappointing. Why has that happened? Let me close that. Goodness me, guys. Goodness me. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. No, fine. Right. Well, we don't have our flight plan. I can't think why. I've never seen that. Anyway, I've got it available to me, so I do apologise to you guys if you don't get the chance to see it. But I'll try and keep you updated as to what's going on. So let's load on the passengers. I've never seen that before. Right. We are going to take. We've taken quite a few people, I've decided, for this flight. So let's see. So we're going to have a crew of, let's have a crew of 10 for this one. First class. Yeah, we'll say that we're really doing well on our premium business travel today. We'll take 16 first class. We'll have another 18. Oh, we can go more. Let's do 25 business and economy. Can we fit 200 in? No. 150. There we go. I'm looking for a rough zero fuel weight of. I did a plan on 167 tons. So our zero fuel weight now is 164 tons. Okay, it's a little bit heavy perhaps. We need to, you'll see our CG is back at 49%. So I made the mistake the other day. I pressed load or implement now and the whole airplane tipped up. So we've got to put some cargo in. So let's do 4 there. Let's do 2 there. Let's do another 3. We're a bit heavy now. We are a bit heavy now. And let's reduce the economy. Let's do it for 100. We're making our money on those business passengers. There we go. And we can actually see the business passengers. That's a zero fuel to 181. Oh, we can get rid of a couple of these then. Let's see. There we go. So we've got a forward CG, which is not great for efficiency, but we have a zero fuel of 178 tons. Still a little bit heavy. I'm surprised how heavy it is actually. What else can we do? Let's get rid of a couple of these. They seem to be really heavy. There we go, 173 tons. They're a little bit heavier, but that should be absolutely fine with a 0 fuel at 28. So let's implement that. There we go. So a total of 151 passengers. Not many at all, really. That's because we're taking so many business class for this one. Auntie's taking my parachute. Oh dear. Excellent. Yeah, well, it's a long old water flight. 309 are already on board. Goodness me. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we just don't have the space for you. We can't even fit 200 economy on this one. There we go. Right, that's loading on. So that's the passengers. Next, fuel. How much fuel do we need? I have a plan for fuel. Anyway, trip fuel today is a ridiculous 54 tons of fuel. 54 tons, more than the 319. Alternate fuel today to go is only about 2 tons actually, which really isn't bad. So I think we have 2 tons. Contingency fuel. They want us 2,700. APU time, let's give ourselves 15 minutes. Taxi times, short taxi here, 15. And to remain, which our final reserve is 2,200. So that gives us a total fuel of 62 tons, which is a little bit more than I wanted. So I'm actually just going to increase the contingency fuel. Because I don't trust everything and the winds and everything to be loaded in right, and we are totally over the water today. We have no choice. Flight Factor doesn't let us refuel en route, so let's. The contingency fuel was going to be 2.7. I'm just going to go ridiculous. I'm just going to have. Oh, well, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to do 10 tons. There we go. So we got 70 tons of fuel. We need about 61 tons of fuel. So there we go. So let's implement that, and that'll load on. And we should see that appear down there. There we go. Fuel on board, 69 tons, which is more than we need. So that should be enough for all the different eventualities. There we go. People squeezing onto the apron now. Press the home button on the top of Avi tab. Let's try that. It's just not having it. It's really bizarre. I've never, ever... Oh, there it is. Why isn't it letting me scroll? I don't know. Fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. Right, we solved that one. That is a relief, because that means I can show you guys. There we go. So here's the plan. It is an ETOPS flight, of course, an ETP equity time point. We'll talk about that once we get going. Still, we're only 20 minutes in. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Don't panic, everyone. Don't panic. We'll be fine. That Cirrus pilot says if the CSD gets on your nerves. Yeah, the CSD... Oh, they're not calling us now, so we're doing all right. This is modified slightly of 350, only modified slightly. It is a payware aircraft though. But yeah, thanks Ryan Videos for the help with that. You should be able to hear passengers, Thor, in the background. Can you guys hear that? There we go, there's the forward, the purser, senior cabin crew, whatever you like to call them. But we can't hear them actually because we have to listen. Why can't I hear them? Is it oh no, what am I doing? That's to talk to the other pilot. We want cabin. They seem to have calmed down. Right, okay, carrying on with the checklist then. So we've done aeroplane passengers, we've loaded that, we've loaded the fuel. We would have already done the APU fire test, but we already needed the APU, so that's already up and running. And the APU bleed, you should run for a minute and then put it on, but we know what we've done there. Crosspeak can go to auto, which it is in, and airflow to be in norm, which it is up there. All exactly the same as on 320s. We can set our temperatures, we can adjust this. I don't want it completely cold, even though it is a little bit warm and humid, I imagine, here in the Maldives, as you would hope. External power 2 can come off now because we're running on that APU generator. What's this complaint? Loads and loads and loads of complaints, but yeah, door's not closed. I'm sure I should be able to hear that. That's weird. Yesterday, I did practice with this yesterday and it all worked just as I'd expected to. I could hear the cabin crew complaining to me. Seems to not be so interested today. There we go. And still no new information for you. Right. Morning, Pete White. I hope you're doing well. Thor, yeah, the passengers, yeah, you did indeed hear them loading on. Okay, so we can get rid of the OE tab now. And now we're back into sort of normal Airbusy things. So we're going to check on this page. If I go to door, we can see our oxygen, cockpit oxygen, cabin oxygen. I'm not sure what the cabin oxygen is, to be honest with you, but the cockpit 1200 psi. Not a lot for 2 pilots, but there it is. That's fine. And we can go to engine. We'll check the hydraulics. Sorry, the oil quantities. What is his problem? It's complaining about the lights. So that is in cabin lights. There you go. It's not that dark. It's daylight in the Maldives. They shouldn't be complaining too much. Right, we've got oil for the engines then, and last one then hydraulic quantity. Just the 2 on this one, but there they are. You've got yellow, green, and electric pumps. So that is all looking good. Spoilers, they're down. They're down on here as well. They appear there when you use them. Parking brake is set with the brake pressure. All looking good. I think that's... we've got the PSI, the hydraulic system down there anyway, and parking brake is set. So, flap lever should agree with the PFD. And now I think we're just going to go on that overhead panel. Let's just turn everything off. Sorry, on. And get ourselves going. So that can all come on. We're just going to get rid of all the white lights. These modes should be in auto. It's an interesting system the way AP bleed isn't feeding pack 2. Does it when you open the cross bleed? Not sure about that. That's interesting. Anyway, we'll get the generators online. The bus tire. There you go. It was an electrical problem. That is the thing with modern airplanes. If you're not sure, if it seems to have loads of knock-on effects, it's probably an electrical problem. We'll get the ground hydraulic pumps running. So that means actually we have flight controls working out there for us. Okay, so we are looking good. Now what does he want? I think it's on. Buzzy2, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, okay, right, there we go. I don't know why he's complaining about cabin lighting still. To me, that looks like it's on. So passengers fuel cabin, done the overhead panel now. Everything should basically be lights out as you'd expect. We could turn up the temperature in the cargo hold. Keep it a bit cooler at 15 for you guys, those of you stuck in there. Although probably 15 will feel quite nice. Emergency lights armed, seatbelt signs can come on now. We've got all our fuel on board. And yeah, guys, I've never flown a 350. This is not a tutorial or anything. Don't take any of this seriously. This is just me flying around in Flight Simulator, muddling my way through it. It is surprisingly different on the overhead panel at times, but then you sort of get used to it. Right, so that is all on, and now what I'm going to do is... yeah, okay, that's it. So, time to just go to surveillance on here. That is auto. We can turn all of this stuff on. In fact, default settings will turn it all on. So there we go. Transponder, well, we're going to get clearance shortly to do that. Let's see if we can remember how to do that. Weather radar. Apparently you can turn them on now, and then it's just completely automatic. So fingers crossed it's not running or radiating out the front. And it's time to jump into the FMS. FMS is accessed through this screen on this one. So Emirates, hello to you. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, so if you are enjoying the video, do please hit the like button, guys. But right, what we're going to do is you click on here. No, you click on here. There we go, and you can see it's in FMS1 page now. Oh, stop doing that. So I'll go to init, and here we go. So we are, as we've definitely established, we are the QFA 40 kilo. We are going to run from VRMM. We are going to YMML with an alternate of, I keep getting alternate, YMAV. We're in very unfamiliar territory for me here. YMAV. So there we go. Cruising initially 370. We'll put it in the step climb later. Oh no, you've got to be really careful with this. You have to press enter after everything, or it doesn't accept it, which is really confusing for me using a flight simulator to keep having to press enter, because you never do otherwise. So there's 37,000 feet. Drop a pause. Cost an extra day. I won't mess around with it because I want to actually get there today, so we'll do Cosnex 145. Trip winds, I'll put in more winds, but it's plus 15 actually, so that's good news. Toe into 15. Okay, so there you go. So that's all pretty straightforward. It's pretty self-explanatory. Now I'm just going to go down this list. So we'll go to IRS. It wants to be aligned. Available in 0 minutes. So I'm just going to align the IRS. It aligns it on the GPS position. I assume the real airplane does it automatically, but I don't know. Anyway, you can see where the positions are. You've got to get rid of every menu, but there you go. It all works. It's really, really impressive stuff. What happens if I press return? There we go. So I suppose next we can get clearance, because the airplane's pretty much powered up. So not long to go, guys. We'll be underway soon, I promise. I know we've been sat on the gate for half an hour now. Not too long to go. So let's get the ATIS. Let's check that's listening. First hiccup then. It looks like my radio panel doesn't work because of this fancy little box. Okay, fair enough. So let's get that up on 1255. Right, we need to work this one out because we're going to need the radios. So if I put 125.200, there we go, and then that's in, and then swap it. We are listening to VHF1, but again, I haven't had ATIS working for a long time on that SIM now. And it doesn't look like the ATIS is working on the on my VATSIM either. No, Mateo's having the same problem. Mateo, are you flying along today? Excellent. Excellent. Captain Bagoff, good to see you. I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, summer now. Who'd have thought it, eh? So, let us just contact ground, I suppose, and let's cheat and use the classic. So, Avitab. Mali International and refresh. QNH is 1008. A few showers of rain around, but we'll take that when it's 32 degrees. No problem at all. And here we go. 1008. Luckily, we won't have to do that much because that would be annoying having to keep doing that. 1008. We want about 40 feet, so scroll that down. And put that in hectopascals. There we go, even better. Because we're basically at sea level today, aren't we? Right, let's grab our clearance, which is going to be from ground 1216. And swap. Let's go. What stand are we on? Oh dear. It just said international terminal when I loaded in. Mali ground, good morning. Qantas 40 kilo on the international terminal. A350 900 QNH 1008 request clearance Melbourne.
Qantas 902 connection 40 kilo Mali ground. Very good evening. Connection afternoon. You are clear to your destination via Akaxa to Bravo departure out of runway 18. After departure, climb initially 7,000 feet, squawk 2243.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, I got that wrong. Qantas 40 kilo, clear to Melbourne by the ACX 2 Bravo departure from runway 18. Climb maintain altitude 7,000 feet, squawk 2243.
Qantas 40 kilo, read back is absolutely correct. Startup is approved, advice ready for pushback.
Startup approved, Wilco Qantas 40 kilo. Perfect. Yeah, they do that in quite a lot of places.
Good morning.
So, if we go to surveillance, I can change the squawk now to 2243, enter, leave it in auto. I don't know what else I'm doing with that. Auto seems like a good one. Why is it not letting me? There we go, FMS1.
After departure, climb initially 7,000 feet on squawk
in it. Right, then we can put in our 7,000 feet as our stop altitude. That's what we're going up to. 7,000 feet, and we can do our departure. Runway 18, SID, ACAX 2 Bravo, insert, and insert, and there it is. Let's get this up looking normal. Not sure what's going on there. That looks like the FADEC is getting upset. Fingers crossed when the engines start, that stops. Anyway, there we go. Oh, excuse me. Let's zoom in a bit. You'll see less and less messages up here now as we get things turned on. Oh yeah, anti-skid needs to go on. I don't know why you'd never turn that off either. And there's the departure. Let's bring it up.
Mali ground, hello, Golf Air 144, radio check. Golf Air 144, ready for the
where's the 2 Bravo?
Golf Air 144, type A319, we're on the right.
Oh, there you go, Golf Air, there we go. Yeah, right, so we're going to go down, and then we're making our left turn, following the 60 ME MLE arc, and then out to Akaxa. Perfect, going up to 7,000 feet, that is all fine. Then we can load in the rest of our route, incredibly simple route for today. We have done much shorter flights. I've had much longer routes on this channel. It is always like that. So anyway, from Akaxa, we're going to go Akaxa, and then we're going to join Airway via Lima 894. Enter. We'll take that to Merib. I think the real pilots on this fleet can just type it onto their keyboards. Tango 12 to Papa Hotel. So this is, I mean, I'm typing it on my keyboard now, and this is just a joy. Hotel 18.
Qantas 92 in an A350 on the domestic terminal QNH 1008 request.
Yankee 53. Everyone's coming to Melbourne. Excellent. You guys are hardcore. It's going to take, I knew it'd take an hour to set up this. Anyway, that's it. So temporary flight plan, insert, and then I can put in the approach and so on at the other end, but I'm not going to bother yet. Now, why does it say mismatch? Let's just scroll through, check that it's all sensible. That all seems to work. Then a discontinuity. Okay, let's clear that message.
2240, and can you repeat the departure again, please?
And let's see, let's go flight plan page. Can we see the total distance? Flight plan info.
Apex to Bravo, departure, Qantas 92.
Anyway, well, we'll check it as we go. We'll maybe find a way. I'm sure Matteo knows a way to do that. If I go to plan page, it looks sensible. That's the arrival into Melbourne, so the route takes us all the way to Melbourne. We can see that. As we can see, the total distance of this route, I'm expecting it to be ground distance 4766, which is a lot of miles. Okay. Is HC a bit loud for you guys? Okay, let me sort that out for you. There you go, hopefully that's good. Alan Story, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along, thanks for supporting the channel as always. We are slowly muddling our way through the setup of a 350. Anyway, that's the flight plan done, so let me think through. So we would have done data, init, I'm just thinking through my Airbus, there's an old Airbus style one there, little Airbus style. Flight plan, and then secondary flight plan I'm not going to get too worried about. You'll notice this happens, and then you can put in the wind, but anyway, there we go. Secondary flight plan, not going to worry about that. I think what we'll do is just follow this through. So that's a departure. Nav aids, I'm just going to leave auto-tuned, but as you can see, the one we're going to need is the 1147, which it has tuned anyway. So let's show VOR, which I've got VOR on my side, which is good news. Okay, return, fuel and load. Okay, so now this is pretty basic. I'm a little surprised about this. I need to go to, let's go to airplane, passengers, here we go, 0 fuel, 173, excuse me, 173.328. What is it doing? There we go, right. 173.3, enter, and 28. That goes in there. Block fuel, 69 tons. Trip fuel is being calculated. 59 seems like quite a lot for the trip fuel. So what does that reckon? Takeoff weight 241, landing weight 182. We've got an extra 5.8 tons, which is 1 hour and 28 it reckons, which seems fair. That's about what we would expect. A little bit heavy on the trip fuel, but that could be just our laziness with the winds. This reckons the trip fuel of 54 tons. It reckons 59 tons, but we're going to also climb. So I think we'll save a bit more fuel on that. We can take some shortcuts if we need to. But yeah, we got the extra fuel in there, which is good news. By the way, guys, you can run through all the checklists on here as well. I'm just using Mateo's more simple way. Asnot, thank you very much, Asnot 007 for your 10.99 donation. Really appreciate it. Asnot says, thanks for spending your Sundays with us, and I'm a huge A350 fan, which makes today very special. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the donation. Thank you for contributing towards the channel, Asnot, and I hope, I hope you enjoy the flight. I hope I can do the 350 justice. I must admit, we're struggling so far. But there we go. So that is all entered. Now it wants us to put in the route reserve, which is going to be, we wanted about 2 tons, didn't we? Not sure why. Oh, or you can do it as a percentage, I suppose. Alternate was about 2 tons as well. There we go. Now, why is it not filling up at the top? We've had this happen before, and I remember... now I don't remember how we fixed that. But there we go. So that's loaded in. So we'll go to Takeoff Perth and calculate it, which we can do on here. Performance calculator. Runway slope, I'm going to put in 0. Flap setting, we'll go for flap 2 takeoff, I think, to make sure we fit. It's only a 3,000 metre runway, long enough. So that gives us gross weight CG of 29.4 and 147, 153. Yeah, thank you again, Asnot, for your donation. Right. We can go for flaps 2, 39. It's that. You've got to make sure you click off the menus to make sure it works. 47, 53, 56. 47, 53, 56, flex 33, so quite a high thrust setting, as you'd expect. Flaps 2 for takeoff, it's got the trimmer set. Oh, we can do the trimmer horizontal stabilizer, so what's the gross weight CG? 29.4, let's put that in. 29.4, okay. We are not there yet. John Padfield says, I'm tempted by this aircraft, but I have a bit of plane buying habit. Yeah, it's easily done. It's easily done. Aaron says, at this rate, you'll be going long haul once a week. Not quite, but it's surprisingly close, or recent, that last one. Yeah. Right, so what is going on with this? How do we get all the information to display? It does display up there, 242 tons. I don't know what else it wants from us. I don't know what JTSN gross weight is. It's got a takeoff weight. I think that'll have to do. Right, so what else is there to do? Takeoff perf, definitely done. Speeds are up here, so this is starting to look very suspiciously similar to a 320. I think we're almost there. Enrico says, what's JTSN gross weight? Yeah, I don't know. Mateo might know. Yeah, I hope someone figures that out for us. Yeah, slight delay, but we are getting underway shortly. Okay, right, let me just finish up then with the little guides. So we've done our flight plan, we've done the route, done the gross weight, and then we could consider doing things like the loudspeaker, which is for some reason over there, because of course we're going to take our headsets off on a nice long flight like this. QNH is set 3 times. Altitude on the PFD, we've got 7,000 feet as per our departure. ND is arc, or we'll put it to arc and wind in that range. There we go. So the departure's looking good. We'll go with constraints and VOR, which shows us there. So just to let's do it properly, just so we don't end up completely lost on the way out. We're going to airports. There it is. Right, so we're on this main apron. We're taking off from 18. This other runway's, I think it's still closed. So we're going to have to backtrack and then go all the way up, use the turning pad, take off on 18. We're going to head south, all over the water, no terrain. It's just a lovely place to depart, isn't it? We're going to go straight out above 3.5 and then out to Agaxa at 7,000 feet. So all very straightforward. You can see the above 3.5 in there. And if I go to flight plan, I can see that we're expecting to be at 180. So not much room, but we will make it. It's going to be a flap 2 takeoff. And it says takeoff for 29% on the trim. Great news. It's the jettison gross weight, but I've never used it, says Mateo. Okay, so Mateo, do you know why I'm not getting all those numbers at the top of the page? But thanks, Mateo. Yeah, that must be to do with if you have to return straight away. Anyway, ND mode done. Right, speed and heading dotted. FG's on. Initial altitude set. External power disconnect. Doors closed. Here we go then, guys. It's time to go. We're on the APU generator. Get rid of that. Ground service. Close all. Ground equipment. Get rid of the GPU.
Roger, stand by, Valencia 48 Lima.
Get rid of everything. Okay.
Valencia 48 Lima, can you push back facing south?
The controllers are doing a fantastic job dealing with this. Cover door, pushback, beacon, and then we're going to go and start the engines. I have got the TCA working, as you can see, which is great news. I'm a bit concerned about this flickering engine display. So we've had startup approved, but we're going to ask for pushback now.
No problem. Valencia 48 Lima.
Qantas 40 Kilo request pushback.
Then pushback approved.
Whoops.
South, Valencia 48 Lima. Roger, pushback approved facing south, Valencia 48
Let's say it's not getting the numbers either. Yeah, I think we had this last time. Qantas 40 Kilo request push.
Qantas 40 Kilo. Oof, it's interesting. Pushback approved facing south.
Excellent, thanks. Pushback approved facing south. Qantas 40 Kilo. Yeah, we thought so. Okay, facing south. I always find this hard in this. So nose needs to go left. So that's the easiest one we could do. It's literally just to here. So
144, request startup, no push required.
how are we going to squeeze ourselves? I think something like
144, actually, your
that.
startup approved has been cleared. Advisory for taxi. Roger, startup approved, will report for taxi.
Okay, great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Morning, Judah. I hope you're doing well. How do I get the terrain to display on this? Where's the little terrain button? Is it up here? Is it in surveillance? It would just show water right now, but yeah, interesting. It's funny the things they have moved around from the 320. Not sure. Not sure. Anyway, we're going. We're pushing back 50 minutes after the stream started. That's not too bad, actually, considering I thought it could be worse. Oh no, Johannes Sims crashed. Don't worry, Johannes, you've still got time. There we go, connecting app. Next to weather. Oh yes, thank you. Terrain, that's what we want. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? See all the turquoise water. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you could all see that. You can tell I'm struggling.
Ground Qantas 358 requesting.
I think I'll leave it on perf for takeoff.
Qantas 358, engine startup is approved actually.
Guru, good to see you. You missed a little bit, but we haven't done anything yet. Considering it's essentially an Airbus, we've taken quite a long time to set it up. But long haul pilots will arrive at the airplane a bit earlier than short haul pilots. Right, off we go. Brakes released. We should have the beacon on. That transponder's in auto. I don't know what's going on with that. Those are at idle. The windows don't seem to open on this thing, so we'll leave those where they are. So we can do a traditional startup. There we go. That seems to fix that. And we'll go with engine 2. So we got pressure. This is exactly like a 320. On it goes. Fantastic. And I have arranged some wing views for you guys. There we go.
To all the station in the ground, those of you who have got your clearances, your engine startup is approved on your respective stands.
There we go. So that's quite let's do that. That's quite common at airports. The most common thing is where you have to get pushback and startup, but it's quite common to get this system where they'll clear you for start as soon as you call for clearance. So you can only really call for clearance when you know you're ready to go. Anyway, we are infringing that runway, but I don't see another way to do it. The Chill Out Flight channel, thank you very much for your $9.99 donation. Really appreciate it. The Chill Out Flight channel says, congrats on the 40k. I've watched all your videos and live streams. I was with you for the full long haul last time and we're watching it all today. Love your content. Keep up the great work. Thank you, the Chill Out Flight channel. Thank you so much for your donation. Really appreciate it. And I hope you're doing very well. And I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Yeah, we are finally going. But thank you so much. Really, really kind of you. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Thanks for supporting the channel. Really, really kind. And I hope you enjoy it. Right, let's set that parking brake. That's on. And we're going to go for engine number 1. Now it's funny it's lost the screen. Let's go for it. Hopefully these numbers start spinning. There we go. So we've got a few views for us today. We've got the left wing, we've got the right wing, and we've got the tail camera view, of course. So then I'm disconnecting downstairs as we are ready to go. Yeah, thank you again to the Chill Out Flight channel. And I'm really sorry if I've missed any donations in the meantime. Mark says can't hear the engines. It's just because I've had to turn down the desktop. Let me turn it up a bit. I think ATC is a little bit loud for you guys. Let me try and adjust that. See if I can make it work.
Nose disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
So you let me know how that works for you guys. Right, they're disconnecting. Thanks, Brad, for Brandon. Brandon says congrats on 40k. It's 5 a.m. here. I hit snooze at 4 a.m. Excellent. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, I've actually changed the time in the simulator. This is sort of morning in Male in the simulator. The reason I did that is because it's already afternoon in Male. We would basically be doing an entirely night flight. Now, that is very long haul, but I didn't think it would be quite so good for the stream. Last time we did do it in real time. Anyway, back to norm. That's good. And let me just check. I haven't missed anything from Mateo's thing. I think we're just into normal sort of Airbus stuff now. So that goes back to norm. We no longer have the APU. The generators are all on. So get rid of that. Logo can go on, actually. Yeah, we'll have it on, I think. Good stuff. So APU off. We don't need any anti-ice. It's lovely and warm out there. Come down here. The trim needs to be set, which is on here for some reason. It looks like it is, to be honest with you. So I'm going to leave that alone. Then we're going to arm those ground spoilers. We're going to set those flaps to 2 for the takeoff today. Then we do the trimmer. Yeah, okay. I think we're in a good place. So that is AP Master off, ground spoilers armed, flaps set for takeoff. They're coming out to 2, which we can see down here. Auto brake RTO. Let's do that. That is that switch hidden away down there. I don't like that at all. Flight controls. We'll check those, and then we can do our takeoff config. Right. Let's do our flight control check. Is it going to automatically do it? There it is. Look at that. All these fancy pants sliders that show up. That is quite different to the 320 family, and we'll do the rudder while we're here. This is what long haul aircraft do. It's rare to see a long haul aircraft doing flight control checks whilst taxiing. I have noticed that. Right, next thing, we're going to get our taxi out. I can run the takeoff config tests. There it is. Now, it seems to show up as blue. I would expect it to need to be green, but I can't make it go green. So there we go. Right, let's get out of the way. Qantas for 0 kilo request taxi.
Qantas 40 kilo hold position. Contact Male Tower frequency 118.1. See ya.
118.1. Qantas 40 kilo. Thanks for your help.
Bye.
So great to have controllers here. Really, really happy about that. 118.1.
See ya. For a Lima, hold position.
Male Tower. Good afternoon. Qantas 40 kilo request taxi.
Qantas 40 kilo taxi and hold short at holding point Delta.
Taxi, hold short, holding point Delta, Qantas 40 kilo. Alright, where's that? That's forward.
Male Tower, good day.
Is it?
48 Lima, request taxi.
That's Foxtrot.
Lima, taxi and hold short Charlie.
That's Charlie.
Say again, please, and let's 48 Lima.
Valencia 48 Lima, taxi and hold short holding point Charlie.
Taxi and hold short holding point Charlie. 48 Lima.
Now this is a bit awkward. We're not quite going to fit because of the way the scenery is set up. There's the Speedbird. Speedbird's the first one to get away. So let's get the taxi lights on, get the brake released, and let's go for it. Lauren V says control checks while moving seems to be a little Airbus thing. Yeah, I think so. It's midday in Male. Yeah. So there we go. Brakes are released on this journey. Do a little brake check. They're working. We're looking for Delta.
We Qantas 358, which is requesting taxi.
No, he said Delta, but
Qantas 358, taxi and hold short behind.
I'm going to stop here just in case they want us to go left here. Because I'm at Foxtrot.
Quick taxi and hold behind Qantas 40 kilo.
Delta's on the other side. I'm a little bit confused. Sorry, for Qantas 40 kilo, can you confirm where you'd like us to hold short of the runway?
Yes, sir. Hold short on runway at Delta, holding point
Copy. Can you confirm? So we'll taxi towards Bravo 7, and then Delta is around there.
Yep, sir. No, that's totally fine, sir. You can hold short at Bravo 7 then.
Okay, we'll hold short Bravo 7. Thank you, Qantas 40 Kilo. Yeah, I'm not sure if my charts are wrong. It's very possible, especially with the way runways are going. Corrosive Moon says, I see you. I'm on the runway. Corrosive Moon's the Speedbird. There you go. First one out today. Yeah, Andy has a good point. We should really just tell them. I wonder what's going to happen. Is it going to register CSL aircraft?
Flight 04 at Lima, holding short Delta, runway 18.
If we stay in the cockpit, it'll be fine.
Hold short 18, flight 04 at Lima.
The only reason I do want to actually move is just so that he can get people pushed behind us. So we're being a little bit flexible with reality for this one. So this page, I think this is wheel pages automatic during the taxi on a little Airbus, so it seems to be the same here. Seems like he wants us all to enter the runway down here, so we can go with that. We've gone through Mateo, have we? Nothing to see here. Look, it's all fine. There you go. There's an EasyJet there for Mateo to interfere with. We'll look at this side. All looks good here to me. I don't see any problems. Valencia. Okay, well, we'll just sit in the queue. Quite a queue. Oh, no! Valencia's gone. Oh, they're back. Good. So these airplanes aren't even here. These are just static. So I think Bravo 7's that next one. Anyway, our wings already infringing the runway. So we're going to see Corrosive Moon depart ahead of us. Oh, Vati2 says we were in the right place. I don't know what. My charts don't seem to line up at all.
144 behind the iFly 317, hold short runway 18.
Our international apron. Where's the domestic apron?
Golf Air 144 at Foxtrot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There goes Corrosive Moon.
Airborne speed 165.
Raymond Noodles, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Raymond Noodles says, seeing you when you reach 20k and also soon 40k. Yeah, it's been a crazy few months. Thanks for coming along, Raymond Noodles. And he says, nothing to see here. Have you been talking to Flight Data Sim? Is that Flight Data Sim tactic as well? That's a good tactic in this case. So Valencia 4 at Lima's lining up, so we'll just copy them. Well, we can do a PA, can't we? Let's do the safety demo. I can't hear it. And there we go. 777 says, sorry I have to leave. Family is insisting on barbecue and I have to move things to get rolling. Have a nice flight. Congrats for the game. Thanks 777. Enjoy your barbecue. I wouldn't complain having a barbecue today. Yeah, nothing to see. How are we doing on fuel? We're at 60, 69, 68, 6. Okay, so yeah, we've been a little bit, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. Guru KN, yeah. I feel short when I fly this aeroplane. I'm not sure what the real 350 sort of cockpit setup is like. Something I do quite like is this level windshield. So most airliners have a sort of slight angle to it. So if you're in the left-hand seat, you get an angle like that, and if you're in the right-hand seat, you get an angle like that. And it can be confusing for people when not confusing, but it's something they have to consider when swapping seats. It makes the visual picture a bit different. To have it completely flat, I think is quite a good idea, to be honest. They're showing up as
Maldives
Sunland
is
Pacific.
Swiss 198 heavy inbound.
Red Aviation says, joined this channel on the last Maldives long haul. Amazing to be here for the second. Thanks, Red Aviation, for coming along. That's great. Melon Lord says, hello, started watching some of your videos a few days ago. Happy to catch a live stream, even more so if it involves Australia. Excellent. Yeah, it's our first trip to Australia on the channel. So we're going to be able to go and use lots more of the... not that one, that one. We're going to be able to use lots more of the Microsoft Flight Simulator scenery for Australia when we get there, but yeah. John Padfield says, I'm feeling a massive coffee coming on after takeoff. Yeah, me too.
Please say again, inaudibles, the Swiss 198.
We may have to get... Andrew says, get on the horn. Bring in CBD traffic.
A lot of departures right now. Will you be able to make right and orbits for me now? Right hand holding.
Right and holding.
Raymond Noodle says, I'm so accustomed to flying left in the flight sim, so that switching to the right is quite difficult. Yeah, it's one of those things. I can show you the exterior when we get on the runway to Gruel. You see plenty of exterior, don't worry.
November Kilo Echo Mike.
This does have a HUD, but it doesn't work. So, no, it doesn't have a HUD, I should say.
Can you make right hand?
No way to get it down like the CRJ, as you guys are getting treated well with some Microsoft stuff nowadays.
Confirm right and holding.
So, next one, seats for takeoff.
For Swiss 100 heavy.
Nazaruddin says, hi Captain, good morning, have a nice trip to Melbourne. Thanks, Nazaruddin, thanks for coming along.
Holding for it. No more than 2 minutes.
Jimmy says, hopefully you'll get some A2C near Melbourne, a different breed they are. Oh, we'll find out then. We're making Swiss hold. Who's in the hold? Is there a Swiss aircraft here? Swiss arriving. Oh dear.
Okay, now listen to this is Mayfly.
That
Right
is...
at the wall and see our departs. I can...
Sounds like it's all kicking off in air traffic. They've got so many departures. In hindsight, this was a terrible place to start a group flight from. There's a Swiss 350 inbound from Zurich on VATSPY. There we go. They just checked in and HC told them to hold for the departures. It's the sort of thing you need to consider with all your fuel planning, certainly, but we did take extra fuel.
Please bear with me, guys. Do not take it again.
Where's the fuel flow? That's a good one. I like fuel flow. I can't see it. What have we got? Thrust is a percentage.
What mic somebody? Someone's message is at 118.1 hot mic some. 48 Lima advice and ready for departure.
There we go. They solved it. Where's the fuel flow?
48 Lima Windsor 170 at 6 knots.
Engine.
183 for takeoff. What I want.
Maybe it'll show up when we're in the air. There it is. 851. Oof. So that's over double a 320's fuel flow sitting on the ground. Not bad for such a big airplane, I suppose. USS King says, would it make sense to stop the engines to save on fuel? So, on short-haul aircraft, if it's a really long delay, we might. But on long-haul aircraft, they don't taxi very well on one engine when they're full of passengers and fuel. So, no. No. It's very rare, even on short-haul. You might taxi out on one engine, but long-haul aircraft can't do it. They're too heavy with all their fuel and passengers.
Hi, flight 317. 317 after the departing for the Lima, line up and wait. Runway 18 and be ready for immediate departure.
Oh, there's someone taking off as well.
Behind the departing traffic, line up and wait, runway 18.
Where are they going?
Hi, flight 317.
That's the 317. They're going to VOTV. Not sure where that is.
saying continue approach for runway 18.
Continue approach runway 18 Swiss 100.
And there's the Swiss, yeah. Oh dear, we got out of Heathrow, remember? Do you remember, guys? We got out of Heathrow in no time, we just set off. Horrible coconut shell. This is a mouse sort of thing. So you can see when I move my mouse over the screens, it lets me click on things. So I can bring up position monitor and so on. The pilots don't have this. They would use this to maneuver this cursor around and then click on things. And this, I think, is a touchscreen for them. I think. I'm not sure on that. There's no point doing seats for takeoff. Everyone can still wander around. Pedal's like, nope, doesn't work. We found a switch that doesn't work. I think this tray table works though. But we'll leave it away for takeoff.
Valencia 48 Lima, airborne passing 500 feet.
There goes to Valencia.
48 Lima, 1 day uniform, 1
They've done well.
Thank you for flying today.
Yeah, 320 ground pilot. Yeah. Are we going to make the 12 hours? I hope so, Danny. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's been 1 hour and 6. I left an hour for the sort of getting off the ground. This is bad because I didn't realise there'd be... I knew it'd be bad with our group flight, but I didn't quite appreciate there'd be other traffic as well. I don't know why. And the Swiss is quite a way out. And that smaller aircraft is a 321, so they can hopefully take off from where they are at that intersection they're at. The Ego 317. Oscar just departed Orlando for JFK. Excellent. Kishan, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Johannes B's back in the game. Yeah, we haven't gone anywhere. There's Qatar pushing. Excellent. Johannes has just pushed Pushback. Excellent. I might try and find out from Tower. A Tower for Qantas 40 Kilo. Do you know roughly our departure time?
Qantas 40 Kilo, stand by for an.
Cool. Nothing you can do in these situations. We just have to wait. There's no blue hydraulic on the 350. Yeah, I don't think there is. Hard to believe it, but if you look up here, we've got yellow and green, yellow and green. If we go to the hydraulic quantity page, there it is. Tax camera not up yet, we don't need that. 2 pumps in each engine. It runs at a much higher PSI as well. But yeah, not too bad. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna cut off every shortcut we can. Although the route was pretty straightforward as it was. If we go to charts, cover your eyes. Page 19. No, it's not there. I'll find it for you guys later. Oh no, not like that. That's my merchandise. Yeah, good idea. So Qantas 92 still hasn't managed to go anywhere. Here it goes. Oh, they did backtrack. And there's the Gulf Air and another I go. Johannes B says it's advisable to keep one engine. Yeah, if you have that choice, I would. If you're stuck on stand, for example. Away they go.
Alpha 317, now for the ATC available, Monte Uniform 122.8, thank you for flying. 122.8, Alpha 317, thanks for your service, bye-bye. Swiss 1908, minimum approach speed.
Okay, so they're going to line up somebody.
Approach is Swiss 100, heavy.
Who is he going to let on the runway next? I'm not going to do this for much longer. I'll be honest, guys.
carry 4981 taxi and hold short holding point Alpha, expect delay.
Say again, should we taxi to the holding point?
Holding point Alpha, runway 1/18. Yeah.
Right, guys. I'm going to have to disconnect and we're just rejoining flight. I can't. This is going to take ages because if we've got arriving traffic, it's no one's fault. It's my fault. But this is going nowhere. So that's what we're going to do. Disconnect. Sorry, guys. Right, on we go. It's just going to take too long. So, seats for takeoff, please. We'll reconnect to VATSIM once we're in flight. And we'll go and backtrack. Yeah, we don't usually do this, but yeah, Stephen's done the same. We'll catch up, Enrico. We're going to increase that speed. We'll use every bit of fuel we can. And we should get our lights on, so we'll do that when we're on the runway. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I don't know whether he was going to get the short hauls out. Maybe he was going to call us in a minute, but I'm not going to interfere with his plans too much more than just disconnecting. I don't want him to sort of try and fit us in and then I disconnect anyway. So let's get all the lights on. I think we'll be nice and glowing. Let's go and backtrack. Not much. I don't know how I've got my flight factor set up, but there isn't much nose wheel steering authority on the rudder pedals, that's for sure. So takeoff in this beast is very similar to the normal 321. We are going to do, obviously, 2 clicks forward. We've got a flex takeoff today, and then we will just do a normal rotate. The one thing I learnt last time was don't rotate up as high. They don't pitch to the same sort of pitch as we do when they're heavy, these airplanes. So 321s, we are used to pitching up to 17 degrees plus. In this case, we will be, I think, typically, I don't know, last time around 15 seemed to work. You can pitch up after that, but I remember I overpitched very much. That was the case. Okay, so otherwise we're ready to go. We've got a takeoff config. Let's get out of here. So we've done seats for takeoff. Next one's going to be the climb PA. That's all good. So we're on the QNH going to 7,000 feet. We'll just get up into the cruise. Lauren Reeses, and as it goes about 4, disconnect. Yeah, I feel bad for the controller, but if I wasn't doing, if we were doing any other stream, I wouldn't mind. But we could be there for another 40 minutes if they're going to depart and have arrivals. Matteo disconnected as well. I'll just wait 2 minutes after you for spacing. Perfect. Thanks, Matteo. Glorious. This is a great looking airplane. I think this is my favourite of the modern airliners. I think it looks nicer than the Dreamliner. There, I said it. You can all argue with me later. I really like it, especially the sharklets. Although, as a few of you pointed out, they have changed these sharklets in the very latest versions. So I haven't quite compared the nuances or the differences of the two. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, because I need a cup of coffee, guys. I can't be sitting there all day. There are 2 internal flights further up the runway, and the Swiss Air was too close unless he was told. Yeah, the Swiss Air was told to continue approach and to reduce the final approach speed. So I suspect that Swiss Air out there was, they were going to be next in line. So my understanding from what I could see was that we were going to get, he was either going to get one of those short hauls away, maybe us, before the Swiss, but nothing we can do. It's a small airport, it's not set up for this sort of level of traffic. They only have one long haul departure at a time, really, maybe 2 on the ground. Yeah, I'm not sure why we got green taxi lines, but there we go. Okay, let's get that speed back. See, we're doing 20 knots. You'd never know it, but I can see my ground speed here. But when you're on a runway, your speed perception changes a lot in aircraft, and it's a common thing. That's why after you vacate a runway, often pilots think they're doing sort of 20 knots, and then they look in and you can be doing sort of 50, 60 knots still. It feels so different. A few reasons. The runways are wide. Oh, I think this may not be not be tarmacked in X-Plane land. That looks like a lot of debris. There we go. Anyway, it's time to get underway. Okay, so we'll do our usual long-haul pilot thing. This is what all long-haul pilots do when they get out at the end of the runway, so I understand it. You say something like, okay, let's go to Melbourne. I think, pretty sure that's what they all do. Where's my chrono? There it is. So I'm going to start the chrono. I'm going to hold it on the toe brakes. I want every inch of this runway because it's not the longest runway in the world. Right, I think we're ready to go. Okay, an hour and 15 later, off we go. So I'm not sure. There's a thrust percentage. That's 50% M1 there. Release the brakes. 2 clicks forwards. Man flex 33 SRS. Yeah, not much rudder authority, and all thrust is blue and armed. We'll go half side stick forward, of course. Right, 80 to 100 knots, stick going to neutral. Oh yeah, plenty of performance. This will be no problem at all. 3 knot headwind as well. I love it when it does it itself. Rotate, up we go. And then the pitch bar drops down there. Look at that, 10 degrees. Nav. Excellent use. Positive climb. Gear up. That's travelling. And we'll follow those flight directors. And we are away. That is it. Goodbye, Marley. We've had a great time. We did our group flight from here as well. But now we have more things to go and see. Although I would, if I could go anywhere in the world right now, I think the Maldives would be pretty high on that list. Right, let's get above acceleration. There it is. Just an Airbus. So levers to climb. Thrust, climb, climb, auto thrust. Nose will come down. Nice and quiet. Glorious. Not getting much engine noise, I must confess. Let's do the climb PA. Just go to options. Turn up the engine sounds like that, maybe that'll help. Anyway, we're above the F, so we can go flaps 1. It's going to cut this corner a little bit to get onto that DME arc. You can see the DME there, Marley, 4.9, and you guys will remember our departure was supposed to fly us around the 6 mile arc, so it's doing a pretty good job, I think. Above airspeed, flaps to 0. Surprisingly low flat speed limits. Good morning, Vladimir. I hope you're doing well. Is this sim plane study level? I don't like the study level phrase too much, but is it? Yeah, I think if you like complex simulations, this is pretty good. I mean, you look at all the stuff you've got, and we already had a failure that happened. Flaps to 0, speed brakes disarmed. See if I can do that without arming it again. And I think nose wheel lights. I'm not sure if they're on the nose wheel, but there we go. And away we go up to the clouds. Nice and warm cloud here though, so no problem there. I'm not using the F-mod sound pack, Matteo. No, this is pretty default. We're using Matteo's textures. Right, we want to cruise initially at 37,000, so up we go. Would be on Unicom here anyway. $37,000. Set standards and standard. And after takeoff, APU bleed off, master off, anti-ice as required. Seems like a strange after takeoff checklist. You can actually swap these around as well, so we can get the checklist on this side. Then go next, climb checklist. So Barref standard. Cruise flight level set 370, anti-ice not required, seatbelts, yeah. We'll leave those for a minute longer. Let's get a flyby as we depart. Yeah, I think those. I imagine those sounds will be much better, guys. The reason is, I updated it and I was trying to get everything sorted out. So I got the new textures in. I was trying to find the checklist as well, but the sound pack didn't get into it. Yeah, we'll do the step climbs shortly. We haven't planned them in yet. Ramen Noodles off to some sleep. Enjoy, Ramen Noodles. Thanks for coming along. Have we done everything? Gears up. Flaps are at 0. Passengers don't need to run around just yet. There's our uniform. Probably put on our pyjamas now. Wind out that range. We've got a lot of blue to look at. There isn't going to be any terrain on this flight at all, I don't think, until we reach Melbourne. It is oceanic to every part of the word. We're there. Yeah, that's it. We can't even show you on there. There is nothing to see now. Let's stop the timer. We are going to have to do some ETOPS thinking. Flight time 9 hours 45. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Boy Borman. Thank you for your $5.90 donation. Boy Borman says, thank you for the streams. Great work to get your channel to 40k subs. Also should be really late early for you to stream. Thanks so much, Boy Borman. Thank you for your donation. Really appreciate it. And there's 10,000 feet. No, it's pretty early in the... Well, it's not early in the UK, I must confess. But we did lose an hour of sleep last night. So, yeah. No, it's not too bad. But thank you for your donation. Right, through 10,000 feet. I'm going to get the landing lights off. I like the fact there's only one switch. I think it's because they're fitted into the wing. And wing lights off. Seatbelts off. And I think that's pretty good. So there's another climb PA. Next one's going to be level off. Loads and loads of PAs to make. We're going to accelerate to 330 knots. We're going to be really... I want to be going as fast as we can on this one. Thank you very much, Lauren V, for your $3.50 donation. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren says, congrats on 40k. Thank you so much for all your hard work and informative content. At this rate, we'll be at 50k in no time. It's a Y over 9 hours from Melbourne. Yeah, wouldn't that be good if we could get around the world and get a flight back into Heathrow? That would be good. Thank you very much for your donation. Thank you, Lauren V. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for sitting through so many of these streams. Guys who've come for the takeoff, if you have enjoyed it, do please hit the like button. On your way out, and then we'll see you again in about 9 hours when we start our descent. Look at that, we are going to go really fast here. So there's Aquacta, and I'll level off. I quite like this. It would show terrain beneath you as well, but again, it's not a particularly a visual route, this one. We've got to stay. Well, no, we haven't got to stay. We are over 1 hour single engine flight time from these en route alternates. I'm going to draw some of them in here when we get going. So yeah, we've got lots to do actually to plan, and that's why long haul pilots, that's what they spend a lot of their time doing, working out, you know, where are those alternates and so on. Whereas flying over Europe, we know we've got hundreds just beneath us. Love Planes says hello from Germany. Hello to you. John Pavel says remodeled the man cave on Friday. I need to get a coffee machine in here somehow. Yeah, that is required. Grocer Moon says bed is calling. Yeah. Still plus 21, Tat. We're going so fast, 330 knots. You can see the air temperature outside is -2, but the wing temperature is plus 21. That's because of the compression on the front of the wing. Our fuel flow is 7.5 tons an hour. That is some serious fuel flow. Let's get up to our cruise. Now, I want to see if I can figure out a few things. Perf, optimum is 350. Recommended max 389. Okay, so we can go up to 37. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. We're into the climb phase now. Cosnex 145. Problem is that's pretty fast. I don't know if we'll be able to increase that much. There's activate approach. Don't want to do that yet. And away we go. Daniel says, to my frustration, when flying long haul with 350, my sim crashes. Oh, I hope we don't have that. Yeah, who knows though. Guru says, who on earth dislikes this? Any idea? No, I have no idea. No. People just come to dislike videos sometimes, though. if people don't like it, then that's fine. Thank you for the likes, guys, though, who have been kind enough to. Mr. Espresso says, if we get to 50,000 subscribers before Melbourne, will you do a turnaround flight? Yes. If we reach 50,000 subscribers before we land in Melbourne, I will immediately put the fuel on and we'll fly somewhere else long haul immediately. I promise that. Can you imagine? Thor says sensors just come online, but I'm not sure if separation is ideal. No, I've where am I? It's hard to tell where we are. Thank you very much to Boy Brumman for buying a mug. I hope you enjoy it. Excellent. Thanks, Boy Brumman. I hope you enjoy that mug. Yeah, merchandise available. Just follow the links under the video. You can get yourselves there. No problem at all. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I've got one of those mugs. I really like it. So about this time, what would they do? Well, you'd have already started your film, let's face it. With that hour on the ground, by the time you've sat down, we all know that we'd have started our film straight away. That's what I do on long-haul flights. Nikki says, I'm posting that on Reddit. No, we won't see it. It's not possible. Kokazoo says, when changing to a new frequency, is it wrong to say with you? Well, you got to think with the radio. So I'm from the UK. So in the UK, in aviation, there's a bit of a reputation for the UK being very fussy about radio telephony and radio calls. But in the UK, no one says with you. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. So there's no need to say it. And when you're in really busy airspace like London, they don't want you to fill up the frequency with extra words, I suppose. So no, you'd say you check in by just saying whatever we are. So Qantas 40 Kilo, climbing flight level 370, ducket. In fact, you don't actually need to say where you're going. If you're following your flight plan, then you don't need to tell them that. If you're on a direct, you would. Some countries would prefer different things. The Harmony says, are you using any textures? Yeah, I'm using Matteo Chewy's textures. Matteo kindly created these. They don't have the sort of the wear and tear that the default ones come with, and I think they look a lot crisper as a result. I don't know why. Flight Factor put in lots of wear, but we've talked about this before, where they've got wear around sort of random switches, like these ones up here. There's wear around this display. Now, they may have researched it, and it may be exactly how it was on the airplane they saw, but it just seems a little bit extreme to us, so we don't have that. Where is the clock in this machine? I suppose we've got flight time. 1 hour 10 down there. There we go. Anyway. But yeah, I think these are much nicer textures. Matteo did a great job with them, definitely. Daniel says, how about Roger Wilco? So Wilco means will comply. You can use Wilco for things that are not clearances. So if someone says, please report passing ducket, then you could say Wilco. You wouldn't need to read it back because it's not a clearance. If they say climb flight level 200 to be level ducket, you've got to read it back because it's a clearance. Thank you, Matteo Chewy, for your £5 donation. Really kind, Matteo. Matteo's been a long time supporter. And Matteo recently started streaming as well. Matteo did a very successful stream yesterday, I believe. Sadly, I couldn't make it. I was busy yesterday evening, which didn't help. Didn't help my preparation for today, I must admit. But yeah, thank you, Matteo, for your donation. Matteo says, congrats on for the 40k capped. For the 50k, I would suggest a Concorde flight Melbourne to Hawaii. How about that? Well, that would be good. I'd have to do a lot of study for the Concorde. But yeah, that is a really good idea. If I can get Concorde learned in time. I'm terrible for learning new airplanes on this sim. It takes me ages and ages. I mean, I spent a few hours, you wouldn't know it looking at how this stream's been going, but I spent a few hours just trying to remember how to power this thing on and find the checklist, because the last time I touched it was as we left it on the stand in Mali. But thank you for your donation, Matteo. And yeah, Matteo, very knowledgeable on a lot of the flight sim aircraft and procedures, and was streaming the Toliss. Was it Toliss 319 yesterday, I think? Matteo streams on his channel. Yeah, the clock down here is the UTC, 3:37. So, I realise it's slightly bad for our arrival times, but there we go. So this reckons 13:14 at Melbourne with 7 tons of fuel. There you go, we've already made up a bit of fuel. So 13:14. Oh my goodness, that's 9 hours. Well, that's 10 hours away, isn't it? Well, that's nine and a half hours away. I don't know why that's a surprise to me, because that's exactly what I planned, but it's still a surprise. Look at that, decimal 86 for the cruise. We'll see. I'm going to put in the step climbs because that will save us a bit of fuel, and then we'll see if we can spend that fuel going a bit faster. Mr. Espresso says, it took me hours to wrap my head around the logic of flying the CRJ. Yeah, the CRJ. See, the magic of the 350 is when it's in the air, it's a 320. This looks almost identical, so that's not too bad. But the CRJ is very different. Everything about it is quite different. Oh, we're getting that grid texture pattern. Don't look that way. There is a 350 in the works for Flight Simulator 2020. Giuseppe kindly sent it through to me the other day. I don't know if I answered on that actually, but yeah, it is in the works. But again, who knows how many months or years that will be. But the 350, it really grew on me after that last stream, especially this add-on. I think this is really good. Or that's just sub to Matteo Chewy. Excellent, yeah. Guru KN says 86 the speed of sound. Amazing. Yeah, it is. It is. It is amazing what these airplanes can do. And I don't fully understand how, you know, I don't know what's different about the design. It must be the wing design or something that lets them go a bit faster than the 320s are allowed to go. Also, they've just got more thrust, so for a 320 to try and go that fast, you just burn all your fuel. It wouldn't be worth it. Danny says 9.5 hours just is a bit confronting right now above sea with no terrain around us. Yeah, that's it. If you guys look at that map, or you look at my navigation display, let's bring up airports. So there we go. I'm not sure how many of those we would fit into. There's a nice feature here. Also, look at the climb rate, 1600 feet per minute as we go through 33,000 feet at 300 knots. Powerful machine. We can go flight plan, closest airport. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Oh, I got excited when I saw this earlier. Yeah, okay, so maybe this isn't study level. Fix info? Ah, no. These are all long haul features you see. So I wanted to draw some rings around our alternates, but I can bring it up on the Avi tab anyway. Warlad says, my birthday today, so the missus bought me the Toliss 321. Excellent, Warlad. Well, happy birthday. I hope you have a fantastic day. And yeah, enjoy your 321. It's excellent. It's really excellent. Oh, get to the right window. There we go. How's things going? I can see some buffering going on, but hopefully that's not a problem for you. Doctor on board says, are you not on VATSIM? No, we aren't on VATSIM. We're going to get to the top of climb. I'm just going to make sure we're clear of the airspace. And then we will re-log in. Did anyone else get off the ground? There's a Qatar leaving, going up to VCBI. Fantastic. In Sri Lanka, yeah. Okay, I might try and log in again now, but I don't know. I don't know. The Toliss can draw fixes, yeah. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. So, oh no, not here though. No, it's not able to. I thought maybe we could cheat. Guru says, so she saved up 78 million US dollars for how long? Oh, the Toliss, yeah. Tony said, Control said he'd be happy to sort out separation. I've messaged him. Okay, let's log back in then. Let's log back in. It'd be a shame not to. Let's see where we end up. Don't want to feel too lonely out here for this length of flight. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Matteo. So I'll pin that one. Anyone looking for the textures for the 350? That's the message for you. I am satisfied with the 350, Lucas. Yeah, it's not complete, but it's got VNAV planning. It's got all these extra bits on the screen. You know, it does feel like a long-haul airplane when you fly it. Last 1,000 feet to go. I'm not entirely convinced about the graphics in some areas, but other areas it's pretty good. 1239. There we go. Oh no, I keep reaching over to my radio panel, but sadly it just doesn't seem to work, and I do not know why. Okay, we're not Virgin, we're Qantas. Control Qantas 40 Kilo, good afternoon. Climbing flight level 370 to Dakar.
Qantas 40 Kilo, Mali, control identified, flight level 370, nice street bro.
Climb flight level 370, and sorry, say again for Qantas 40 Kilo.
Nice YouTube stream.
Thanks very much. Oh, we got an excellent. That's very nice of the controller. So let's see where we're fitting in. It's nice to hear other airplanes. This is serious, right? So I'm going to do in about half an hour, guys. I'm going to do a roll call. We'll see who's flying along, and then we'll see how many of us are there at the end. I can see 3 in front of us at the moment. Qantas 572 got ahead really early. Gross and Moon is the speed pair doing pretty well.
316,
So basically, we're pointing away from terrain the whole time now. As we go further southeast into the Indian Ocean, we're going to have Indonesia as our ETOPS alternates off to our left. And then we'll have a few Australian ones as well. Wow, Australia's busy on VATSIM. I could see a big... that looks like a big group flight going on down there, actually. Yeah, I wonder if there's some event going on. And we're going down to Melbourne. I don't know what Australia looks like in X-Plane. I've never been to it. Danny is Gulf Air 144. Excellent. Thanks for messaging, Diane. Thank you for messaging the controller. Love Plane 001. I am later back. Hello, Donald Hoskins. Hello to you. Thanks for coming along. Lauren V says, if I get a bit of a nap in, I'm planning to do an Australian domestic leg into Melbourne. Excellent. Ollie Nut, good to see you. Ollie says, I would fly along, but don't have any long haul aircraft. Yeah, I completely understand. There's Mateo. Mateo is hardcore. It's been a while since Mateo's flown along on one of our longer ones, because we normally stream when Mateo is busy. So yeah, it's great. It's 5:30 PM in West Australia, 7:30 in East Australia. Yeah, Australia is just colossal. Flight, we've got about 9.5 hours to go. Kadeko says, I'm not flying along, but may meet you at Melbourne. I'll download a fire engine for that water salute. Excellent. Excellent. Crows and Mountains, Australia. Snakes, human-eating spiders, bushfires, desert and ocean. It's incredible. Australia is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Minecraft, hello to you. Thanks for coming. Thor says, keep an eye out for those Aussie drop bears. Yeah, so first ETOPS alternate for us. Not applicable for now. We're going to turn around, of course, and go back to Male. But we're starting off with Kualananu in Indonesia, and then Pekanbaru, then Perth, Adelaide, and finally Avalon. They're all our ETOPS alternates. Ralph flying along in the A350 with us. Excellent. What's our favourite wing view? I think that's a pretty good wing view. I like the Qantas livery a lot. It's pretty timeless. It's a bit like the Singapore livery. They don't have to change it much. I really like the kangaroo design. Really nice. Bit turbulent here. Yeah, simple, modern font. I don't know if any of you have seen the Qantas head office. I was just looking up a little bit about, the airline before we set off on this stream, and yeah, it is the slickest office building I've ever seen. Just all glass and all like tinted and everything. It looks fantastic. Eco Gamer says, can go 40k. I have one question: how much it was long? I'm not entirely sure what you're asking for that. Hella Van der Veen says, who are you rooting for in F1? Oh, good question. Well, we're not going to talk about the actual race. We can talk about F1, but we're no talking about the race. So that is going to be the risk of letting conversation about F1 even happen. Who am I rooting for? Well, I quite like to see. I The teams have changed so much this year. I need to get my head around it really. But I'd like to see Lewis do well as always. I quite like seeing Antonio Giovinazzi do well. I like supporting Italy. I know there's obviously Ferrari for that, but Antonio Giovinazzi is the Italian driver on the grid. So yeah, hopefully Alfa Romeo can pick it up a bit this year, because last year was certainly not their year. The model on this, you can actually see there is the little. This is the little. I think that's a fuel dumping. I think makes sense that it's further out there. You wouldn't want it behind the engines. So yeah. So if we needed to return, long-haul aircraft have the ability to dump fuel. Goodness only knows where that would be. Somewhere on the fuel panel. No. So on 747s, you could type in the remaining fuel you want and then get it to dump. How you dump fuel on a 350 is an absolute mystery to me, I'm afraid. We could put in some winds. I've got... Yeah, okay. Well, we might have to do that to be more specific. Lauren V says, F1 is making this yank feel lost. Yeah, yeah, it's not a very American thing, F1, is it? This is X-Plane 11, Darren, absolutely, X-Plane 11. Ed likes Lando to do well, there you go. Main meal during the cruise. Oh, that reminds me. We've got to do our level off PA. Why can't I hear it? I'm sure... I'm sure you can normally. Oh, there it is. Let's pick another one. Let's do a little drinks and light meal. There we go. Alexander says, how will you prevent getting bored? I really don't know. We'll just keep chatting to everyone. Flynn says, if you want, I can request some extra ATC for the morning. Might be a small amount because it may be 2 to 3 AM for some people. That's okay, Flynn. Yeah, don't get anyone out of bed, because I appreciate we're going to arrive in Australia when it's very early morning in Australia, I suppose. Yeah, it would be very early morning, yeah. So, unless it's already morning by the time we get there, goodness me, it's hard to know. We're crossing all sorts of date lines doing this fun. Oh yeah, the TCAS works on this add-on, which is really nice. Look at this. There's the traffic in front of us.
Yes, sir.
I've got... Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can do to the flight time. So, at the moment, 13:28 into Melbourne. Now, that's not... Don't worry about that time, guys. That's not useful for us. Oh, there's the total, 4543. Let's go to... So 13:28 with... Oh, it's already down to 6 tons. We lost a bit. 13:28, 6 tons.
Station calling unreadable.
That's made no difference. I think we're pretty much at the maximum it's going to give us. 0.86 does seem very fast. We could put in some step climbs though. He says confidently. Right, so let's do those while we're here. Seems like a good thing to get sorted. So thank you, Marley. Marley, it's for Lana International that we left. It's on an island in the North Marley Atoll, very near to the main actual city of Marley, but not actually on the same island, I don't think. First had an airport in 1960. It's only 6 feet above sea level, so you can imagine that, yeah, hopefully the sea levels don't rise too much there. And there's the Waterdrome adjacent, which is where all those Twin Otters fly people over to their luxury villas. And that second runway, someone did accidentally land on that second runway already, which we have talked about before. But there we go. This runway here, it's being built up. And you can see how useful it's going to be. Because if they want to expand the amount of traffic coming in and out, it's going to be fantastic if there's another runway there. So let's go to our chart. Right. So we're going to go at Cameron to 390. So let's see if we can figure this one out. And there's a top of descent. Oh, there it is. Not sure. That's in about half an hour. I'm not sure we'll be able to do that. But if I click on it, step out, I can actually put these in. It's amazing because it's such a different interface. They did a lot of work to get this all to work. 390. It's just ignored. That doesn't seem like it. I've never had an aeroplane just ignore me before, but there we go. Okay, right, so 447 and then again at 857. So now those are in. That's so simple, isn't it? See what a long haul pilot's talking about. This is all very simple stuff. Gives us 1328 6 tons. Made absolutely no difference. Next will be loading in the winds. Loading in the winds is very tedious. Very tedious. Barker says, my friend's dad worked on building Malé Airport. Fantastic. There you go. Amazing. Well, it's a lovely airport. And we had a great time there, no doubt. How are we doing? Look at that queue. Oh, there is a bit of a queue back there. Johannes is very close to ACH. Who's ACH? Who's also coming on to Melbourne. Wow, okay. We're getting close to roll call time. I can see Brad. Qantas 412. Luckily, I'm surrounded by airplanes either side. Not that they can do much to help us, but let's go to nav and you'll see possibly, I think Mateo's behind us. There's Mateo. Ah, they've all stayed lower. No. Now that wind isn't adding up to much of a tailwind like we promised. Adam says, no, I missed the start because the clock went forward. Yeah, I almost missed the start because the clock's going forward. But don't worry, it's an hour of not a lot, and then me disconnecting from VATSIM to get in the air. Look at that grid. That's a shame. That is a real shame. I'm not sure if it's geographical or what causes it, so we'll ignore that view. We'll go to that view, much nicer. John says, is it considered bad manners to have Viennese rolls for breakfast? Is it considered bad manners? I don't think so. I mean, let's face it, they are just sort of a bit of dairy, so it's just like having cereal in a way, I suppose. Lauren said, Johannes decided to get nice and high. There we go. So they'll be alright in that separation. Darren says, finally I can join your live stream. I'm from Malaysia. Excellent. Thanks for coming along. I hope things are well in Malaysia. I hope you enjoy the stream. Flight control and emergency elect power after start checklist says for the fuel dump. There it is. Fuel jettison. Now it has an interaction thing, but I'm not managing to make it move, so I won't play with it before we accidentally jettison all our fuel. But yeah, there we go. Excellent. Johannes was cleared straight up to 3.9. Very good, very good. I mean, our optimum at the moment is cruise. Optimum is only 352, so I don't really want to go any higher. It could be a bit too much effort for the airplane, especially recommended max 392. I don't want to be actually at my recommended max. It's not ideal. 1327, we saved a minute. Yes, that's it, a minute. Adam Cooper says, why do pilots always wear Tommy Hilfiger? My friend is a 757-6 pilot and is never out of the stuff. I don't know. You guys, in the only live video I've done, saw my one Tommy Hilfiger jumper. You need to put on the red tabs. Yeah, we won't do that. Janice B says, luckily I can afford the extra fuel in the sim. Yeah. No worries, John. No worries, John. Brandon is coming along in a 321 NEO. Excellent, Brandon. Although you might lose out a bit on the pace. The 321 NEO is a great machine, but it's not going to fly along at .86. That's the only slight issue with it. Plus, as the flight goes on, we'll be even higher, so that .86 will mean we're even faster. Flynn, we'll be back in the morning. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good night. Rasmus says, what's the max range on the vertical profile? Can it show you the upcoming step climbs? Good question. I don't know. No, it seems to be the same rate. Oh no, it seems to be much lower range. It's only up to 160 miles. I suppose for vertical planning that's all you need. Whether you can change that is a good question. I can cycle those and I can put the OAS in there. That's one thing I have learnt. So we can use this over here. That's what some people do. It all works. It all works. There's our step climb at Cameron, so we should see it soon enough. I'm not sure, to be honest. That's only 300 miles away. I'm really not sure it's going to make a difference. Well, I'm not sure by then it'll be a good idea because our optimum is still not going to be at 3.7, so I might delay it a little bit. Yeah, Checkpoint saying face exposed in that view. Yeah, I've made that mistake in the Just Flight video as well, the PA28. MSJN says first he tries to fry the avionics, then he tries to jettison the fuel. Exactly. This is it. I mean, what do you do now? I suppose now it's about thinking of what's next. Or not really what's next, but what could be next. So the big thing for us now is where do we go? And I really wanted to get those range rings in so we could see our alternate, but I just don't think it's going to be possible. Because you could draw it in and get the big circles on the screen showing you exactly where you're going to go if you have a problem. And it's slightly worrying to me that with that avionics problem we had earlier, it suggests that this airplane is very much, or this add-on is very much failures capable. So let's keep our fingers crossed that doesn't reoccur. Yeah, I think it's all good. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way. Matteo will be the expert. Thank you, Nick T. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Let's go to... Any of these work? Not really. Not really. There's our step climb and topper climb. And then there's another step climb, topper climb. Decimal 86 the whole way. Decimal 82 in the descent. Just check our planned speeds. So flight plan was on decimal 85. So yeah, so we got a little bit of a speed boost on that. I'm more concerned about the wind. I was hoping for a tailwind. Checkpoint's having an Earl Grey. Enjoy. Right. That's it. Off we go. I just wish I could get some fixes in. You know, big thing now is just that situational awareness. It wasn't so bad when we flew to Male because we were over ground for most of the journey. But I'm a little upset it doesn't show us here. I can't think of anything else we can do for that. Nope. If you go to map, there's an aircraft carrier. That's going to be our option. Everyone else is way ahead, and that's it. That's the most range we're going to get. So there's not even any much point showing you that. In hindsight, what I should do is get a... Oh, we can see our colleague. Was that just dirt on the windscreen? No, that's just dirt on the windscreen. In hindsight, I should have got the VAT map up so you guys can see it on here. But any of you can look it up. Have there been any serious incidents with the A350? Oh, good question. None spring to mind. The A380 obviously had a few exciting ones with some engines letting go, but the 350 seems to be doing quite well. Boeing Boy says that Barrow is off standard. Yep, standard is correct for us here. I suppose this one could also go to standards. There we go. No point having a QNH now, so far away from when we set it. And there we go, we've got pretty cold in the hold. 23, 24, I think all that works as well. Let's warm it up in the cockpit, keep it nice and cozy. I think today 360. No, we probably can't fit. There's still a few of you stuck in the hold, I'm afraid. Can't quite fit 360 people into the cabin on this one, especially with our configuration of having. This is a very fancy fitted 350. Look at that, a lot of first class. I mean, that is pretty serious. So our passenger number's a bit low, but it's with this triple format. It's quite short. I mean, the 350-900, it's not that short. It is a massive plane, but its big thing is that it's got 333 as opposed to 232. So it's it does cram in passengers, no doubt about it. Yeah, 151 passengers. I mean, that's nothing. We easily carry more than that on a 320 most times. Well, pre-COVID, most times. And you can, if you really fancy it, read through the entire user guide like this. But it's not formatted particularly well. It always just seems to fit on the bottom half of the screen for me. So if we go to hydraulics, sorry guys. Yeah, so let's see. Right, we've got yellow and green. It's got 2 independent hydraulic circuits. Yeah, well, there's 3 in the little one. It's surprising. 2 hydraulic circuits, 2 electrical circuits. It provides redundancy on flight controls. Use of electro-hydraulic actuators. Thus, this architecture enables to control the aircraft via the side-sticking pedals without any hydraulic supply. There you go. That explains it then. I mean, goodness knows how that works. But yeah, that's amazing. The dual hydraulic systems operate continuously and power the flight controls, the landing gear system, and the cargo doors at a nominal pressure of 5,000. Yeah, it used to be 3,000, so it's 3,000 psi on the little Airbus, but it's 5,000 like the 380. And then you've got electrical hydrostatic actuators. I have no idea what they are, but there you go. So even if you lose both of those hydraulic systems, there's no point having 3 because it's just another thing to break, I suppose. But there's a lot of reading material. Yeah, probably not the best time to start reading the manual, you know, as we sit in the cruise. But that's where we've come to it. This one nav map could be nice for some lightweight contingency planning. Could be messy. Yeah. Lauren V says 350 is capable of 10 abreast in the back, but I'd never want to be in it. 10? Oh my goodness, yeah, that would be quite a lot. So that would be 343, wouldn't it? Goodness me. Sven prefers 242. Yeah, I agree. 242 is good. You've got 4 seats in the middle for families, 2 seats at the edge for couples or even individuals. But at least when you're in the 2 seats at the side, that we can go and see our cabin. When you're in the 2 seats at the side, boom, it's all good because you've got. This is pretty spaced out. I'd definitely, if I was in first class, I'd want a nice divider here to keep the business class away. Look at this bar. I don't remember having a bar. Was there a bar in the... I suppose there must have been. Was there a bar in the Virgin one that we flew? I don't remember that. Very nice. I don't know if any airline puts a bar in a 350. But yeah, so the... I definitely agree. Having two at the side is definitely the way forwards. But... yeah, they got to get the passengers in, I suppose. So yeah, 333. Nice colour scheme. I do like the Qantas colour scheme. Ethan's Aviation says, like Richard Branson said, do first, learn later. Yeah. Yeah.
Control to Qantas 358. Any chance we could take flight level threat to 370?
Qantas 358. A bit hot at the moment. There's the traffic in front of you at 370.
Oh, look at that. The crew rest area.
Here at the moment it's just on fuel issue.
No, Mateo's running into a fuel problem.
358, no problem.
pretty early on. Oh dear. I mean, we've got the same problem with this wind. It's becoming a crosswind.
358, I can give you 370, but are you able to do it at a lower Mach number?
Yes, I could do that. I could take 370 with a lower Mach number.
Roger, report your current Mach number.
Forward crew bunks as well. I have no idea where the forward crew bunks are.
Current Mach number is decimal 86. We can take 84.
On the 358, climb flight level 370, maintain Mach decimal 84.
Is that there? Is it above this?
370 decimal 84. One decimal 8.
I'm not sure. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Again, it's just sort of a bit compared to the Christmas we get now with some things. I mean, I can't complain about a cabin. I'll never complain about a cabin because the cabin's just extra. But I don't know. There's some things about the cockpit just a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. It just doesn't feel very high resolution, I suppose. And that's funny because I thought the texture I had got rid of that sort of worn out effect. But there we go. There it is. Adam Cooper says, would you ever change type rating, and if so, what would you want to fly? The chances of me getting a choice in what I change to is next to zero. Really, I mean, I say next to zero. You can, either you apply for jobs at companies that have the airplane you want to fly, but that's a very rare way to do things. Chasing a specific airplane is not really recommended. You're better off, going for the job that. It's the sort of flying you want to do. Now, that may coincide with the airplane you want to fly, but anyway, there you go. So, yeah, I hope to do another type rating. I'd love to fly another airplane. I'd love to fly anything. Just it's always good to try out different things. And I've flown the Airbus for a few years now, the 320. I absolutely love it, but it'd be nice to go and try a long-haul Airbus or a Boeing or anything like that. Yeah, no problem at all. And he says, it's a nice cabin, but the toilet in my Concorde flushes. Does it really? That is good. That is very good. G-Point says it'd be a long flight without working toilets. Yeah, it'd be a bit intense. Yeah, that's a real issue. If the water system for the passengers breaks on a flight like this, you're really not going to carry on. Well, potentially, depending on the situation, but you've got real problems with hygiene when you're doing a 10-hour flight. On smaller aircraft, you can make other things happen. Mateo says, I've fixed the main textures, but under certain lights you have the metalness textures still adding some wear. Ah, very good. Yeah, fair enough. How's your fuel doing, Mateo? Tony says, have you seen the Phenom 300 release yesterday? It's getting great reviews. No, I think I saw, did V1 stream the Phenom yesterday, but I hadn't heard about it, so it's all news to me. Who's made it? Is it good? Grocer Moon is in a Flight Factor 350 as well. Excellent, in the British Airways livery. Grocer Moon has some good scenery as well for Male, definitely. I'm very excited about the fly-by-wire A380. Yes, the A380 is a plane that I've wanted in a simulator forever and ever, and I've used it a lot in Aerofly FS on my mobile phone. Default clouds indeed. Yeah. Mateo says, oh, we've done that. So no weather add-ons here. No. James says, if the lab tank is full, I think that's reasonable grounds for ditching. Maybe not quite that extreme. Fluff says, are those indicators on the armrest to make it comfortable? So these indicators, you have like rollers, and I'm assuming this looks exactly like the armrest I'm used to, but yeah, the indicators work by you slide them into the right position, and then your arm sits level. So it's hard to describe, but basically your arm needs to be running level to the side stick so that you can move it comfortably, and then your wrist and so on will work out. So it's got you'll just remember the number. So as you move the rollers, it'll move these numbers and also change the angle and the height. Mateo says 4.8 estimated fuel on board. Planned remaining is 6.5, but reserves are 3.5, so it should be good. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Tony says, yeah, V1 streamed it yesterday, made by Airbus. He said it's the best private jet for sure. Yeah, very good. I've never flown a Phenom. I'll have to look it up. Beach Tango says, have they released a new patch for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Possibly. MSJN says, I see a theme in the planes you like the most. Well, the Toliss A340 is another one. Really excited about that. Again, another one I sadly won't get to fly. How would the rest schedules work, says Daniel? That's a good question. It's just beyond me, I'm afraid. Yeah, Mateo had proper scenery as well. Oh wow, you guys had great scenery. Looks like Crows the Moon's using the PBR texture mod. Yeah, so I tried it out in London, and I had a bit of a an issue with the frame rate, like I say. Now that's possibly because London I have Orbex for, but I noticed a lower frame rate using the PBR texture than using the default, which is why I've gone back to Mateo's custom textures. But yeah, the PBR one's still really good as well.
Golf A144, descend at 90,000 feet, QNH 1006. QNH 1006.
Danny says they're also working on a fully licensed Falcon 8X. Excellent.
90,000 feet.
Nice to have some different things. Always. Captain Joe has a great video on crew rest if you're curious. There you go. Captain Joe will sort it out. He's long haul now, isn't he? Noah says, is the TCA side stick and throttle worth it? I would say so. Yeah, definitely. The side stick is definitely worth it if you don't have a side stick. If you've already got a side stick, then, or a joystick for your sim, then if that works for you, then it's not. I wouldn't say it's revolutionary or better than, you know, a normal joystick. It's better. I think it is a bit better than the one I had before, but the throttles I really like because I like having the detent. But that's the biggest feature about them. Yeah, they have the master switches and so on, which is fun. It is fun, but at the same time, you do that once or twice in a flight, if that. So yeah. I haven't got the add-on pack, Ed. No, the add-on pack is still eluding me. I would like to try that. So that's stuff you would use a bit more. So that's your flaps, your speed brakes, your parking brake. That's good. That would be good, I think. Yeah. Crows the Moon says no FPS using PBR is so crisp. Ah, well I did have it installed yesterday, but there we go. I'll try that next time if there is a next time. I don't mind these ones, but the PBR ones did look. Well, the PBR one has the extra texture effect. PBR, I forget what PBR means, but it does give something extra. Tom C says, when buying Navigraph, do you buy a subscription and then do they send you your account details? You have to make an account and then pay for the subscription, Tom C. So if you go to the website and make an account, and then you got to pay. Rishab, good to see you. Rishab says hello, great to see the 350 again. Yeah, it's nice to see it back, definitely. Ed Islam, my FCU arrived. FCU, goodness me, how did you get an FCU? Thank you very much, Jetpack Away, for your £10 donation. Really appreciate it. Jetpack Away says thanks for everything. Thank you. That's really kind. Thank you, Jetpack Away. I hope you're doing very well. Sorry, the guy's just sorting something else out. When I was doing the New Year's Day live stream, I was completely alone for the day, so it was there were no interruptions. Noah says, have you tried the A330 and A321 add-on? No, I've not tried either.
135, you're leaving the sector shortly. Radar services terminated.
And there we go.
Monitor Unicom 122,
That's
that's
the end. Yeah, so thank you very much, Jetpack Away. Really kind of you, and I hope you're doing well. And thanks for coming along, and thank you for donating towards the channel. Really appreciate it, Jetpack Away. Kadeko says 1,400 likes on the first long haul stream. Think we can get more than that before we land? Oof, that would be quite a challenge. That's 1,000 more likes than we have now. I mean, 410 is already good, but that's 410 is more than we've got viewers. So thank you all for the likes. Really appreciate it. We're not. Yeah, it's always appreciated, definitely. But you know, this is just for our amusement, and I appreciate that things are slightly different now. New Year's Day was a particularly good day to be streaming, it turns out. Daniel says, are you going to try the fly-by-wire A380? I will indeed. It looks like they've made more progress than we thought. I don't know what you guys think. This is a question for you guys, really. On my channel, I try and mix up the content a little bit. Now we started with. Oh, see, this is what's going to happen. If you leave me alone on my microphone for 12 hours, I'll just start talking about anything with you guys that maybe you don't want to hear. Anyway, so the content on my channel is mainly, it started off with heavy tutorials, and I say heavy in the sense that we took, you know, quite big topics like RNAV approaches or holding or whatever, and we went into detail on how we did it in the real Airbus. Now, some of these features are being added to the fly-by-wire in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I know a lot of you are here from Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I've been basically redoing those tutorials in Microsoft Flight Simulator just to show you some of the differences, or how to make it work, or how to get around something that may be missing for now. I also do updates on the fly-by-wire because I like doing that, and that the progress they make is incredible. But I don't tend to do news sort of stuff, so I don't end up making videos that talk about, or I might talk about releases, but we don't tend to do a video to chat about latest releases, things like that. So I don't know what you guys would like. I've always imagined that's not really of as much interest to you guys, but you let me know if you'd like to see some sort of news style stuff on the channel. It's up to you guys. But there is also the time limitation, which is that it does take quite a lot of, well, news videos I suppose aren't quite as long to make, but you just got to be researched properly. But anyway, Alexander says, why are you not using Twitch? We've never used Twitch on the channel. Maybe one day, but I don't fully understand it, and I don't know if you guys, well, you guys here are all on YouTube, so I assume you all prefer YouTube, but tell me if you prefer Twitch. I've never tried it properly. Guru says, how about a new channel intro for the vids shot in Microsoft Flight Simulator? So a new channel intro has been requested before, and I am getting better at the drone stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I think I could probably frame a new one. So that's something I need to work on, definitely. The cat has just arrived, Kadeko. The cat has just arrived to sit down with me. She might complain in a minute. We know she is here indeed. And we've just received a message from a Thompson. So thank you for your message to the Thompson. You're very welcome to the Thompson 9 Echo Victor. Thank you, Alan Story, for your £10 donation. Really appreciate it, Alan. Alan says, put this towards a nice Chinese takeaway. I doubt you'll feel like cooking after this marathon. Yeah, yeah, I doubt it somehow too. But thank you very much, Alan. Really appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the channel so much over the time. Very kind of you. And I hope you're doing very well. And I hope life is treating you well, Alan. Thank you. And Alan's been with the channel for a long time now. So yeah, thank you for coming along again. John Padfield says, I'd watch new content. Cool. Thanks, John. Anthony says, more CRJ videos. Okay, yeah, CRJ. I want to fly the CRJ again very soon. I've, as you saw, I did that little video where I've flown it in its new livery by AC455. Rishab says, the tutorials for new planes in the sim are great, but I personally love the streams. How funny. Yeah, it's you know, there you go. It's funny. In my mind, well, I never know, but I've been doing both, obviously, streams and videos, and it's interesting to hear that some people prefer just the streams. Fair enough. Yeah, great. I love doing the streams, so that's great news. Pavel wants a VATSIM video. Yeah, VATSIM for Dummies is definitely something I've been meaning to do for a long time. Yeah. Lawrence Smith says, any idea on when you'll be flying again? Sadly not. We're waiting in the UK to hear what the government says as to when we're allowed to travel again. Alex UK says, I love your update on fly-by-wire. Cool. Okay. Well, what I've done recently, you've seen, I've stuck in a couple of sort of music video sort of things into my videos, and I did that livery one yesterday. So you can probably expect more of that, because I quite enjoy those, but they're only very short. They don't tend to replace the normal content. Fluff says, to be honest, considering how prolific you are, I wouldn't bother trying to squeeze in the news. No, and that is the thing. Yeah, that is the thing. But that's why you don't tend to... I do videos on fly-by-wire updates, but only when they've... you know, when it's implementable and you can use it. I don't... they did do a big press release, but I think that was covered by other channels pretty well anyway. Andy H1302, thank you for your £5 donation. Thank you, Andy. And thank you for all your hard work moderating. And he says, in just under a year, it's been an incredible journey from 30 viewers on a stream to 40,000 subs. Here's to the next 40,000 and beyond. I know. I mean, it is a bit mind-bending. So I talked about it on the last stream. We started in early April, was the very first video went onto this channel when the first lockdown started in the UK. And I put up a few videos, and obviously, you know, channel was new, so they got seen by a few people. And they, you know, didn't really get many views at all, which is what you'd expect for a new channel. But they did get some really nice feedback from some people who watched them, including people like Andy and Richard V, who's another of our moderators, and Matteo, who started coming along. And then I'd post a new video, and people would ask me for another topic. So that was definitely, there was a period early on where it was looking like, you know, I wasn't really sure how to carry on, and then, because people kept suggesting things that they wanted to see, I just kept doing it. So yeah, it's been a crazy journey. So thank you, Andy, and thank you, Andy, for your support and enthusiasm and moderating, because that's what makes a big difference. And thank you for coming along again to another stream. And yeah, I really appreciate it. Marina Halley, thank you for your £3.20 donation. We see again what you did there, and I hope you're doing well. And thank you very much. Yeah, it's been crazy, and I promised long haul for 40k. Here we are. I was happy to do it. After the last long haul, I was desperate to do another one. So I knew it would be hard to actually fit it in, because with all the videos as well as streams, it's surprisingly time consuming, this. But thank you very much for the donations. Thank you again to Andy and Marina Halley, and to Alan, of course. Anthony said, absolutely, grab that livery, it's amazing. I'm glad you like livery. Yeah, that was AC455 did that one. There's two. There's a pink one on the bottom and the blue one, and I for me, I think the blue one is my favourite, but yeah, they're both great. When do we get a cat name reveal? Ooh, I don't know. I have to ask her. Yeah, she's still quite happy. She's curled up on my lap now. Aaron says, I'll sub to you on Twitch for sure. Okay, thank you. William said, not really interested in the news. The YouTubers that make them often fall into clickbait. I don't want this channel to fall that way. I really enjoy the realistic stories. Okay, yeah, William, I appreciate that. Definitely. What will you have for lunch in the cockpit? Okay, so my first snack of the flight has arrived. I'll talk about that in a second. That's the big next event. You've got to spread things out when it comes to flying. So if I do a 4-hour flight in the 321, you know, suddenly I'm not rushing my food in the cruise, because you've got to space things out, keep yourself entertained. And I can only imagine long haul pilots do the same thing. But I can, from what I know from pilots I've spoken to who do fly long haul, the biggest risk is that you end up using food just to entertain yourself, which is what I'm going to be doing today. Alex UK, thank you very much for your £10 donation. Really appreciate it, Alex. Alex says, totally agree with Andy. You've done amazingly. 40k subs, and it's only going to get bigger. That's in for dummy, spot on idea. Thank you very much, Alex UK. Thank you for your support. You supported this loads already, so I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well, and thank you for your £10 donation. Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Piano Learner likes YouTube. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Definitely don't leave YouTube, says Flying Iron Films. Seeing a lot of vids about people switching to YouTube because better features versus Twitch if you're not a partner. Okay, interesting. Well, we definitely wouldn't be a partner on Twitch. Okay, I didn't know that, because I know nothing about streaming. I did my first live stream in May last year, and I know it's been a year, so actually I should know more than I know. But as I said, we do streaming and videos, and then we're learning new airplanes, and I haven't really ever delved into the social media aspects of things. But Twitch, I understood, was meant to be the place to go for streaming, but I've never felt the draw. Chekhov, thank you very much for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, very kind. I hope you're doing well, Chekhov, and thanks for coming along today. And thank you for your donation. Very kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you, Chekhov. Thank you. Breed, it's Siamese, Daniel Dutch. If you join our Discord, and go to the Cats Behind the Aviators channel, the first picture is of the cats that so often talks on this channel. 320 lap pilot, says Kaneko. Yeah, that's a good name for it. Right.
Qantas 40 kilo, leaving my sector shortly. Monitor Unicorn 122, that's right there. Bye-bye.
Unicorn 1228, Qantas 40 kilo. Thanks for your help. Bye-bye. We can do that. Doop. There we go. Yeah, so Andy says stick with YouTube. Yeah, definitely YouTube says Victor Tango. See, is my wind wrong? We'll see if my wind updates, Matteo. Matteo's concerned about the timings. I think it's possibly my wind. What's your arrival time showing as, Matteo? Why won't you do Flight 400, says Alexander. Agreed. Oh. Thank you very much, Warrior Lad. Thank you for your $6.90 donation. Really appreciate it, Warrior Lad. Warrior Lad says, loving my birthday Toliss A321 so far. Thanks for all the videos and streams. Have a pint on me. Cheers. Thank you so much, Warrior Lad. Really appreciate it. Will do. And yeah, thank you for coming along to the channel, and thank you for your donation. And yeah, I will absolutely do that after the flight, of course. After the flight. And pints will be available again in the UK soon. But the Toliss A321, if you go back to my first videos, some of the recording quality, you know, I started this channel on my laptop, so we did streams on a laptop as well, and we managed, not always as successfully as other times, but yeah. So if you're starting out on the Toliss, I've got videos on almost everything you can think of on the Toliss. We've done high performance takeoffs, and we've done landings, holds, RNAVs, VOR, track FPA. 321 gave themselves a wicked tailwind. They're supposed to arrive first. There you go. Luke says, how hard did you find the ATPLs? The ATPLs, your air transport pilot's license, but they're often referred to as your ATPLs because your air transport pilot's license is the license you have eventually. But to start off with, you have a commercial pilot's license and your ATPL exams, and that's what's called a frozen ATPL. Basically means you can't be a captain on an airliner yet. till you have some experience. You need your 1500 hours and to pass the test. So the ATPLs are your theory exams, and you'll spend a long time studying for those. They are hard. There's a lot to learn. You don't need to be a genius to pass your ATPLs, but you do need to be enthusiastic, because you have to. The more you enjoy it, the easier it will be. So some topics I didn't enjoy as much as others, and that was where it was harder, definitely. But some topics I absolutely loved, and found them no problem at all. Adrian says, how long is this vid going to take? It's going to take hours and hours and hours and hours. Ethan says, I prefer YouTube as Twitch has too much ads in streams. Okay, no worries, Ethan Aviation. Although I have a button here that I could press right now that says insert ad. I still don't know what it does. I think it gives some of you an advert, and I can only apologise for those of you who suffer for it. But it does act like a little, I assume it adds a little bit of ad revenue to the stream. I really don't know though. Lawrence Smith says, anyone know VATSIM client be used? I'm using Xpilot. Yeah, so it sounds like YouTube is definitely the way forward. We're not too fussed about news sort of stuff. I'm always a bit anxious when I show fly-by-wire features. So I'm not on the fly-by-wire QA team or anything like that, because I try to show you things that you can get, but to get all these autopilot videos, I thought when I made the autopilot updated videos that you guys would be able to download that in the installer soon after, but of course it's taken a bit longer. But it's because they're doing it properly. So yeah, it's hopefully you guys will get that stuff soon. But anyone can go and get it from the Discord. MSJN says, the CRJ videos helped me a lot when I got it, same as an A320. Excellent. Bacon Warrior says, I think streaming suits flight simulation. Yeah, I can agree with that. Jason says, I like the incremental A320NX mod update videos. Nice bite-sized tutorials focused on small topics. Definitely would look great to get an MSFS A320 intro for the channel. Okay, cool. So the funny thing is, I've kept the Toliss for so long. I want to make another one, but I've also kept the Toliss because the Toliss is what the channel was built on. There's no doubt about it, and I quite liked having that sort of that throwback to the start of the channel on there. But if I can find a way to combine them, that would be great. Mariner Halley says, I'd watch any content you provide, mate. Thanks, Mariner. Thank you. Yeah, CRJ videos will be coming soon. Now, whether I'll do tutorial videos on the CRJ or not, I don't know. I'll definitely do the CRJ, either videos or streams, because I really do enjoy it. I really like the CRJ. I don't know why it's really speaking to me more than I thought it would. Sometimes things do, like the Beluga definitely has on the channel. But whether I'll do tutorials, I don't know. What I was thinking with the CRJ is I'll possibly do like a little rough guide that shows you power up, like how to get it turned on pretty quickly, and what rough systems you need in the right place. Because you can get that CRJ up and running very quickly if you don't mind ignoring the procedures. Matteo says, wind is 064 at 10. Okay, but you've got a bit more of a crosswind. Arrival time 9 hours and 4 minutes from now. Okay. We are... four... Let me just try and work this one out. 9 hours and 10 minutes. So... that's going to be... well, we are running at 9 hours. This is really hard maths for me right in this moment. So it's currently 4:37 UTC. Thank you very much, Victor Tango, for your $20.69 donation. Incredibly generous. Thank you, Victor Tango. That's really kind of you. Victor Tango says, congratulations on the 40k subscribers, Captain, and thank you for all the time you dedicated into building this great channel. I look forward to the 50k long haul stream. Excellent. Thank you, Victor Tango. Thanks so much. That's really kind of you. That's incredibly generous. So thank you for coming along and helping out with the channel so much. Really appreciate it, and that's very, very generous of you. I hope you're doing very well. And yeah, thanks so much. Thank you. Tailwind after runners, according to Simwings, says Stephen. Perfect. Yeah, and thank you for moderating as well, Victor Tango. Really appreciate it. But that's very generous. Thank you. Thanks so much. And the H1302 says the biggest advantage to me with YouTube over Twitch is that if I'm on my own, I can watch the TV. And you can't do that on Twitch. There you go. That's a good one. Yeah, a lot of people do watch on the TV. I know that. Yeah, that's true. Rory Lad says, not sure why it came through as dollars. I did it in GBP. I'm in the UK. No worries, Rory Lad. I think that's Streamlabs' technique for doing things. It shows it up in dollars. I don't know why. Maybe there's a setting I need to change. Alex UK says, let's vote just YouTube or Twitch. 1 vote for just YouTube. Yeah, okay. I don't have any serious intentions. I don't think I even have a Twitch account. It's a whole new world, and they do all sorts of things like cheers and stuff, which I don't fully understand. Fly Factor A350 is a good plane. I got it on sale. I'd probably recommend getting it on sale if you can. It is good. It's just not 100% complete. Put it that way. Volcom says, have you got any crazy weather turbulence stories? Yeah, I've had some many years ago, not on the Airbus. I've had turbulence that was so bad the autopilot of the aircraft we were in wouldn't fly straight and level. It just kept disconnecting, and we basically didn't stay in it at all. And our altitude was going up and down. You see it now. Imagine that, but it's going up and down over 100 feet, 200 feet, sort of continuously. It was remarkable. I've never seen anything like it before or since, thankfully. And it wasn't to do with mountains or anything like that. It was just turbulence. It was awful. So we got up to the cruise and almost immediately, we didn't stay there for more than about 5 seconds. Basically, we said no, then we went straight back down again. MSJN says, what happens at 320,000 subs? Can you imagine that? Yeah. We'll have a bit of solving to do before then. James Brazil, thank you very much for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it, James. James says you are the Rod Mikado of the Modern Era Flight Simulator. I'm not sure who that is, but thank you very much, James. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation, Rod. Sorry, James. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. What's next says, not X-Plane related, but wanted to say thanks for all your tips on Microsoft Flight Simulator and the A320. Did my first online flight on VATSIM last night. It was scary, but very rewarding. Excellent news. Always great to hear. I love it when people get onto VATSIM and they get the thrill of that working out for them. Rampage, thank you very much for your $5 donation. Rampage says, since I've started working with them as ground crew, I've been interested in the intricacies and procedures of the 320 family. Thank you for what you do to this community. I am a hopeful future Airbus pilot. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation, Rampage. Really appreciated. Thank you for your $5, and I hope you get there. It's fantastic, and I miss flying so much at the moment. So you'll absolutely love it. And if you do make it, and I hope you do, then don't get just love it, just enjoy it. It's great. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Even when you're doing lots of it, I've never been miserable driving to work because I'm driving to work, put it that way. Rod Mikado did the more hidden away tutorials in FSX. Thanks, Lauren V. Lauren V's always got all the knowledge. Mike BR, thank you for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it, Mike. You guys are being far too generous as ever. Mike said, just got done binge watching aircraft investigation videos and saw you were streaming. I'm sure this flight won't end up being one of them. I hope not. We did have an avionics issue right at the start, but we got it cooled down again. I've got my no smoking signs on, so we won't have any silliness there. But we are a long way from airports the whole way. That is the one truth. We're going to do our little step climb soon. But thank you very much, Mike, for your donation. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind. Mariner says, I don't think I'd have stayed for 5 seconds talking about the turbulence. Yeah. So kind of odd. Mateo says, any difference between donating to you through YouTube, Super Chat, or Streamlabs? So, any donations, no donations are required. Any are appreciated. The reason I've enabled it on Streamlabs is that YouTube takes a slice off of donations, or Google, who owns YouTube, do when it's done through Super Chat. Whereas if you donate through Streamlabs, you're effectively donating through PayPal, and it doesn't do the same thing. So yeah, That's the difference. Anything's appreciated either way, but yeah, just so you guys know. Be careful if you do use Streamlabs. Don't accidentally click on a GIF, because if you try and attach a different GIF other than the default one, it will sign you up for an account straight away. So yeah, make sure you don't let that happen. Lauren V says the no smoking signs aren't visible in the hold, and that's the silliness zone. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, thank you very much again for your very kind donations. Thank you again to James and to Mike and to Rampage. And yeah, Rampage, I agree with Rampage is saying something that resonates with me, which is that when you're around 320s, you start to get more interested in them. Because when I wasn't flying the 320, I didn't really think much of it. But then when I taxied around and they were around, they started to really interest me in the way they behave. And then when I got my first go in a 320 simulator, the PFD was so different to what I was used to, and everything about it was so different to what I was used to. So I really enjoyed learning it. Volcom says, thanks for all the streams, mate. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. It's 9:30 p.m. here now, and I'll be with you till bed. Got beers for the journey. Excellent, Volcom. Thank you so much. Yeah, we shall see you in a few hours. This is shocking timing on my part, really. I should have known this would happen, that anyone who's in Australia who wants to watch doesn't get that option. But we're going to do it anyway. Oh, there we go. The water's fixed. We can have a nice outside view. But yeah, thank you, Volcom. We'll just see you there. I don't know if beer is the best way to stay awake. Joe Dirt, thank you very much, Joe, for your 20 Australian dollars. Thank you, Joe. Joe says, finally caught a live stream. Thanks so much for all your videos. I have learnt so much. Thanks from Melbourne, Australia. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's really, really generous, and I hope you're doing very well. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for that incredibly generous donation, Joe. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And here come the subscriptions, so I'm just going to turn off the alerts just because it's going to keep dinging for a few seconds there. But yeah, thank you, Joe. I hope you're doing very well in Melbourne. I've been to Melbourne. I absolutely love Melbourne, and I can't wait to go back. I really, really, really can't. I'd love to go to Australia. Mateo says, thought so, hence why I was asking. I'll switch to Streamlabs. Yeah, thank you, Mateo. Yeah. Sean says, loving the stream. What do you think you would have done if you weren't a pilot and engineer? I wanted to be an engineer if I couldn't be a pilot. Yeah, most definitely. Vladislav, hello. Thanks for your congratulations. Yeah, 40k. Alexander says, is the salary good as a pilot? It isn't at first, and it's expensive to become a pilot. So most pilots are in debt in Europe anyway for many years before their salary hopefully catches up and enables them to get out of that debt. But you know, when things are going well, the salary is usually after a few years it's certainly not bad at all. But it's certainly nothing like people expect it to be. There are some airlines, some old school airlines, where some of the more senior pilots will be on very good salaries, but that's getting rarer and rarer these days. But it's a good job. There's no doubt about it. It's a good job. It's just unstable, as we've seen for the last year, but that's always been true in the sense that airlines fail all the time as well. Dr. Darren Nahu, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Darren Nahu says, the only advantage to Twitch for me is that it will actually take my money. YouTube refuses to, although the Google Play Store has no problem. That's strange, but yeah, interesting. Thank you again to Joe Dirt. Let me just turn on... let me turn on notifications. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm glad I checked. Mateo, thank you very much. It was thank you for your $6.90 donation. Thank you, Mateo. And I'm so sorry that alert didn't come up, but that's just while it was off for a second there. Mateo says, in the pot for the Concorde. And there's Bacon Warrior. Oh, I think actually I can rerun the alerts. Yes. Oh, see, we are getting good at streaming. Bacon Warrior, thank you for your 872 donation as well. Oh my goodness. This is, again, far too generous of you all. Oh. I don't know what to say. It's starting to feel like there must be a bug. So thank you, Bacon Warrior, for your 872. Really appreciate it. Bacon Warrior says, congrats again on 40k, and here's to the next 10k. Yeah, I can't wait. And like I say, I promise, if we land and we have 50,000 subscribers, we'll be turning around and going back to Marley, or maybe we'll go back to London direct. Gail says, thank you, Gail, for your 1379 donation. I know that I keep giving it in dollar figures, but that's just how it gets shown to me. Gail says, a long overdue thank you from me for all the amazing content and for fostering a wonderful community that has made 2020/2021 so much better than it would otherwise have been. Hope you get back in the sky for real soon. All the best. Thank you so much, Gail. Really appreciate it. Very kind, and I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, so thank you to Bacon Warrior, and thank you to Gail, and thank you to Matteo. You're all incredibly generous. And here we go, Matteo. We can run yours again. Look at that. Who would have thought it? And Matteo says, in the pot for the Concorde. Excellent news. Thank you very much, Matteo. Really kind. Yeah. Far too generous, everyone. Thank you all so much. Fluff42 says, Twitch cheers are more or less like super chats, though there is a big focus on subscription renewals, although YouTube now has memberships too. I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Twitch is a bit of a dark art to me. Thomas Gray says, why do BA planes have the Royal Mail logo on the back sometimes? Same with EasyJet and the EU logo. Well, EasyJet, you have to have a flag. I think you have to have a flag on your aircraft. Not 100% sure on that. God, that you learn these regulations. This is part of the ATPLs. So I was saying about stuff that you are and aren't interested in. Air law and things like that will dictate. And this is all stuff you have to learn, like where the registration has to be written and what size it has to be. So this has to be under the wing here, has to be on this part of the fuselage here, and this size, and this. The doors have to be a slightly different colour, so that's why they're always outlined. So they're grey here, but if you had an all red aeroplane, they'd have to be white or something so that they're more visible. All of this stuff you've got to learn as well. But why there's a Royal Mail logo, I don't know. I'm afraid, presumably because they carry Royal Mail cargo. 60FO says, oh no, now that you'll be in Melbourne, you can do the milk run. Melbourne to Sydney, I think the second busiest area in the world. Fantastic. Yeah, maybe we can. Thank you, Miempa. Thank you so much, Miempa, for your $3.19 donation. Miempa says, started with a search for an ILS tutorial last fall. So many great videos and streams since then that ultimately got me to fly on that. So thanks so much, Miempa. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And I was really glad that the tutorials have helped you. Yeah. Can't believe it's been that long ago. The ILS tutorial, yeah, that video did quite well. If that's the Flight Sim 2021, back when it couldn't really do it. But from what I've seen in the chat, the A320 NEO is doing a good job with the automatics and the autopilot, which is great news. Fluff42 says, EasyJet re-registered many 320s to OE. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Thank you, Johannes B, for your $11.82 donation. Thanks so much, Johannes. Johannes says, congratulations to 40,000 subscribers. Keep up the great work, and I'm looking forward to join you on VATSIM again. First time flying along today. Excellent. Yeah, first flight. Yeah, Johannes, I thought I hadn't seen your name on VATSIM with us before. So excellent. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you got the chance to re-log in. But thank you for your 11.82 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Johannes. Let me just see where I am on the chat. I'm falling behind as ever. Thank you, Michael G, for your 26 donation. Really appreciate it, Michael. Very kind. Michael says, another Melbourne here. Excellent. So happy to have you flying in. Thanks for all your videos. I've learned so much. Hoping to try out VATSIM soon. We'll be getting up early to watch the approach before work. Excellent. Yeah, really appreciate that. Thanks so much. The overlay looks pretty accurate to me. What's the overlay say? 1858 Zulu. So yeah, that's probably not bad. That might be a bit later. We might be a bit ahead of that. But yeah, fantastic. Graphics not looking too bad there, are they? But thank you so much to Michael G for your 1526 donation. Really generous. Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate it. Just see if I can get back to the chat. Anthony says time for a break. Yeah, we are getting that way. It's been, when did we start? We started at 9, 10, 11. It's been almost 3 hours. It's pretty much that time. John Keane says, got to my top of climb, Madrid to Heathrow. Easy day. Yeah, easy day. Hey, that would be nice. Better Jurassic, good to see you. Better Jurassic says, congrats on the 40k from Australia. Watching in Perth. Fantastic. Never been to Perth, but desperate to go back to Australia and see some other places, especially the southwest. Waiting for you to fly over. It'll be close to bedtime then. 6:40 p.m. here now. Thanks for all the cool vid streams and group flights. You're welcome, Better Jurassic, and thanks for coming along to say so. Adam Azur says, congrats on 40k. Just woke up and already enjoying the stream as always. Amazing content. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you. Thank you for coming along. Oh, Nick, it's 5:45 a.m. for Nick. Goodness me, you guys are. It's really impressive that you're all sitting with it. We're 1/3 into the stream, says Checkpoint. Yeah, in a way, although the overlay isn't moving along as much as I'd like it to. Mateo says, which overlay are you using? So I use FlyLive Studio. Yeah, FlyLive Studio. I think I forget the name of this one. But it's one of the default options, but then I've modified it. My graphic designer modified it to include that. Although a few of you will notice that my graphic designer, as I call them, put X-Plane 11 on a Microsoft Flight Simulator video, which was picked up very quickly by you guys, as ever. So yeah, this is indeed X-Plane. eBoss, good to see you, eBoss. eBoss says, thanks for the stream, love the group flights and your tutorials. Been listening to the stream in the background. Have a great flight. Thanks, eBoss. Really appreciate it. We'll see you again during the stream, I'm sure, but also in our next group flight and so on. Jonathan, thank you for your £5 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan says, congratulations for hitting the big 40k. Looking forward to future flights. Really appreciate it, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Thanks for that. That's really, really generous. You guys, that's like being far too generous. I hope you're doing very well, Jonathan, and it's great to see you here. And thanks for coming along to so many of the streams. 3:47 a.m. in Los Angeles. So yeah, the Americans will be able to do the arrival. But the poor people in Australia, it'll be very early morning. Elliot says, congratulations from Melbourne. Thanks for the great videos. Thanks, Elliot. It's great, isn't it? I found this before. When we fly somewhere new, we'll often get people come to the stream who happen to be from the area, which is great fun. Lewis says, could you do an announcement like when the passengers are all on the plane, like in real life, what you do in a real flight? Again, I'm wary of doing that because I need to write one out. I'll write one out, but I'm nervous of accidentally saying something that gives it all away. Adam says, how long is the flight approximately? This flight today is going to be 9 hours 30. Actually, sorry, 9 hours 45, but I think we're going to make up a bit of time on that. I just need that wind to improve. It's slowly improving. We're actually catching up a bit on our colleague in front because we're a little bit higher. So hopefully we might even overtake them before we get there. Right, guys, I think what we're going to do is we're on Unicom. I think we'll take our first break. So I'm going to give you that. Well, what wing view would you like? No, that's just. I think we'll go with that one. That is a great view. Lovely southern Indian Ocean water. So we're going to have a quick break here, guys. I'm going to make it. Let me see if I can set this up properly. We'll do 15 minutes because it's no fun if we don't actually stick with it. Actually, no, we're going to make it 20 minutes just to give me a chance to sort out a few things. So let me see if I can get it set up. And then we've got plenty more systems to look through. We'll start thinking about where we're going to go if something happens. And okay, guys, yeah, so we're going to go on a break. I I won't give you the break music for this one, but we'll be back at 10 past the hour, wherever you are, so 20 minutes. And yeah, we will be back very soon. Thank you all for your contributions so far, as in chat and being here and flying along with us. I'll leave it on this view. You should have the overlay running, and we'll see you guys very soon. We won't go for the music on this one, just because I've only got about one song. So yeah, just a chance to get refreshed for the next part of the flight. See you guys very soon. Hello, hello. There we go. Welcome back. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the break. I hope you've all stretched your legs, got a cup of tea, or whatever else you need to get through the stream. Great to see you all back. I've missed a load of the chat. Oh, the cat has already worked out that I've sat back down again. Come on then. Yes. Hello. You gonna join us? Have you come? There we go. The cat is quite happy. She likes to have someone sat still for a long time. Right. I think it's going to be a bit hopeless for me to go back through the entire chat. But thanks, John Padfield. I did enjoy my break. Had a cup of tea. 350 currently watching. We passed the 350 mark. There we go. Excellent. Loads of time left. Time out gameplay. Loads of time. Right. So let me keep looking through. So that was tea for that break, for those of you wondering. Right. So I'm just going to zoom down to the bottom of the chat. So, welcome back. Good to see you, Ed, Kadeko, James. It's like you're starting a new stream. John, Mr. Espresso, Adam. I hope Mr. Espresso's had his espresso now. David Hippo says, oh, wait a minute, oh dear. Yeah, there you go. You heard the cat. I won't set up a face cam, Nathaniel. No, I almost certainly won't do that. John Keane says, love watching you guys on VatSpy. Yeah, let me have a look. How are we doing? The squares could be fishing nets. Yeah, exactly. Let me go to... If I go to... my Vat map, let's have a look. Yeah. So there's the QFA is doing really well. The Qantas 572, which is in a 320 NEO. Yeah, must have a serious bit of tailwind. We are not catching up with our colleague in France. The DAL 105 Mike. They are definitely outpacing us. And then we've got Matteo coming on behind. And there's a bit of a group, 3 of you behind. So yeah, we need to definitely take a check of who's here now. Now we're out very oceanic, we can see who we've got. So we should have the QFA 572 in front of us. Then we've got Corrosive Moon as the Speedbird 135, although I think Corrosive Moon may have gone to bed. We've got VLC 48 Lima, Valencia, the DAL 105 Mike. Then we've got us. Guys, goodness me, loads today. QFA 358. So lots of Qantas. The Qantas 92. ACH. I'm not sure who ACH is. Which airline's that? 7065. And finally the Qantas 412. Right. That's it then. So you guys have all put in the effort to get this far. Let's see how you manage. There are some. It's amazing to see on VatSpy or VatMap, the app I'm using, all of the different people flying around in VatSim doing equally long flights without any sort of motive, just for the fun of it. It's great. It is like a conga line checkpoint. Yeah, agreed. Super 6 Bravo says, I'm doing Fiumicino to OMDB, same plane. Love your channel, man. Learned a lot from you. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, enjoy your flights. Bernard, good to see you, Bernard. Bernard says, wasn't the Flight Factor 320 considered even more study level than the Toliss? Surprised that you can't do range rings and holds on the Flight Factor A350 viewing the phone out today. Mr. Espresso's on 4 espressos today. Excellent. This uses the Toliss sort of FMS setup. Quite why we can't do the rings, I don't know, because the Toliss can. So, step deleted. Yeah, that's fine. Not made any difference to our field, as we know. But if we go to Perf, Optimum's 359, so I don't really want to climb yet. I think I'll wait till the Optimum goes up, because 3.7 is pretty high to start off with. Long haul aircraft often start lower. They'd start down at sort of 3.3 initially. But yeah, as you'll see, this is done by Toliss actually. But strangely, the Toliss itself does include those things. Let's do a bit of a cabin announcement. What do they fancy? Onboard entertainment. 3 hours into the flight.
If you would like to continue reading, please use your
Personal headphones. That texture is annoying, isn't it? It's more noticeable because I've got the light blue texture for the sea because I think it looks nice, especially for the southern Indian Ocean. But there we go, cruising along. This is not, like, Flight Factor have got some amazing airplanes. This is not their most finished one, but, and there's just something strange about the exterior model, whether it's the textures or something, I don't know, that doesn't quite give it the same edge that their 757 does. But anyway, the more you sit in it, and if you do long haul with it, you will sit in it a lot, the more you like it, I find. Definitely looks the real deal as well. It's all proportioned correctly. But anyway, there we go. So the passengers can finally watch a film. Oh yeah, the Flight Factor doesn't actually have some of the features. Yeah, I remember Matteo saying that. Rob, we have had some failures in flights. Yeah, Rob's asking if we use failures. We do. Cameron says, what copy texture mod do you have? I've just got Matteo's texture mod, which is the pin message. If you follow that link, that should take you to it. Matteo's up at 390. Matteo, what's your optimum showing up as, out of interest? They need to teach the flight assistant to speak in a more engaging way, says Tango. He's a bit robotic. Yeah, he's miserable because he was on the 757 and he's upset that he had to come to this. Flights in 2020, I don't know. I think the 350 and 380 are considered similar. In fact, it's not uncommon, or it is certainly possible for pilots to fly both at the same, not the same day, but swap between them. We'll be flying over Bernard's home airport, YPPH, which is Perth. Excellent. Pedrius23 says, hey Cat, nice to be here. Sorry I'm late. Congrats for the K. No problem at all. Thanks for coming along, and thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Black and Red says, I don't think the exterior is shiny enough. See, for me, yeah, I mean, this is a clean sort of texture one. I just think it's, I don't know what it is about it. It is all there, and if you get the light at the right angle, it can look quite nice. You can start to see some of the sort of the reflections and the fingerprints and so on. But I don't know, just some of these lines and so on just look like they're drawn on, and I know they're not. I know the gear doors work, but I don't know what they could do to fix it either. The Toliss, I think, feels a little bit more complete. Perhaps it's just this livery not having any dirt lines on it, but the dirt is a bit overdone on the default Flight Factor liveries. I do think that. 60FO, good to see you. 60FO says a cost index is based on cruise Mach number. Is that why long-haul aircraft have cost index above 100? No. Why long-haul aircraft have the high cost index? I don't know. Maybe there's a greater range of cost index that they use in long-haul aircraft. So by that I mean, we rarely go in the 320 family going to 50 or 60 or 90. We never go over 100. I don't think it can. I don't know if it can. But maybe on long haul, cost index is a very important thing because, if I change the Mach number from decimal 86 to 85 over 10 hours, that's a big difference. If you think that changes your, well, let's have a look. Let me change the speed. Let's select. So we're at decimal 86. Let's go to 85. So ground speed 484, and let's just see what happens. I've just dropped crumbs from my apple pie. I had a little Mr. Kipling apple pie. Those of you in the UK will know those very well. So to 478, there you go. So that's the ground speed difference. Let's put it back to managed. So what's that? That is 484. So that's 6. So that is 6 miles over every hour that we would arrive behind. So if we reduce it by decimal 0.01, which is not a lot at all, then over our 10-hour flight today, we'll be 60 nautical miles behind. So when somebody's landing, somebody will be sort of halfway through their descent, and that's just for that change. So it's, you know, it's a big deal, and that's just that 0.6. So I imagine that's the difference it makes. It also, over the whole length of the flight, will change the fuel. It does have some managed stuff here, actually. So our econ would be 8.4. So 8.4 long-range cruise as well. LRC stands for long-range cruise. It's the sort of efficient long-range speeds. Because when we're flying fast like this, we got a lot of drag because, of course, all that air hitting the front of the airplane, giving us a lot of drag. Now, if we slow down, we'll get less drag, up to a point. If we slow down too much, we'll get more drag from the way we're producing lift. And also the airplane's designed to be at a certain speed. But if we slow down too much, in terms of time and fuel burn, it stops being efficient because we're going to be in the air for so much longer, as we just discussed. So I can slow down a bit by selecting that and then putting it back. But then I'm going to be in the air for that, what's that, 20 minutes, 15 minutes longer? So is that extra 15 minutes of fuel burn better than the fuel we save by slowing down now and our fuel flow in flight? And that's the calculations Costinex is taking into account. It's also doing the wind calculations and so on. So anyway, what I might try and do, can we increase it? What's the maximum? It says max turbulence speed. I'm assuming that is TRB. I'm assuming it's turbulence, 0.85. Seems very fast for turbulence, but there we go. I do feel like we could squeeze more speed out of it, and I'm not entirely sure how I could convince it to do that. Ah, there we go. Oh, we're going for 300s. How does that work for the flight plan? Ooh, a ton of fuel. A ton of fuel for 7 minutes. It's not really. You can see that the gain there is pretty marginal. 7 minutes over all this time for a whole ton of fuel. That's a lot of fuel to burn for a few minutes like that. I think we'll go back to our 200. Yeah, 6 minutes for a ton. That's not worth it. even in my, you know, I'm not. This fuel doesn't exist, and I still can't bring myself to do that. Doesn't seem worth it. Game Pilot says, are you happy with short haul right now, or do you want to fly long haul one day? I'd love to fly long haul one day. I love short haul as well, don't get me wrong, but I haven't done long haul, so I'd like to try it. Well, we can get to know the whole in-flight menu. You will MSGN. So the first course was, well, there was cereal before boarding, and then there was Mr. Kipling apple pie for your first treat. Now, quite where Mr. Kipling Brownlee apple pies found their way to the Maldives, I don't know, but maybe they have them in Australia. Wouldn't surprise me, actually. SB, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're doing well. Calibrate. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. The flight plan is not a special charter sector. Oh, I suppose it is. This is a special charter for us. Robin Klein says the A330, the 340 and the A350 actually share one type rating. Very good. Yeah, that would make sense, really, wouldn't it? This is basically a glorified A330. We all know that it's possible to fly this and the 330 because of Bjorn Pilot. Matteo says optimum is 362, max is 400 for Matteo. So Matteo must be sitting a little bit lighter than us. Cameron says, why can I not hear the cabin announcements when I try to play them in my 350? So, yeah, I was pressing the wrong thing as well. You've got to click on PA, and then you've got to turn it all the way up, crank it up to 11, and then you'll hear them. But make sure you click it so it's lit. These are actually little push buttons. They spring in and out on the Airbus. So they do on the 320 anyway, and it looks like the same sort of switch. But so they should actually pop out a little bit and light up when they're in use, but there we go. Is it time for drinks and light meal? No, we'll save that one for later. Andy says, Mrs. 1302 has appeared, so I'm on headphones now. Excellent. The grid in the sea isn't known bugs to Bacon Warrior. Yeah, it is frustrating, isn't it? It is a bit frustrating, that one. The lines are too visible on the A350, says Black and Red. Yeah, I could agree with that. Good Echo says, chuckling at Mr. Clipping in the Maldives. Yes, exactly. Soren is a Mr. Clipping Battenberg man. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're here. It's Viennese Wells and occasionally apple pies. But the Viennese Wells I have in stock at the moment are reduced sugar. So I haven't tried them yet, but I think it says something like 20% reduced sugar. So that is pretty controversial. We'll have to see if that's worth the sacrifice. Chick Point says, just deafen those passengers with the PA so you can hear it in the cockpit. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. This is just our listening. So the little green switch is transmit. So if I do that, I can transmit. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to do both at the same time. Oh, well, now I can't do either. Anyway, you can press that normally to transmit the PA into the cabin, but it's a click and release button in the Airbus 320. I don't know quite how it works here. I don't even the brightness on that works. Very good. You can tune on nav. I don't know why this is slave. So it's the master. Anyway, yeah, so you can just transmit it. But this is just listening. This just changes the volume at which we can hear what the cabin crew PAs and so on are. Oh. Don't want to have an engine failure now. Good. Chris, yeah, we did input the step climbs. They're in. To do it, if you want to do it in 350, click. Step out. It won't work because that's a two-way point, so... don't do that. There we go. Step outs. See the constraints at that point? Just thinks we'll be at 410. We're slightly ignoring our step outs because our optimums are showing up as being lower. So we're only optimum at 3.6. So I don't want to raise it unnecessarily. Lost our water picture. Woodwick says, I like the French fancies. There you go. Right, well, Mr. Kipling had better sponsor us now as well, I suppose. One of the others. Kadeka says, anything reduced sugar will not taste as good. I'd throw them away immediately. We haven't tried them yet, so we'll find out. Abraham says, is it important for pilots that passengers board early? Does last minute boarding have an effect on how quickly you can depart? Oh, yeah, well... I mean, it doesn't matter if they board early, but what pilots will want is they want their passengers, you know, on board on time, because we assume the passengers want to leave on time and get there on time, if not a bit early. So we need people to show up and get on at a reasonable time, and hopefully that's done sort of 10 minutes before we get going. Otherwise it does get a bit tricky. Victor Tango, enjoy your lunch. See you later. I can't believe it's 12:30. I'm actually genuinely surprised. It's 12:30 here in the UK. Thank you, Adam Story. Yeah, thank you all for the likes. We're doing very well. 528 likes. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Bakewell Tart surely, says Ed Haslam. Yeah. Bakewell Tarts. Goodness me. Yeah, I haven't had a Mr. Kipling Bakewell Tart in a long time. Isaac is enjoying the stream whilst flying the Toliss 321 NEO. Good fun so far. Excellent. Mateus, hello to you. Thanks for coming. SKW says, I'm from Cornwall, was on a Qantas 382 YSSY. Is that Sydney? In 2013. And had cottage cream, a local company here in Cornwall. So Mr. Kipling's very feasible. Excellent, SKW. Yeah, there we go. That's something you notice when you go to Australia, is the amount of stuff that you probably recognise or they have similar versions of. For obvious reasons. Grubby Sim, you're very welcome for the tutorials, and yeah, he's saying that there's Gulf War textures if you zoom in on the textures, but these are slightly modified, these ones. But I assume this is textured to look like the actual thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know. This doesn't seem as crisp and clean. But if you ignore that and the stuff you actually interact with, which is all of this, then it's excellent. Excellent, excellent. I like this clicky mouse system and the way that the mouse... I think this is really clever, in fact. The way your mouse is on the screen and it drags over and it becomes the cursor. I think that's just great. Works really well. And they easily couldn't have. You can do the same for the checklists. Swap over the displays. What have we got? Have we got another checklist we can do? Climb, cruise checklist. Out cruise on FMS. Check. We've done that. Ecam memo. Check. Yeah, no smoking signs. Ecam system pages review. Check. Yeah, let's do a system page. Someone did say, can we scroll through them? Can I bring up that page? Can you see it? Oh no, I can't bring up this page. Funnily, I can bring up these ones. Now, it is possible. No. No, that's our data. I feel like it must be possible to swap these two round. But maybe it's not modelled. But there's no way for me to bring it up full screen either way. Okay, we'll stop playing with the screens. Now, the whole Ecam panel down here is... We've already learnt a bit about the hydraulics. Maybe we'll do a bit of Ecam research in a second using the manual. But anyway, if we go to engine, fine, looks exactly the same. Vibration, a bit more vibration information. So you can see the vibration all the way up to N3. Pretty good. What have we got? Oil quantity, fine. PSI, temperature, fuel flow, and the percentages for the N2 and N3. This is an interesting metric. I've never seen engines that run on thrust percentage. So that seems quite modern. Quite a good idea, really. Really good idea, in fact. We're using 75% of the maximum thrust we can get out of the engine right now. Climb thrust is limited to 92%, as you can see there. I think that's good. I like that. Better than EPR, in my opinion. Doors, nothing exciting there. You can only see the front half of the airplane. I feel like it's possible to see more. Oh, rain repellent is shown on here. Very rarely used, but there we go. Only works in very heavy rain repellent. It squirts the liquid onto the screen and stops it. Now, there must be a second doors page. But I don't know where we see that. Wheels. Now, this is a confusing page, but... Is that electrical power? PSI, temperature... Yeah, not the most intuitive thing, but there we go. Yellow brake mode normal, green brake mode normal. Oh, I see, it's got two different hydraulic systems for the brakes. Using yellow on the front two wheels, green on the rear two wheels. So that's interesting. That's not how the 320, little 320 works, because of course it's just got one set of wheels on each gear. So it'll be done, there's normal brakes and alternate brakes. But this is interesting. We've got two sets of brakes. So, sorry, two hydraulic systems doing the brakes, and then they've got alternate and emergency for themselves. You see the redundancy built into the aircraft like this is remarkable. This airplane is built to fly, you know, I can't imagine how degraded the systems will need to be, but it's got loads of backups here. There's a good reason for that. We're in an ETOPS airplane here, but these long-haul airplanes, what you don't want as an airline is to have an airplane like this and then say one part of the brake system fails. Okay, no big deal, the other part works. Like on the 320, you've got your backup brake system. Now that's for emergency use only. But if you think about it, if you can design an airplane that can dispatch with one of the brake systems inoperative because it's got so many backups, then that makes this so much more robust for airlines to use, because they can keep using it even if certain parts, you know, need maintenance. And the biggest reason that's going to be useful is because it means that they won't get it stuck down route and they can bring it back to home base if it needs maintenance and so on. So, I mean, that won't work for big failures, obviously, but having a robust airliner that can survive, or not survive, that can have failures and still be dispatchable is going to be really good news. Way behind on the chat again. Ryan Videos 94 says you can change that in the resources folder in settings if it has any help to you. Thank you, Ryan Videos. Thank you. Is Fly-by-Wire working on the 350? No, it's someone else doing the 350 for Flight Simulator. Arian says, can we see your routing? Yeah, sadly, I didn't think this through properly. We are here. If I bring up... Right, cover your eyes, guys, because this is going to strobe effect a little bit. In fact, I've got it over here. Let me just find the right page number and then go straight to it. And then we should put in some winds as well. That is page number 39. Close your eyes. There you go. And that's the routing. So we're starting off with these two airports in Indonesia as our ETOPS alternates. And there's our equitime point, where it's equally valid to go to your en route and or carry on to the next one. So these are obviously pretty equal distance apart. And then we're going to head down, and then there's Perth, and then we're going to head more over the ocean. This is the thing about Australia, it's just so massive. Look at that distance there. We're going to go ETOPS just to get across there. Not many airports along the south coast there of Australia, of course. So, where are we right now? We're coming up at Runnet. You can see an airport, YPCC. So, where are we then? Where's YPPC? Let me find out. There's Jakarta on our left. So those of you who watch, is it? I'm not sure. Actually. Yeah, Jakarta's off to the left. So we are. I can show you actually. We're nowhere near there. We're about here. So we're going to go left, obviously, to Indonesia if we need to. Yep. Again, it'd be easier to do this if we could get these range fixes on here. I'm a bit disappointed about that. I'd hoped that would work. I thought that'd be quite good fun. So ETOPS, obviously, basically the principle is if we have an engine failure now, we're over an hour away from these airports on single engine. So airlines have to demonstrate, and air manufacturers have to demonstrate the reliability of their airplane to fly on one engine as well. Now, the chances of having an engine failure and having to use that are very rare, but there are some really long ETOPS times. You know, they can go sort of well over 2 hours, if not longer, on one engine. It's an incredible piece of certification, really, because one engine is not very comfortable. But yeah, there you go. It's doable. Russell says, afternoon skipper, you have drawn the short straw with this long haul. I hope the layover in Australia is worth it. I'm sure it will be. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Thor says, it'd be cool to see some alternate planning. Have you tried Little Nav Map? No, I haven't tried Little Nav Map, no. The A350 is rated 370 minutes ETOPS. There you go. I'm sure it will depend on each company. They won't all have that rating, but yeah. Guru, good to see you again. Thanks for coming back. 370 minutes, that's ridiculous, isn't it? That is a long way, but that's not really for what we're doing here. So that's what, 6 hours? Goodness me. What we're doing here is... I mean, I don't know if anyone flies this route. It is surprisingly oceanic. I suppose this route you could also... You'll see there's a bit of a curve. It's a bit of a great circle. Because we're going south of the equator. We started basically at the equator here. Which is not really what I'm used to. So I'm so used to the northern hemisphere. And a lot of things change when you change hemisphere. Like the way the wind works around low pressures and so on. But anyway, yeah, alternatively you might go around that way, but I don't know if that's going to be much of a great circle. I imagine not. So it'd probably be significantly longer than what we're doing. YPCC is Cocos Islands, says Stephen. There you go. Very good. Yeah, we are making good progress, gosh. Yeah, we are. We are. You can see that blue line coming across the screen. Americans 18:55 Zulu, which is about 8 PM UK local time for arrival. Alex, you get Val Mateo on Volanta. Excellent. I need to get Volanta. I keep hearing about Volanta and I haven't got around to it yet. Ryan Videos is saying about fixing the lines. Yeah, I must do that. Yeah. Thanks, Ryan Videos. Yeah. You know, when I started on X-Plane on my laptop, funnily enough, I didn't get this problem. I wonder if it's a resolution thing. I wish we could stream in 1440p. It would make it a lot easier for me because that's the resolution my monitor is. So it that would be really nice. It could run at full resolution. At the moment, I have to run at 1080p on the monitor, so it's yeah, it's a bit out of scale. I am looking forward to the Rotate MD-11 seal. Yeah, definitely. Any plans of flying it? I plan to fly it. Yeah, I like to fly everything I can get my hands on. That, you know, obviously it's got to appeal as well. But I think there'll be a lot to learn to fly the MD-11. But yeah, it just depends if I can squeeze another airliner into my head. So I don't know why PCC is available for us. I'm imagining the 350 has a way to. You know, you can go to closest airport and then see the runway lengths and so on. Because I know in the real 350, the real 350s got incredible planning software. So we have a book in the 320, a paper book, and in that we have all our performance figures. Also, people have you have your iPad or EFB equivalent, and you can work out your landing distance required. In the 350, if it senses a failure, it can find the airport, load in the weather, and tell you whether you fit at that airport all on its own. It's incredibly clever. The 320 just isn't designed like that. Remember as well, the 320 fits in a lot more airports, so perhaps less important. But somewhere down here, there's an emergency descent as well, but I think it might be hidden. That's the landing gear. Very comfy passenger seats. I wouldn't mind, third pilot just sits here. You've got your own little table. Do they have a coffee cup? Airbus is very good with their coffee cups. Even in the 320 jump seat, you have a little cup holder. No specific cup holder. I'm disappointed. But anyway, somewhere here there should be an emergency descent button. Sure, I've seen one. Maybe it's fitted to only certain ones. I don't know. Oh well, that wasn't a very good story for you guys then. Seeing as I can't find it. But anyway, basically it's one button you can press and the airplane just does everything for you. It's remarkable. In the 320 it's a memory item thing where we have to know it off by heart and apply it when we recognise it. Yeah. Max says you can stream 1440p to YouTube, run Microsoft Flight Simulator in native monitor resolution. Hendrik says, I think you can keep your monitor on 1440p and let OBS convert it. I have tried these things, yeah. The only problem was my overlays will need to be changed as well. And I gave up at that point because remaking the overlays is quite hard work. Eric, thank you very much, Eric, for your 200 NOK donation. Thank you, Eric. Eric says, currently casting your stream on my TV so that I can watch your stream on and off while I move around the house. Congrats on 40k. Never thought the channel would be this big in the start. Thank you, Eric. I never thought so either. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming along. And thank you for your very kind donation, Eric. I hope you're doing very well. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That is really kind. Eric's been watching all the streams. I think Eric hasn't missed any recently. Heather Van der Veen says, is it possible to manually get into another law in the Airbus, or does it only happen automatically with some kind of failure? You can do it manually. You have to turn off some air data computers in the 320. Now, how you do that in the 350? Oh yeah, ADR. So if you turned off two of these, you'd put it into alternate law. Yeah, but the 350 has separate backup sort of systems. It's quite different. Oh, have we ever taken someone? Oh no, we just zoomed out, aren't we? There we go. There we go. Yeah, so the 350, it has a thing called, it's like a backup speed scale. Is what we've got on the 320 family. basically if it loses all its air data information, it can still fly around using other metrics, angle of attack and so on. It's very clever. Very, very, very clever. Next to speed brakes, says Dr. Narunaho. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Doesn't seem to be here today. Unless I've missed it. I'm also not entirely sure about half of this ECAM stuff. This is much more complicated. We were halfway through it anyway. Fuel, we should definitely do a fuel check. So we've done our... looks like we're just onto the wing tanks now. Burnt 20 tons of fuel already. 20 tons, goodness me. Thank you again, Eric, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Mike says, do you still carry paper charts and manuals in case of electrical failure? Well, either paper charts, for, not manuals, no, because, well, if you don't have them on an EFB, an electronic flight bag, then you'd have manuals paper-wise, but otherwise, no. No, you don't need to carry them anymore, because there should be at least 2, if not 3, electronic versions on the, you know, already as backup. Ah, Dr. Naho says A350 1000 only at the moment. There you go. James says, I've been in the 350. Flight deck is huge. Yeah, it does look massive. It looks massive even here. So, well, it's just such a big airplane, isn't it? I mean, look at that. And it's quite a, you know, quite a pointy flight deck, so it's already getting wider and wider straight away at the back. Such a huge, huge airplane. Boeing is very cramped. Yeah, the Boeing 777 flight deck does feel really cramped. I've been on that once. Everyone knows. There we go. So that emergency descent is 350 1000 only. Very good. Mateo was saying in the 320 you'd need to turn off ADIRS 1 and 3. Yeah, you can actually turn off any of the ADIRS. As long as you turn off 2, you're going to alternate law in the 320 family. And I imagine it's the same in this, but I don't know for sure. If you want to do it for practice, and in my videos when I go into alternate law, I turn off 1 and 2. Remember, they're not in order. 1, 2, 3. Left side, right side, then the middle one. If you turn off 1 and 2 and then leave 3 on, the magic is you can then take air data and put the captain onto the backup or the FO onto the backup. So then you can have access to that data. Whereas if you turn off 1 and 3, let me see if I got that right. Yeah, if you turn off 1 and 3, then there's no way for me to get number 2 information over to my side. This is proper. That's almost training sort of trivia. You'll notice actually that if I swap it over, the airplane is responding to the air data I give it because we're using autopilot 1. So quite accurately, there's a slight difference between captain on backup, which will be using air data number 3. If I put it to auto, it should go to 1. And now auto doesn't exist in the 320 family. If we lose air data, we have to switch this over ourselves once we've worked out which one's wrong. So I assume this is clever enough to diagnose that, which is quite a big deal actually. I'm impressed if it does. Anyway, you'll notice now the plane responds properly. So we're flying with autopilot 1 today, which is why I need this transponder to be using autopilot 1. Hence I've got it set to master. If it was slave, I assume that means this side would be master. No. Oh, I don't know then. I'm not sure what I'm changing with that. But anyway, in the little Airbus, it'll be set as 1 or 2. So you set it to whichever side is flying, because you'll notice there's slight differences. So you want the transponder to tell the ground or tele traffic control the same information as you're actually flying. Otherwise I'll get nervous when they see you're 100 or 200 feet high or low. Sergeant says, you like A350 more than A320? I don't know about that. I've never flown the 350. Ed says, quick question. Do you use the expedite function often on the FCU during the climb? As I understand, it provides max climb rate, but I've never used it. No, we use it very, very, very rarely. It is as I think I've said before, in fact, it doesn't even look like it's on the 350. There's no expedite. It's almost pointless. What it does is, it would just, if say we wanted an open descent, it would increase the speed up to the maximum, and for an open climb, it would reduce the speed so that you get the highest rate of, or the highest. I suppose it's more an angle of climb than a rate of climb. We don't use it much because it's so aggressive that it can lead to sort of overspeeds or underspeeds if you're not watching it carefully. It's also very bad for traffic around you, and it can end up with getting you into outstar. So the airplane will try and capture the altitude early, and then it'll be stuck in this sort of algorithm, and it's very messy. So no, and some airlines have it deactivated, even on the 320. So we burnt 20.4 tons of fuel. We've got 48.5 tons left. So add all that up, obviously 69 tons. Sounds good, doesn't it? That's what we started with. We're going for 3.5 hours. Fuel's got really cold, minus 28. I'm surprised it's so cold so quickly when it went in the tanks at 30 degrees. I suspect it wouldn't get that cold that quickly. So there we go. That all looks good. What's the next page? Electric AC. Now that's a little bit confusing. It looks like ELAC. And I don't know. Do we have ELACs? No, they're not called ELACs. Prim. They've got different flight control computer names. Prim, sec. Turn, dampening. Goodness me. Yeah, see, there's so many differences in this stuff. Anyway, so this is just for the AC system. That seems reasonable. Static inverter, that's going to be to convert. The inverter is to go DC to AC, I think. Anyway, 4 generators, not bad. 2 AC bus bars. It's very simple, simplified picture. Anyway, here's our DC system. Lots of DC, more DC than I expected actually. There we go. Hydraulics still looking good with our 2 systems, both sitting in the green. 4 pumps, and as we know, we don't even need either of those, it turns out. Flight controls will hopefully be all pretty neutral. Pitch trim 2.6 up. Oh, we're pretty nose heavy then. Gross CG 30%. Seems to not be too happy about that. That's quite high, yeah. It's probably not the most efficient we could be. Probably ask some of the passengers to go and sit further back. Might save us a bit of fuel. APU is obviously off. Depowered. Bleed. No problems there. Coming out the packs at 11. Yeah, as expected. Oof, that's a complicated looking picture. Lots of amber on it. I don't like seeing the amber. Not sure why. Usually amber means it's in transition or it's not where you're asking it to be. So that's sort of the philosophy on the little Airbus anyway. So it will go amber when it's not where your switch has got it set to. Anyway. Pressurization. 2, 3, 4. Fine, looking good. Pretty high cabin altitude, that's a bit disappointing. It doesn't seem to pressurize very low. It's got the landing elevation in though. Melbourne must be about 400 feet. We can check that a little bit later. So yeah, all looking good. Video. Check what's going on behind us. Good afternoon, Simfly UK. Thanks for coming along. Simfly UK says, good afternoon and congrats to 320 Sim Pilot for the amazing 40k milestone. You're the whole reason I got into flight sim. Goodness me. And know what I know. Here's to 500,000 charter flights all flown by 320. Yeah. There we go, Simfly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, that's great. I can't believe even getting people into flight sim. I never thought it would be that way round, but that's amazing. Thanks. Thanks for coming along. Oh, I've missed loads. No, checkpoint. I agree, checkpoint. The first class may not appreciate being put back in the back of economy, but you know, Save on fuel. What? Yeah, so this, you want to optimize the CG of the airplane a little bit. We didn't really bother because we had a few other things going on when we loaded. But airplanes are more efficient when the CG is sort of balanced. So this is at 28%. As I said, it's totally possible to... we can't change this now, can we? No. Look at that. See, this is flight factor for you. They won't have any of it. You have to do exactly what you promised you'd do. Right, how to explain this one. So, when you load up an airplane, you need it to be balanced. If everyone was in the back and all the cargo was in the back, then the centre of gravity of the airplane would be sort of back here somewhere, or further back than it should be, and that's not very good. We can't have it. We can't have them this far back. It becomes unstable on the airplane. What I mean by that is, it can become unrecoverable. Actually, if the CG is too far back, there are some pretty sad videos of it happening. Oh, the cat's coming back again. You're right. So you need it to be within limits. So the manufacturer just sets out a limit. If you have the CG right at the front here, the airplane tends to be stable, but it can find it difficult to fly. That has also happened recently. Happened to a 320 actually. So what can happen then is the airplane needs to be going faster to get itself into the air. It's very confusing. It hurts my head to think about, really. But the point is, if you have the weight all at the front, then obviously the wings are acting as lift. So the wings go up. I can't really draw on the screen, but picture an arrow above the wings pointing up, and that's where most of the lift comes from. So it's a massive great arrow up. That's our wings. To balance that, we have the tailplane. The tailplane has a little arrow down, not as big, but it's down. The reason is that is going to adjust to keep the wings, giving us our lift and so on. But the more the weight is at the front, the more the airplane's trying to tip forwards. So you have the lift here trying to pull you up, and then the weight at the front trying to pull you down. Now it's not right at the front here, obviously, that's not possible, but hopefully that makes sense. So if you have a big arrow here and a little arrow here pointing down where the weight is, then you need another arrow here down to balance it. If the weight's right at the front and there's more of it at the front, so it'll be further forwards, then you need more weight on the tail to balance that one out, because that's further forwards. Remember, the further away it is, the higher, the more moment it produces. So what you want to do is get this CG. Now, I don't know physically where it would be, but it's within the ideal range, somewhere here. I don't know, further back. That way, it's sitting more in line with the lift vector of the wings, and therefore you don't need as much little down arrow here, because it doesn't need to, and that produces less drag. You get less induced drag off the airplane because it's not sitting at all these angles and so on. So yeah, it's all way beyond. I've probably absolutely butchered that, but there you go. So getting the CG right is what you hope to do. It's optimizing. It's not going to make the biggest difference in the world. Doctor on board says, since you are flying to the east and it's already evening there, you can see a beautiful full moon if you use lifetime. Yeah, I won't fiddle with the time now. It's not as easy in X-Plane as it is in Microsoft Flight Simulator to change times around. But it should go dark as we get there, I think. As you can see, it's sort of currently, what is it, 6 GMT. I just didn't want to do the whole thing at night, especially when I'm sitting in the daylight here. It'd be a bit confusing for me, purely selfish reasons. I know that now it's confusing for everybody watching, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Ed Haslam, thank you very much for grabbing your mug. I can't see the message, but I don't know why Streamlabs doesn't show me the message, but thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Ed. I hope you enjoy it. Do paste your message into the chat. If anyone buys a mug and wants to put the message in the chat, please do. Mateo says, my bad, I got confused. It has to be 1 and 2, as airspeed data for the LGCU comes from ADIS 1 and 3. Well, oh wow, Matteo's technical knowledge on the 320 is excellent, and that is, so the LGC I use are to do with landing gears and so on, but I'm not entirely sure. That definitely sounds right, but you can have 2 ADRs broken. If you do one, I know what I was saying, which is if you did 1 and 3, you'd end up with a difficult situation trying to get the gear down. I can understand that, yeah. You could do it. The point is you're never going to put yourself in alternate law on purpose. But if 2 ADRs fail, it doesn't matter which 2 they are, the plane will still be flyable, same principles, but there will be some differences with the landing gear and so on. I do remember that. But that's good technical knowledge, Matteo. Very, very impressive as always. Phil Norbert, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're doing well. Dojadari Naho says, opinions on the A320 Bombardier Takeoff Bombardier. Yeah, I haven't tried it. It looks lovely though. It does look really nice. I think it looks a bit fancier than the CRJ, certainly. Russell says, with all the automation, alternate law, etc., and the fly-by-wire constraints, how much overall control would a pilot have in the worst-case scenario to hand-fly the aircraft without logic intervention? So, complete. Yeah, complete. The Airbus, you have complete control over it if you need it. That's in the 320 family. That's what turning off those 2 ADR computers gives you effectively. It overrides a lot of the other systems that are there otherwise. Now, they go wrong very, very rarely, remember. But yeah, no, it's possible to have pretty much complete control. And in the Airbus, little Airbus, there's mechanical backup. I'm not sure what the equivalent is on the 350. But yeah. Rishabh, thank you for your 100 rupee donation. Thank you very much. Rishabh says, I know this isn't a lot, but I wanted to show my appreciation to the channel, and I love the content. Viva la aviation. Thanks so much, Rishabh. No, it's really generous of you to donate at all. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're doing very well. And thanks for coming along today. And I'm glad you've been enjoying the channel. Thank you. Really, really kind of you, Rishabh. Thank you so much. ECLIP says, is it common to change the seating for a better CG? The airplanes are usually loaded that way, but like I say, it's not something you'll do in flight. If it's out of limits, you will. If it's out of limits or people aren't sitting in the right place, then we can't have passengers. Passengers aren't supposed to move seats without asking, are they? Because they're not supposed to move forward or backwards for the reasons we've discussed. Not so much efficiency. That's more talking about instability. We don't want passengers being out of the CG limits by everyone moving forward or backwards. Ed said, mug message, all day 320 Simpilot live stream, 40,000 subscribers and the first F1 race of the season. It doesn't get much better than this. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, Ed. Thank you, and thank you for buying a mug. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. Matteo says, yes, exactly. You'd have to use gravity gear extension because the plane would not know it's below acceptable speed for gear extension. There you go. Very good, Matteo. Yeah, very good. Ollie says, the A320 has made the 319 redundant. Good job, Airbus. Yeah, well, the 319 was already done, really, wasn't it? No one, I don't know if anyone's buying them anymore. Routing and location. We are somewhere here. Joe Yip, thank you very much, Joe, for your 100 Hong Kong dollars. Really appreciate it, Joe. Joe says, congratulations on 40k milestone. Looking forward to 100k flight. Just curious to know if you choose to fly A320 because you can always go home and see your cat. She should be missing you each time when you leave home. Thank you very much, Joe. Really generous. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your donation. Very, very kind. Thanks for coming along to the streams as always. And yeah, I still can't believe we've made 40k. I sort of jokingly said we'll do another long haul when we get to 40k. I never really, certainly didn't think it could happen so quickly. Because I was looking and it feels like yesterday, really. I thought it was a long time ago, but we haven't done. It's only been 3 months. I mean, there's a short amount of time in the description of this channel these days. But anyway, yeah, if you choose to fly the A320 because you can go home and see your cat, that is a nice advantage of flying the 320. You do get to go home and see things like your cat. So it's nice and actually see your family. Long haul, you'll go and then you come home and you'll see your family and your pets and things. And then you go away for a few days, but when you come home you get a few more days at home, whereas on short haul you'll go to work 5 days in a row every day, so there is a bit of a difference there. SB says 40k already. That is outstanding. Yeah, it's remarkable. Yeah, thank you all so much for subscribing and being a part of it. Really, really appreciate it. York says, hi, I just joined. Are you on VATSIM today, and do you have to request oceanic clearances? We are on VATSIM now. We weren't for a little bit at the start. We did not get oceanic clearance. There's no oceanic controller here. Seal says, is this why I'm not allowed to move from economy to first class? When there are multiple open seats in first class, it will mess with the CG. There's probably one reason. Thanks, Checkpoint. Yep, thanks. I'm glad that made rough sense. Someone says, Lakshmanan says, hey, 320 pilot, could you do a 707 flight sometime? I don't know if there's any 707s out there. The problem with the classic airplanes is having a flight engineer. It makes it really hard to, well, they become quite difficult in flight simulators. So if there was a good one, I would definitely consider it, but I don't think there is for now anyway. There is a 727 though, and we've done the 737-200. Chris Holloway, thank you very much. Chris says, hello and congratulations on 40k subscribers. You've really enhanced my flight sim experience and made it so much more fun and in depth. Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along to say so. And Richard is suggesting we move the first class champagne to economy. There you go. There's an alternative way around it. Thank you again, Joe, for your very kind donation. Really appreciate it. And Rishab, thank you. Heading VS and track FPA differences. Is there a track FPA? Yeah, there we go. Track FPA. So now the airplane is still flying in nav. It's going to follow this green line. This green line is a track over the ground. A heading is where the airplane's pointing. And we've got a tailwind finally. So you'll notice that we are pointing at 13567. 137 is our heading. But our track, because of that wind from the left, is probably 138. It's a little bit to the right, just a tiny bit, but you can see it there. So the wind is the reason for that. If the wind was stronger from the left, we'd be pointing further left, but our track would still be to the right. But just a bit more of a difference. So when I go into track FPA, I'm now telling the airplane I want to fly a track of 137. There you go, track. If I go to heading vertical speed, I'm telling it I want to fly a heading 136. So that's basically the difference there. We mostly fly in heading vertical speed. The reason to use track is it's better for the descent, because instead of us using VS, vertical speed, to descend, where it commands a vertical speed, we can say we want to fly an angle. Now you don't need it high up. That would be more for when you want to fly your 3-degree final descent. You can tell it, right, fly 3 degrees for me. It's very clever system. It basically removes the wind problem for us. That's the biggest advantage of track and FPA. It means that we can reduce our workload by letting the airplane just deal with all the wind calculations for us. Lewis says, will we ever see a 320 Simpilot Zebo stream, as blasphemous as it is? Yeah, we will one day. We will one day when I've got around to learning it. We've done the 737-200, so there's hope. Just got to get our head around it. Andy's been helping me out with that very, very kindly. York says we could do it around the world tour together. What do you think? Yeah, I think that'd be great. The problem I have with that is just wanting to stop off and see everything. It would take us ages, but yeah, it's definitely something to consider. These are our serious. This is only the second long flight we've done on this channel. We've done a few longer streams, but yeah, not many serious ones like this. Seal says, that's what's nice about Concorde and X-Plane. They automated a good amount of the engineer's job, if I recall. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Fusion Freestyle, good to see you. A bit late, but oh well. Yeah, no, thanks for coming along. I appreciate this is awkward timing. It's just the only times I can do, really, unless I actually sit up all night, which isn't going to be very fun. That's why I just run these in the daylight. Alternative would be I set this up in the evening, like a normal stream, and then we land in the morning. But I've never really felt the... Doesn't feel like a long haul then, does it? I suppose we could do if you guys want to see more streams like that, but then we've just got sort of hours and hours of nothing. Not that there's a whole load of stuff going on now either way. Well, Aviation says FlyJSim will probably announce a 707 at some point. They seem to be heading down that route. There you go. That would be interesting to see. Jump and Run says 747-200 is right around the corner for X-Plane. Will release in the next few months. Who's making the 747-200? That would be fun. That would be fun. Johan says, is the CRJ worth it? The Twitch streamer Chewy didn't like it at all. For me, yes. Rakon, good to see you. Rakon says, what a lovely Sunday. Thanks, Rakon. Yeah, I think I saw that Chewy put out a tweet or something about it, but I'm not on Twitter, but someone showed me. CRJ is full of things that you need to get your head around. So the all the automatics are so different. It doesn't have a lot of automatics. The VNAV in it is very basic. The VNAV in it can just tell you the vertical speed you need to make the next waypoint step by step. It does work though. It gives you the top of descent. The FMS works. Every page works. Fixes work. Tuning the VORs to the FMS works. The performance works. It's a bit twitchy on the ground and difficult in some senses in strong crosswinds because of Microsoft Flight Simulator's grip issue on tarmac. I don't understand why it's so bad, but it is. Also, not having a separate axes for the nose wheel steering and the rudder doesn't help that. So that's something to get used to. That's a Microsoft Flight Simulator thing. But the pressurization, the hydraulics, everything. I think the CRJ is. I really, really like it. Now it is quite pricey, and you have to accept that. So it's not exactly a cheap add-on, but I don't think it's bad value if you wanted a complex CRJ or a detailed CRJ. The fact is, the CRJ is just not an Airbus, it's not a Boeing. It's just so different. Everything about it is different. It doesn't look after you in the same way these aircraft do, and then it's easy. And I did the same thing when I started with it. I was just trying to get my head around it, and you become convinced that there's bugs in it or it's not working, but actually everything I'd done wrong myself. There are a couple of bugs in it, but I think they're being ironed out, and they're pretty minor. So yeah, I like the CRJ. And I'm not sponsored or anything like that. I was sent a copy of the CRJ, a press copy, but that's true of a few of the airplanes we've got on the channel. But that doesn't mean anything. There's no. That's still my own thoughts. I'm not under any obligation, of course. This isn't. I don't advertise them. So yeah, no, I do like it. Especially now, there's some top-notch liveries coming out for it from people, including Paddy and our, of course, Manta Express livery. I mean, that Manta Express video I put it up yesterday. If you haven't seen it, guys, I put up the Manta Express on the channel. It was a bit of a bit of fun, a bit of a cinematic, and I hope that sort of showed you how good that model is. It looks so spot on, and the wing flex is great, and the texturing on the screens, on the windscreens and so on. It's really nice, really, really nice. I think the CRJ is one of the prettiest airplanes out there. It's just effortless. It just works. It doesn't look like a bus at all. It does look like a Learjet. Saul Cobb, thank you very much for your £5 donation. Really appreciate it. Saul says, congrats on 40k. First stream I watched was to the Faroe Islands. Been hooked ever since. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. You're very welcome, Saul. Thank you so much. The Faroe Islands. When was that? That was a little while ago now. Let me. I have to get my. If I move the cat slightly, I'll be able to look up some of these things. But yeah, I remember the Faroe Islands well. The Faroe Islands was a bit of an interesting one because things went pretty wrong on that stream, if I remember. We ended up going around because we were unstable. Then we came around to the other end, and it all went wrong on the other end as well. So, and it was then landing on that massive upslope. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. It's hard to believe how many videos and live streams we've done at this point. Yeah, it seems remarkable now. So we did. That was our first 320 stream in Microsoft Flight Simulator. We did a DCS stream. Where's that one to? It was a little while ago, the Faroe Islands, yeah. We went to Frankfurt. Oh, I can't find it right now anyway. We went to Keflavik. There it is, to the Faroe Islands. So that was the 5th of August. There you go. So not long before Microsoft Flight Simulator came out. And then we had a big gap. That's right, yeah. So 5th of August was the Faroe Islands. And then we didn't do any more live streams until 20th of September. When we went to Keflavik from the Faroe Islands. Yes, I remember it well now. Yeah, the channel changed a lot in that time, and I wasn't really sure what to expect when we returned to live streaming, so we put it off for a little while. But anyway, thank you very much, still. Really appreciate it. Glad you've been enjoying it. Andy Byron says, I did a short round-the-world tour with Fly UK VA in the 320 NEO. It was great fun. 33 legs. Got to visit places I will never go in real life. Yeah. See, that'd be good in... I think that'd be good in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'll be honest, just because the scenery is just so good. It does look like we're oscillating a little bit from that contrail, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Soda Sarbath. Appreciate it. Harry says, imagine doing a long-haul flight. Couldn't be 320 Sim Pilot. By the way, are you planning on sticking around for the whole flight? What would Mrs. 320 Sim Pilot think of that? Yeah, I am going to be here most of the flight. I will have to go for lunch. Oh, there we go. It's nice and the water's working out. We will go for lunch in not the too distant future, funnily enough. In fact, I'm a little surprised at the time. I can't believe it's already 1 o'clock. But it's after lunch that the real long haul kicks in. I remember that on the last one. It's all very well, you know, you get through, you have a cup of tea, you've done your departure, and now we're sitting here in the cruise, and it all feels like, yeah, we can do this, we're managing this is fine, it's already 1 o'clock. But the real time comes now. We're not going to land until 8, so that's 7 hours from now. Yeah, brilliant. Adam, thank you. Yeah, please do like the video if you're enjoying it. Really appreciate it. If we can get to 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 likes again, that would be great. That would be. I think that can be our goal for the likes today. Jump and Run says 747-200 is made by Toliss, who also made the magnificent Tupolev 154. Excellent. Astro says, are you streaming on April the 1st? I don't know. Emmanuel says, can you fly the old United Battleship Grey 757? Ooh, I'll have to have a look, see if there is one available. Qatar Airways Airbus A350, great title name, says, I subbed and thank you for coming into my recommendations. Thank you, Qatar, really appreciate it, and yeah, I'm glad it worked out. Kadeko says, I think a night shift stream is due 7 to 4 British summer time. So I have thought about doing that as an actual stream where, yeah, we just do it later, and then people in other parts of the world might be able to watch it. Same with doing an early morning one where it's not too... Well, we did start this one in the morning, which is how we got a few people from Australia along, I suppose. So yeah, that's definitely something to consider. Oh, getting a bit of turbulence now, bending those wings. John's had some breakfast, now back. Excellent. It's almost lunchtime here. Yeah, the box texture is a bug on the water. We're seeing a bit more of it today than I hoped. Emmanuel says, it's like you don't read my message. I think I did answer it, Emmanuel. I thought I did anyway. Oh yeah, I just read it a minute ago. If anyone's watching and you put a message in the chat and I don't answer it, I can only apologise, but I do my best, but sometimes it's just bad luck and coincidence that certain messages just don't come through. It will come through in a different order, and I do try. Rakon says, what do you think about the future of aviation? Hydrogen will be, in my opinion, the only way to go in real sustainable air traffic. Ends long haul, and Airbus's vision of Hubstrat will finally return. There you go. I really don't know. Hydrogen would be amazing if they can get hydrogen to work. Biofuels was my understanding. You know, electric cars, biofuel aeroplanes. The magic of biofuel aeroplanes for now would just be that we can get that going pretty quickly. But yeah, hydrogen would be incredible, wouldn't it? Imagine if we could get that. I don't know, Raka. I really don't know. I think for the next generation of airliners, it'll be a combination of being able to use biofuels, but also more efficiencies. We're getting up to sort of peak efficiency with what we've got, I think, with these modern engines. But everyone always says that, I suppose, and then more is always available. You know, there is a perfect fan circumference and so on that all works out, and we're reaching these numbers. I don't know how long that will go on, but I think we've got another generation of improved engines before we can go on to something completely different. TJC says 100k life, day in the life of the pilot. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we can do that. Andy says, if you stream on April the 1st, I have the house to myself and we'll finally be able to fly along, as long as you're in X-Plane, of course. Excellent, Andy. Yeah. Well, we'll be on VATSIM if we did it in Microsoft, as long as it's not a group flight. So I've done that many times. Aristocrat says, Airbus have a video showing their proposals for hydrogen-powered aircraft. There you go. I think it's time we get this stuff going, really. It would be great to see. Fusion says, in the A320, how can you see upcoming turbulence? You can't really. You can predict it through a few things. Turbulence we know because A, pilots in front of us will tell us and they'll warn us. B, pilots B would be the weather radar. So you can see that our weather is, well, actually this system is so different to what I'm used to. That's my excuse. Weather radars will show you turbulence. Usually they have a system to do that. Let's get rid of VOR. Don't need that. Yeah, so that is very possible. How often have I actually seen turbulence on the weather radar? Rarely, because mainly if I see a lot of red on the radar, I know it's probably heavy rain and therefore turbulence. The weather radars to predict, or not predict, to see if there's turbulence ahead instead of just weather. The weather radar needs to see rain moving, and it can see it moving at different angles. It's very clever, and lots of changes, and then it can tell you that there's turbulence there. So in dry air like this, the weather radar can't actually pick up any turbulence ahead of us, even if there was, because it's got nothing to see. It can't scan the water in the air if there isn't any water in the air. But if we saw a big thunderstorm outside, we would know turbulence could come from that. The other one is jet streams. We can tell because we can look at the weather. Now, as you can tell, in 12 knots tailwind, it's unlikely. It's certainly possible, but unlikely to get real turbulence here. But you can actually see, look at that. Occasional embedded CBs up to 550, 55,000 feet. And that XXX means from the ground. So if that could say sort of, if that said 200 to 550, that would be 20,000 feet to 55. But CBs start low down nearly always. That is incredibly tall. That's because the tropopause is really high up at 55,000 feet. That's mad. I've never seen this before. On my charts, I'm used to seeing this up to sort of 300 to maybe 400. So yeah, so look at that routing though. We've got a really nice route, and no doubt about that. Just going to skip past all of that. The problem with these ones is at 50,000 feet, we can't even get close to going above them. So they're pretty unavoidable. These would also be at different times. There you go. So that would be valid 12 UTC on the 28th. I wonder if we can... Coming up to Pollen. And there's YPCC. Not one of our alternates though. Is there like a progress page that I could type in? Mateo might know. Is there a way I can... Doesn't work. Type in an airport. Position. Data. See, not quite study level, which isn't, as I said before, a real thing. Bit of a buzzword, I think. Oh, look, 3 secondary flight plans. That's useful. So in the secondaries, I could have a flight plan set up to go. Probably, if you're doing ETOPS, maybe you would even have to do this. I don't know. So in the secondary, I could have a flight plan ready. Look at that. There's a volcano. Again, I don't see that very often. Fantastic. You know, so we're doing our ETOPS. So long-haul pilots would presumably set up a flight plan to each of these. You can have 1, 2, and 3 all ready to go, and then just activate the one you need. So if we pass over into this area, I'll put YPPH in. But doesn't seem like I can actually type in anything useful here. Monitor, no. No. No, we don't need Mali anymore anyway. Oh well, leave it as it is. Anyway. TJC Ghost says, so I'm new to this community and I don't know if I should get X-Plane 11 or Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. What is better for realism? Well, if you get X-Plane, you're going to have to get X-Plane itself, which is what I'm using here, and then you're going to have to pay for an add-on aircraft. Or if you want a 737, you'll get an excellent. So if you want to fly a 737-800 right now, then the best one out there is going to be the either PMDG for P3D, but we don't use that on this channel really. So if it's between those two simulators, it would be X-Plane and get the Zebo Mod 737. Oh yeah, Matteo, very good point. We can just go to the progress page and then see which is closer. I'm still surprised there's not a progress page in the main one. Yeah, but so that's actually going up. We're getting further away. Whiskey India Bravo Bravo. Let's just see. That is 1046. Oof. No, we're still turning around. We're going to Whiskey India Bravo Bravo if we need to. Most definitely. Yeah, so Microsoft Flight Simulator has a lot going for it nowadays. If your computer can run it, for realism of the airliners, no. The fly-by-wire is the best on there, and it's improving. And now the CRJ is actually the best on there in terms of it's ready. It already works. All the systems are there. The fly-by-wire is incredible, and it's improving all the time. But that's free, so it's available to you anyway. But yeah, it's tricky. If your computer can run Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's hard not to recommend it because it just looks so good. But the aircraft, there's a lot of very complete aircraft in X-Plane, and X-Plane is a bit easier to run. It's just a bit more expensive, weirdly, because you've got to pay for the airplanes. Yeah, this was a £50 airplane as well, I think. See you at the top of the tent, Kyle. See you later. But thanks, Matteo. Thanks for that tip, yeah. Dr. Darnell says, the problem with batteries is the energy storage density, since it can't match fuel in any capacity. There you go, yeah. I don't see electric airplanes coming. The weight would be too much. This is the Flight Factor 350, Harry. Indeed it is. Already coming up with excuses, some 8 hours for landing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe we will see hybrid prop planes for sure. Oh yeah, hopefully. Yeah. MX11 111 says different time flights would be awesome. I'm also in Australia, and this is the first one I've been able to watch since the last long haul. Excellent. Yeah, okay, yeah, definitely something to consider. The first one to the last long haul. Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, isn't it? We seem to have a slightly bigger Australian and Eastern audience than I had expected. So I always stream in the late afternoon for the UK, which is always going to be late night to early morning as you go further east, of course. So I'd need to do morning streams. Downside of morning streams would be not downside, but I imagine that would be more difficult for people in the west, but definitely something to consider. CEO says, do you remember your first commercial flight? Were you nervous? Oh yeah, I very much remember the first commercial flight, and yeah, I was nervous. And the thing that I remember most about that flight is it just happened so quickly that we were landing before I had a chance to really catch up with the aeroplane. Yeah, goodness me, I remember that well. And I remember my very first landing. You're just sort of it's not quite the rabbit in the headlights effect, but it's that idea. SB says, with the awesome work of the fly-by-wire team, FS 2020 is actually usable with the A320X. It still seems to have quirks with flying approaches though. Yeah, but I agree. The reason I started streaming, I didn't stream. If you guys remember, my channel we got a lot of you joined us through Microsoft Flight Simulator videos, but we didn't stream it. Even when I started streaming again, I was always using X-Plane up until Christmas. So it came out in August. We didn't stream the 320 until Christmas because I wanted to make sure it worked. But the fly-by-wire team did such a great job that it became so, you just can't ignore it. You know, it just works. It's getting there. It's really getting there. Diode says, yeah, I usually watch your streams at 2 AM from Queensland. Excellent. Scorpion 007 says, hey, finally managed to catch a stream live. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for coming along, Scorpion. Really appreciate it. Noah says, what's your first landing at Greaser? No. It was not. It wasn't terrible, but I remember it wasn't as Greaser. MSJN says, weirdly enough, FS runs better on my PC than X-Plane. Yep, and I've had the same thing occasionally happen. So it's just a general thing, but if you start putting add-ons onto X-Plane, it can soon be worse. It's not, you know, it's not built. It's built in 2016, not 2021. For example, I had OrbX and loaded up this aeroplane in London, and I had the PBR mod, and I found I was getting 30 frames a second, and I got nervous because, and this is why I haven't used the PBR mod today. Now, it's probably the scenery and the combination and everything, but my worry is if we go below 30 frames a second, we start to get problems. Not only will VATSIM disconnect us, YouTube doesn't like it when you're streaming to it, and it will start to complain at you. So, yeah, that's a reason for that. All our clouds are gone. What happened to our clouds? That is a very surreal picture. Wow, that mess with your head. We'll just stay here looking at that horizon. Nebula Thunder says, well, Microsoft Flight Simulator can't be run even on a 10920X, 32 gigabytes of RAM, 3080 RTX, and all SSDs on a gigabit fiber connection. That's strange because I run it on Ultra with a worse processor and the same graphics cards and the same RAM. So there may be a problem there because I run it okay. I don't have too much trouble with it. Perdiz says, gotta go. Congrats again and keep the blue side up. Thanks, Perdiz. That's difficult today, but we're trying. Van Raj, good to see you. Thanks for coming back. I hope you're doing well. Bella Jurassic says, a big hello to all the Aussie viewers. It's good to see you all. Yeah, absolutely. Just need a lot of storage for orthos, says Seal. Yeah, and I mean, much of the frustration of my viewers in X-Plane, I still don't have ortho. I just haven't got it to work. And I'm terrible. And I've been sent guides, and people have tried to help me with loads of things in X-Plane, and I don't know why I find it so difficult to do orthos. I've tried so many times. And with the same with the freeway, I haven't even managed to get freeway scenery to really work. So that's why my X-Plane is very, very default. So, you know, it's like P3D. P3D looks good when people have all the mods, and I think this is why, you know, your guys' X-Plane will probably look better than mine. The plus side is this is very stable, and touch wood. Ow. And that's quite good for streaming. I've just punched my microphone by accident. Yeah, everyone's saying authos for X-Plane 11 really starts to its own. Then add some freeway airports and it's top notch. Seal loves Microsoft Flight Simulator for VFR. Yeah, it is good. I mean, the Just Flight Arrow that I was using VFR over the UK in Flight Simulator it's remarkably good. It is remarkably good. Touchdown now, yeah, I agree. It is hard when it's all blue. Not sure if it's just me, it says M5, but does the front of the 350 look like the 787? Yeah, so it does, and there's a reason for that. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be the modern way. If we go here, you can see it. Yeah, it's this low nose point. 787's got the same thing, where the nose comes down and then like that, a bit like a train. I think we talked about it last time. Whereas older aircraft like the 330, the 340, the 320, the centre of the nose is sort of up here, and then the cockpit windows are above it. But they do this sort of train effect, like it's supposed to be on the ground. I don't know why, but I'm sure they've got a reason for it. Could be something to do with the fact that the airplane sits slightly nose up in the cruise. MSJN says you can't call yourself a professional streamer if you don't push the mic once in a while. Exactly. John says FS 2020 ran a patch for me this morning which has drastically improved FPS and got rid of most stutters. Yeah, so I had that. I had recently in FS 2020 I was having slowdowns where it dropped to sort of 10 frames a second for about a minute and then it would go back to normal. Don't know what was going on, but hopefully that gets solved, and apparently there's been FPS improvement. Yeah, that'd be great news. Seal says Flight Factor 767 on FS, Flight Factor 757, both amazing level of detail. Anything Toliss or INI. Yeah, the INI A300 is amazing. That makes me really love flying an X-Plane. The other thing X-Plane does best, or does really well, is night. It does night lighting excellently. Thank you very much for your very kind donation to Andy Robinson. Thank you for your $10 donation, really kind. Andy says, just woke up in the US. Congrats on 40k. You've literally helped thousands with the hobby. Thanks. You're very welcome, Andy. Thank you for coming along, and thank you for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it. That's great to hear. Oh, you might be able to hear the cat. The cat's celebrating as well. Thank you so much, Andy. Really kind. Yeah, so America's waking up. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny all the different time zones. You forget when you don't. Streaming is really reminding me that the whole world is going on in its own different pacing out there. But thank you very much, Andy. Really appreciate it. Dr. Dari Naho says, what are the announcements? Yeah, these are just, I think it's probably time for a light meal for the passengers. So I can click on it. Play. There you go. That's the other thing the Aerosoft CRJ does. I like the little PAs it plays automatically. Stream is lagging. Well, hopefully that solves itself for you guys. The connection says it's good on my end. Sian says Qantas has, I believe, ordered the 350 for the London to Sydney and New York to Sydney. There you go. 350 is a proper long haul airplane, no doubt about it. It has huge great wings. I mean, this is 10 hours, and we're having maybe. I feel like I should have loaded on a bit more cargo. My Simbury flight plan didn't include much because we're not that heavy, I don't think. You know, we're not very full at all, really. These things would probably fly around completely full. 33 tons of payload. Yeah. How are we doing on our fuel? Yeah, I think next time we'll load it up. I was slightly concerned about the performance out of the Maldives as well. Flight plan, 6 tons remaining, 13.23. We've saved a bit of time now that winds come round, because yeah, I haven't been entering the winds, so that's not helping the predictions. It's 8:40 AM for Peter Zari, excellent. Teddy came for the crash day for the chat, excellent. MSGN likes the PAs, yeah, they're quite good, aren't they? I like it in the CIJ when they're automatic. Matt says, is the Purser, especially on the 350 as they are in the 7576? Oh, absolutely. I've been told off about 10 times while we were starting up, and they were not impressed with me. Is this a route in real life? Oh, good question. I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think Qantas fly there. I think I don't think so, to be honest. John says, nice to see the aircraft is still flying, doing Heathrow back to Madrid, waiting for IRS. Excellent. Enjoy. I'm going to do, it's time for a roll call. Let's see how we're doing on who's flying along. You might hear the cat complaining. Oh, we've lost one. So the Qantas 572 is doing absolutely fine. I think there's a Chanix down in Australia, in Perth. Anyway, Qantas 572 in the 320 continues to outpace us all by doing 500 knots over the grounds. Oh, that seems a bit slower, but they are way ahead. Then we've got the Speedboat 135, the Valencia 48 Lima, the Dal 105, which I'm not entirely, again, I haven't worked out the call sign for that one. Then we've got us, the Qantas 40 Kilo, Qantas 358, Qantas 92, who has now overtaken the ACH 7065. So there's been a bit of a race there, but Qantas 92 is overtaken. And we've lost Qantas 412. There we go, so we're one down. Qantas 412, what happens? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Australia is pretty quiet at the moment, as you'd imagine. Late night. It's amazing how many people are flying around on VATSIM. It's amazing the amount of controllers as well. Fantastic. Really an amazing thing, VATSIM. Yeah, we do stand out on the map. Just this really populous little area just in the middle of the southern Indian Ocean. Excellent. So, for those of you who can't see, sorry guys, I'm looking in at my map, so let me show you. We are basically, we're still here. we're not much further along. Yeah. Step by step. In fact, even that's probably a bit optimistic. Hold on, we're probably a bit here. So, there you go. 76 frames a second. That's not bad, is it? That's me down in Perth, says James Marden, planning a cargo flight to Melbourne. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Rakon says, I'm concerned about the blood sugar level of our captain. How healthy is your food today? I've had an apple pie. That wasn't great, but they're only little if you haven't had a Mr. Kipling one. So we will be we'll be stopping for lunch. Lunch will be healthy-ish. I don't know what long-haul pilots do to pass the time. I really don't. Checkpoint says, air cargo is no fun at the moment. The prices are through the roof. Same with sea freight. Not too happy with the Suez situation as my cargo is stuck behind it. Oh no! Yeah, the Suez thing is fascinating, isn't it? Yeah. David Doyle, good to see you. David says, just logged in from CYEG. Who is the aircraft developer? This is Flight Factor. More cargo would be better because of the Suez. Yeah, good point, yeah. Giuseppe, good to see you. Giuseppe says, hiring voice actors nowadays doesn't cost that much. Even non-professionals would be better than this robo voice. Yeah. 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 It does have quite a lot of phrases, but yeah, let's call him up.
Still here, Captain, and still no new information for you.
It is quite fun, quite original to have that on there. Scorpion says, I flew in an A350 Singapore to Melbourne at the end of 2017 with Singapore Airlines. Fantastic plane, very comfortable. Lovely, yeah, Singapore. I've flown on that. I absolutely love flying on them. MSGN is having a lasagna. Very nice. Ram, good to see you. New to the channel. Thanks for coming along. Matthew Presley, good to see you. Matthew Presley asks, CRJ pilots. Matthew says, heard a story of a 777 guy bringing Connect 4 to pass the time on an oceanic crossing. So there's something. Connect 4. That'll keep you awake, wouldn't it? I wonder where... Well, Airbus, we can just... Bang. There you go. Connect 4 our way through that. I don't know if Connect 4 is the... Well, it has an advantage of not being too... You know, you don't have to focus too much in on it, so it's not too distracting. But yeah. What they would do... And now I'll try not to sound like a short-haul pilot, because all short-haul pilots like to point this out. Long-haul pilots, on a flight this long, there'd be 3 pilots. So instead of me sitting here now for the whole time, there'll be all 3 pilots on the flight deck for departure, and then once you're up and away, 1 pilot will go off to rest. So they'll be resting. Then, as the flight goes on, the next pilot will come. They'll come back from their rest a few hours later. I don't know, 4 hours later, or I don't know how it would be divided. I really don't understand, but it would be divided up, as we were talking about earlier with the crew rest, and the other pilot would take over and start flying instead. And the pilots who've been flying, the next one can go for rest, and then they'll do that sort of once each. So everyone gets a few hours in the bunk basically, and in the bunk they can sleep. They can watch. Well, I don't know if they can watch movies and things, but they're not flying at that point. They can relax and have a snooze while the other 2 pilots get to work and carry on doing it and doing the position reports and working out the alternates and so on. That's their job. So yeah, so it's nice that they get to do that. Now I'm going to say this: on short haul, we could easily do a 12-hour day. I've done many 12-hour days at work, as have many people. But there was no third pilot when I was doing it, and we did 4 approaches, if not sometimes more, sometimes less. So yeah, I'm just going to say that. Now, the big difference with long haul, of course, is being able to stay focused on a flight that is, you know, there's just humans aren't good at monitoring things like this. We're not very good at things that are mainly the same. So it's good that people are well rested, but also, of course, it's the time zone changes that is the problem. It's all very well me saying this is fine and I can do this, but I woke up at a normal time this morning, didn't have to drive to work, and then I started this flight completely, you know, with just this is all I had to do today. Now, long haul pilots will typically start their flight later on in the day, fly overnight, that sort of thing. So that's why they need that rest before. But you know, they also get days off when they finish their work as well. I will say that. But they lose a few nights out of bed every month. Thank you very much, Thor, for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it, Thor. Thor says, supporting Alan's donation to the sustenance box. Have a good one. Thank you very much, Thor. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you, and thanks for supporting the channel, Thor. And yeah, it's really appreciated. I hope you're enjoying it. 615 likes, not bad. Thank you guys. Thank you all for the likes, and thank you, Thor, for that donation. Really, really kind. We had our cabin tour. We did a little cabin tour. We'll definitely do another one. Brandon M said, yeah, I slept through my alarm and had to catch up. Excellent. Cheppy says, there are actual regulations for distractions, books, magazines and such in the cockpit during the cruise. Sorry, are there actual regulations? Or better, I'm sure there are, but what they would be. So, airlines will have their own policies. I don't know about long haul, but what you're not going to do is put out, you're not going to watch something or anything like that. But if you need to, you can sit and read the manuals, but I don't think long haul pilots could read the manuals for the entire way. You'd be surprised how much time you can fill with this sort of quite simple stuff. Like I said, like eating, working out the alternates, setting up the next stage of the flight, working out your equi-time points, picking on things like that. Alternatively, there's the crazy good views, and something, not a book that you wouldn't read because it's too involved. Maybe a light magazine, but as long as it's not distracting you. But the caveat to that is always going to be that one person is always flying. So, you know, you can't look away from this for more than a few seconds at a time. Your eyes are going to be constantly drawn back to it, because that's it. That's our job. We've got to keep all of this stuff on this screen in particular looking perfect. But yeah, guys, if I ever get to do long haul, I will tell you. And then what we'll be doing on the channel is we'll be doing long haul streams, and then for every 10,000 celebration we'll do a short haul stream. How about that? Where you'll watch me struggle to get everything done in time. Not that I do great with that anyway. Thank you very much, Jordan87, for your $6 donation. Really appreciate it, Jordan. Jordan says, excellent streaming and very useful info on flying the A320 NEO. Thank you very much, Jordan. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your kind words. Thanks for your donation. I hope you're doing very well, and thanks for coming along to the stream today. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jordan. Let me try and work out what I'm trying to do here. No, clicking the wrong thing. Ah, I see Streamlabs has multi-stream with the option to stream to multiple platforms. So maybe it's possible to stream to Twitch at the same time. I just don't understand it. There we go. I've got the right thing. Cool. Great. So, right, back with you guys. But yeah, thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Mateo says, I'm head deep in the A320 FCOM. Time flies when you do that. Yeah, you can get lost in rabbit holes when you're looking at the manuals for these airplanes. So, we looked at the hydraulics. We learned something new about that. I'm curious about the ECAM. So let's see. ECAM. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel Koshov. Thank you, Pavel, for your 1,000 ruble donation. Really appreciate it, Pavel. Very kind. You've supported the channel so much. Pavel says, just thanks again for your sim job for us. Thank you so much, Pavel. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well today. And yeah, really kind. Thanks so much. And yeah, I don't want to say, just thank you for supporting the channel over and over again. It's really kind of you. Oh, the cat's leaving. Oh, she nearly pulled out a few cables doing that. Yeah, thank you so much, Pavel. Really kind. Thank you. I hope you're doing very well. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Hi, Infinite Aviation 0305. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, thank you, Pavel. Thank you. 60FO says, are audiobooks allowed? No, you can't listen to things. Now, that's because I fly short haul. And long haul, when they've got cell call and there's no one to listen to on the radio, I don't know. I really don't know. I'll tell you if I ever get to do it, or if you guys rent us a 350. Taxicam does not work, sadly. No. Would be cool. I feel like it should be possible, but we have our own version. There we go. Well, that's not a good view. Seems to have lost a lot of our view outside lately. York says, I haven't done a long haul flight on VATSIM yet, as I'm afraid of oceanic clearance and position reporting. Yeah, well, we haven't done either, so don't worry about that. Kai says, I bought the Flight Factor A350 and my password isn't working. Ah, that's not good. You shouldn't need a password for the Flight Factor. You can download it if you got it from the X-Plane Org store. You can then that should give you the serial number to paste in. This is the 350-900 indeed. I haven't tried X-Shade M5. I haven't tried it. Matthew Presley says, I tend to talk a lot during cruise. I have about 20 hours of conversation topics if my FO is sociable enough. If not, it can sometimes get a bit awkward on trips. Yeah, that's it. You've got to, if you don't get along with the guy next to you, because that's the other thing. On short haul, you can sit and chat. I don't know on long haul whether you could chat for that long, but I've done 2-3 hour flights where you can talk the whole time, swapping stories, talking about similar topics. Yeah, and those are great fun. They go very quickly. But that I can't imagine. There's no way to talk for 10 hours. Well, there is, but it'd have to be if your best friend was flying with you, then you could do it. But aside from that, I don't know. I don't know how much the A350 is, actually. I can look it up. I can look it up. It went up in price, this Flight Factor 350. Oh, you're talking about the real 350? You're talking about the real 350? I do not know. No, that's a good point. Yeah, $65 now on the X-Plane All Store for this. So there's a Mango Studio sound pack. Is that the one you guys think I should get? And my worry was I saw some concerns that... So basically, guys, I would normally try and get more of these add-ons in, but I saw some concerns that the sound packs were affecting the 350's ability to play some other sounds, so I didn't want to risk it before a long stream like this. Oh no, Kai's having all sorts of password problems. Yeah, that's always tough. John would like some in-flight entertainment. Tom and Jerry. Yeah, that would be good in the cabin, wouldn't it? Tom and Jerry. Seal says, I hope they update the Flight Factor 350 to study level like the 75 and 76. There's a lot more they can add or adjust. Maybe update 777. Yeah, I've heard some things about that. I've been warned off the 777. Although Matteo has warned me off the 777 before, and then he flies it and finds it's not too bad. Paddy says, would you talk about your YouTube stuff on real-world flights? That's a good question. That depends, I think. I think that would depend. 317 million for a 350. There you go. Can we go to the wing view? Yeah, we can. Absolutely. I'm here to please. Which wing would you like? That is a big wing view. A lot of wing. And this is what I mean. This, I feel like it's fine, but I feel like this texturing could be better. I'm sure I've had wings in FSX that look a little bit more dynamic than that. And the same with the engine, sort of, you know, this stuff. I don't... It's there, yeah, it's fine, it's functional. I think the cockpit, screens and everything are better than just a... And I don't want to... I'm not trying to insult anyone who's done these textures. I think they're definitely fine. It's just... I think this product has progressed to a point where a really nice visual model would make a big difference to it. But they're not the only ones in X-Plane to have these sorts of things. I think the Toliss textures are very good on the wings. I think the Build's A300 wings are pretty average as well, actually. I'd say they're similar to this. The Beluga is definitely a step up, though. Anyway, there's our wing view. That's our classic one. Yeah, this one's alright. York says, do you have a second computer to look up things, or just a separate monitor? I've got a separate monitor, and I occasionally use my phone or something like that, of course. But I use one computer to stream and run the flight simulator. Oh, that's a shame about the ground, isn't it? I think next time we'll try and do a flight over land. Maybe we'll have to change this wing view, because this will be looking out over water, whereas the other one might look out over the Australia when we get there. Richard P, good to see you. Richard says, bit late to the stream. What is your verdict on the Flight Factor 350? I have the Toliss 320 on NEO and wonder if this would be a good addition. This is fine. It's absolutely fine. I would be really excited about if you want a long haul plane, I'd get excited about the 340. Downside of 340 is it will feel very similar to the 321 and so on. If you stay in the cockpit of this, yeah, I mean, you can see here, what you see is what you get, I suppose. These are modified textures, but so there is a slight minor difference there, but these are freely available from Matteo and quite easy to install. Systems-wise, we've discovered a few things that are perhaps lacking, but lots of stuff that works. It's quite fun to fly this again, because I was really worried. I hadn't touched it since we landed it on January the 1st, so I wasn't sure how well I'd manage it. So at least we got it in the air. Nick D says, how to talk for 10 hours. Yeah, you see, I say it's difficult, and then I'm going to do it with you guys for 10 hours. But you got to remember, there's 340 of you, not just one other person who might not be interested in aeroplanes as much. Imagine how much you'd learn about him if you talked for the whole 10 hours. Yeah, oh yeah, you can get a sort of snapshot of people's life history. But sometimes, you know, if you fly with different pilots all the time, they might not want to just give out their history every time over and over. It does depend. I imagine on long haul though it's not too bad because they only meet a few pilots a month. When are we going to descend? In hours and hours and hours. I don't even want to think about it. It does show us though, so we can work it out. Top of descent is at 12:57. Oh. Oh, it might even have holding. Very good. Top of descent, 12:57. It is currently, because this is game time, 12:57. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 10, 12. Yeah, 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours. But look at that. Under 3,000 miles to go. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Thank you again, Pavel, for your very kind donation. Really, really appreciate it. Those are Darren Nahu says, if you get stuck with someone who doesn't like airplanes while in the cockpit, oh boy. Most people like airplanes, but they might not want to sit and talk about them the whole way. You know, some people want very much be not wanting to talk about work whilst they're oh, that's terrible, isn't it? Whilst they're you know, in the cruise. Paddy says, get yourself an IRL Streamlabs when the other pilot is getting annoying. Yeah, exactly. I've not flown the 350 in real life, Peter, no. MSJN says, do you tend to fly with the same people over and over, or is it fresh new face just about every day? Depends on your airline. In a big airline, fresh face every day. In a small airline, or certainly a small base, more likely, where there's, you know, just a few aircraft in the base, then you'll fly with that pilot. You'll know the people very well. Matthew says, yeah, I can count on one hand the number of men and women I get along well enough to talk a whole trip with. It's rare but a pleasure to work with those people. Yeah, they'll be a good friends, yeah. Bella Jurassic says, Melbourne or Sydney to Ayers Rock with the airport scenery. That'll show you some land, lots and lots of land. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I wanted to see Australia and New Zealand in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard because it's just such long distances. So we're going to have to do sort of each part individually. A few Australia group flights, and would need a fighter jet, really. Azal says, if you could have a full home A320 cockpit 1-to-1 scale, would you prefer that? It might be, well, I wouldn't mind it. I think that'd be good fun, but I wouldn't build one myself. What I think I've said before, what I would like is, well, things I'd like. Yes, okay, yes, I would prefer that. That would be good. That would be good, actually. Might be tempted to make it a 757 one. Giuseppe says, got to do a shortish flight on the CRJ to London Oxford, trying to decide from where. Oh, that's a good one. Is the CRJ going to fit into London Oxford? It's not a very big place for a CRJ. Todd says, saw the SIDS video. Cheers, you're welcome. 6CFO says, wasn't there a flight where the pilots got too distracted talking and missed their destination? Yep, yeah, that happens. That has happened. Godly Elf, hello, thanks for coming along. Godly Elf says, hi all, first time catching a live stream. Excellent, good to see you here. Danny says, if an airplane lands over you, I think everyone would stop and watch it fly by and landing, right? Everybody finds plane cool, especially some may be fascinated by them, but it's quite impressive for anyone young, old. Yeah, oh definitely, yeah, you can't not watch an airplane land, and all pilots will turn their head and watch the plane take off and land. as it's going by. It's just not possible to ignore it. Dr. Darinaho says, at least you guys get to chit chat. I only get to have monologues with my patients. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just a bit of chit chat. No, I can't complain. See you on the approach, Russell. Thanks for coming along. Talking to Matthew Presley, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Jimmy A. The grid round is it's a bug. It just seems to appear and then disappear. I'm not even sure why there's no clouds. I'm pretty sure there should be some weather here, but I don't know that for sure. So Giuseppe did fit the CRJ into Oxford. Excellent. There you go. Does fit. Just by 92 feet. Excellent. And then taxis the wrong stands. Very good. Yeah, I think I know which scenery you're using there, Giuseppe. Definitely. Right, guys, what we're doing there is just organising the next stage. So it is lunchtime here, I'm afraid. So when did we go on our last break? Is that 11? Has it been that long ago? How long have we been streaming for? We're up to 5 hours and 16 minutes. And we've only been away for 20 of those. So that's not bad going, is it? So, yeah, we'll do a 40-minute break now. Yeah, I only sometimes get those grids. That's right. Hello, Van der Veen. Yeah, careful with the F1. No more. Nothing after the start of the race can be discussed, including the start. Okay, interesting, Steffi. Yeah, I thought you were talking about that Oxford scenery. Yeah, very good. Right, guys. So we're going to go for our lunch break now. So we will see you again soon. I'm really sorry about that water texture. Hopefully that improves or some clouds appear in the meantime. Anyway, what I'm going to do then is we'll take 40 minutes for this one. So it's currently 10 past 2 in the UK. So at 10 to 3 we will be back. So let me set that up. That'll be 14:50. So we'll take a bit of a longer break. Start that timer. Right, guys, so we're going to go have lunch. It'll be running here in the background, and we shall see you guys again very soon. Thank you all for sticking with it, and we'll see you guys at 10 to 3. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a nice break. Great to see you all here. I hope you're all doing very well. We are still going, which is great news. This is there we go. We've got some clouds. Thank goodness we can hide that horrible, horrible sea textures down below. Although not looking too bad through the gaps. You know, I can't wait to get a detailed long-haul aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and we can have a go. Oh, we're getting caught up from behind now. We better get on top of that. So let me check. Let's do another roll call. Let's make sure everyone's still here. So Qantas 412, I think, had already gone. So 412 is gone. We've still got... Oh, we've lost a few. Now it looks like Crows Moon's at the front of the pack in the Speedbird 135. Can you guys actually hear me? Am I on the right thing? Yes, looks good, looks good. Hello, first officer Jaden. Thanks for coming back. And Giuseppe, good to see you. Yeah, Giuseppe. So I'm going to look at that Oxford scenery as well. I'm excited about that. Yeah, that's good to know. It sounds like you think it's good stuff. So Qantas 92 is still with us. That's great. Qantas 358 is still with us. We're obviously the 40 Kilo. We've overtaken actually the DAL 105 Mike. The Valencia 48 Lima is behind us. So the DAL is gone for a slightly slower cruise speed today. So where's Mateo? Mateo's fallen a bit behind, probably speed restricted earlier. And then the Speedbird 135. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we've lost the Qantas 572, or they've already landed because they were so far ahead. Great stuff. So, for those of you wondering how much have we missed there, we are now somewhere here. So, you know, from this point onwards, we are going to Australia. Australia is where we're going to have to end up. So soon, not too long until we're back over terrain, which is good news for a little bit anyway, before we go sort of ETOPS over the ocean again. But yeah, great stuff. So... yeah, we are back out of Van der Been. Good to see you. Speckle Boy, hello. John Keane, thank you. Johannes B, you passed everyone. Yeah, we're storming along at 8.6. No messing around here. Picked up a bit of a tailwind now, 50 knot tailwind here. That's going to have changed our arrival time. Yeah, look at that, 13.16. So that is now 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 5 hours, 16 minutes to go. 5 hours and 16 minutes. That is Delta. There we go. Finally worked it out. Thanks, Dave. It's taking me a long time. Stephen Malcolm says, I can see you, Enrico. Enrico is 340 and below. There we go. Giuseppe says they've been teasing news about the 350 Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I saw that, Giuseppe. That would be great news. Great news. When that gets released. And, of course, the 380. Qantas 572 has landed in Perth. Ah, I see. Yeah, they were doing really well. Way ahead. Excellent stuff. Right. Good Echo says, I feel like my dad is driving us to Butlins and it's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. You were, if you were here for the stream we did before, the long haul one, it was pretty similar. The advantage of that one was it wasn't all over water. That's the only downside about this one. But you know, it's sort of nice. It's a bit serene. This is what I like about long haul flying, is when you can just sit there and, as a passenger, I mean, as I said, I've not done it, but I like it as a passenger because no one can ask you to do anything except nothing. You have to just sit there and soak it in. And then you usually arrive somewhere exciting, somewhere you're not normally. Let's go back to those crew bunks, which is where one of the pilots would certainly be at this point. Oh, these passengers they load in. It is funny. Curtains don't work? No. I'm trying to remember how we got into the bunks, because the toilets don't open. Did we go through? No. Ashley says, do you watch any Just Flight videos on YouTube? Just watched yesterday's Paro to Kathmandu A319. Is it Just Planes, you mean? Just Planes. A perfect flight with amazing scenery. Yeah, Just Planes. I see some of their stuff, yep. The passengers seem to be okay. They seem to be enjoying themselves. I think so. What have we got at the back here? Here's the little galley. I say little, pretty big. Much bigger than you get on the 320, obviously. Equipped to do all the hundreds and hundreds of economy passengers. And then up these stairs. I assume there's a door normally. And up into the crew bunk. Not bad. And there you go. Yeah, they do have a TV. What are they watching? So you can lie down in here. You've got your little TV, seatbelt in case you need it. I think that's pretty cool. Everyone's got their own little TV. Fantastic. I know this one doesn't. This is not a good seat to get. Nothing in that one. Yeah, that would just... Oh, lovely. I wish we had that. You know, I could do that on short haul. After halfway through a 12-hour day, I'd like to just... you know, done a few challenging approaches, maybe just sit in the cruise and snooze for a while. Can't believe they're going to do that while we're watching. So this livery is slightly inverted there. Let's go over to these ones. Welcome, there we go. This livery is available. This is just on the list on the X-Plane forum. But a nice job. They've done a nice job. Corrado, flight's going well. Thanks very much. Just planes, actually. Yeah. No, I do watch them. I think I've seen some of the Paro ones. Slightly bigger TVs up here. Crew restaurant at the front. Let's see if we can find that one. Mr. Espresso says just back from the running treadmill A350 lower deck. Excellent. Oh, you're doing well to get some exercise in today. That's not going to happen in my day, I'm afraid. Because I had to wake up and set up sort of an hour and a half before this. Entirely self-inflicted. So there's the galley. So it'll be here, will it? There it is. No, I don't know. I went all the way to the back. Slightly different format. Oh, they've done some serious research. So what's this? Sort of a chair? I suppose this is for the pilots, I imagine. So you got the chair option or the actual bunks option. I don't know for sure, but yeah. Very good. Nice to have it all here. Big old galley. Oh, what I'd give to go on holiday on a long haul flight, eh? As I'm sure the rest of you. It's just the dream. Right, jumping into our seats. See if I can line that up right for once. Not bad. Danny Rebel says, I can see why that seatbelt in the bed is necessary in turbulence. Yeah. Yeah. Giuseppe is going to go from Milan to Oxford. Excellent. Are you doing a video with that, Giuseppe? Or are you doing a like a text review? Thanks, Andres. Thanks for your congrats. Appreciate it. Any visuals of the cargo area, says Hello Van der Been. No, I don't think there's no lower deck I don't think you can get to on this one. I'm not going to read out Danny's message. And the law says, what time will arrival be? Arrival will be in, as we said, about 5 and a bit hours. So we are, in fact, in about a few minutes, we're going to cross 50% of the flight. Distance-wise, that is, not necessarily time-wise. So yeah, so 13:15 on here with 7 tons of fuel. So that is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So in 5 hours and 10 minutes. Although we need to set up the arrival. So, in fact, let's have a... Just for my own... Knowing me, I could do this entire stream and not be ready for the approach. Now, the great thing about the Maldives was the approach was so lovely. It was so simple. Really liked it. So, anyway, what... I must confess, I don't take these streams quite as seriously as perhaps I should, in the sense that we are running with these alternates, right? So now Perth is our alternate. So let's bring up Perth charts just to see what we've got going on there, because this is what the real pilots would spend time doing. Definitely lovely weather, 24 degrees, because of course it's summer still in Australia, though slowly transitioning to winter. But there we go. 24 degrees, cav okay. I mean, 9 knots. That's just perfect. That's the best weather. I want to go to Australia again. It's so great. They have got 11,000 feet runway with an RLS Cat 3 wind down the runway. So that's perfect. We can comfortably be happy with that. I don't think I need to say much more. If we have a quick look at the charts, what have we got? There we go. So we'll take the longer runway. 2-1. Perfect. Great. Happy with that. Out of interest, those first ones we were using, which we would have looked up earlier than this, not now. 29 in CBs. Ooh, they're a bit rough. And we've got one RLS 7,300 feet. Ooh, wow. So this is the thing with ETOPS, is that some of these places, some of these airports will not really get much traffic. They are just there. Or they're just not just there, but they are just used over and over again as alternates to make sure it's safe to to fly, but no one has any intention of going there, because you can imagine if a few aircraft tried to divert into here, that would cause a real headache pretty quickly. But there we go, definitely usable. The only question would be making this approach on the other runway. We've got VOR, ILS and VOR. Cool. Anyway, that's usable. But we're not going to go there anymore. We're going to Perth, which is very well set up. And obviously we're going to Melbourne. Mike Lima. So Melbourne is currently light northerly winds there. 15 degrees, perfect. So the thing with these sorts of places, or long haul sort of flights I suppose, is that those forecasts you get when you set off, you know, you're going to have done your planning 14 plus hours before you get there, so you have to do your fuel planning based on some pretty far out forecasts. Let's have a look at the airports. There we go. Melbourne is very well equipped. We won't use the short runway, obviously, I would hope. We'll use that nice long one. And I can only imagine there are a whole host of useful approaches. Our flight plan was to go via... Let me bring that up. We are going via Ninop on approach arrival. And then Wendy arrival. So let's just have a quick look while we're here. We're down Alpha 40934, which is the longer one. There it is. Wendy in, and then given that wind, yeah, so they planned us on 27. We're not. I'm hoping we're not going to do that. So I'm going to imagine we're going to land it on the north. So that's going to be the Wendy, whichever that one is. Oh, it looks like the 9 Alpha could be. Oh, I see. It's going to be via. Okay, so via Acdale, and then we'll do our approach. Could be the 9 Papa. No, shouldn't be that. So this is the thing. In short haul, we brief these. Oh, you know, you'll end up doing these. Oh, there's going to be some. There's no ILS on the northerly one. Ooh, so we might get to do an RNAV onto 3-4. Let's check I haven't misread that. 16161627. So there's an RNAV onto 27. Curious. Oh well. Well, this would be a good test. RNAV Zulu for 3-4. I don't see why we can't. Does anyone know? Have they done an RNAV in the flight factor before? I have not. Melbourne's in the dark right now. Yeah. Yeah, there won't be much for us to see. We'll load up in the daylight in Microsoft Flight Simulator later. Yeah, the question is, can we fly this? I would assume so, so we'll do that. Pretty straightforward. Nice straight in RNAV. And fingers crossed it works out. Normal 3 degrees. There we go. So there's a plan for 5 hours from now anyway. I can't see the ATC frequencies on my avatar for Perth, and it is no, not yet, I'm afraid. Good question. What sky colours do you use, says Shimon? I use the default. This is all defaults. The watercolour is... oh, it's not that one. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes the texture goes missing. That blue you've got down there is loaded in. That's a slightly adjusted watercolour texture I got off the forum. Are we at the halfway mark? Yes, we are. We are indeed. Distance to go, 2,344 nautical miles. Total flight was 4,682. Tested it yesterday, says Stephen, and it worked fine. Great news. What do you do when you have storm clouds near cruise level at EG360? Well, you have to go around them. Going over thunderstorms is very rare. It's not easy. If you were in this airplane, and we're at, in fact, we might even climb soon. If you're at 37,000 feet or higher, 41,000 feet, and the thunderstorms are beneath you at sort of 20,000 feet, rare, but does happen. In that case, then you might consider scooting over the top of them, but that's rare. Thunderstorms grow very quickly. They grow in minutes. They're not an hours and hours sort of thing. So if you were to sit there and let them or no, going over them is just something we basically never do. Never. And if you're this far south, where we've seen that the tropopause, which is where thunderstorms will stop growing, they can go through the tropopause. At the tropopause, the temperature stops reducing. So the higher up it is, that was temperature outside. So it's only minus 56 up at 37,000 feet, you see. So we have to keep going up, keep going up, keep going up before we get that static air temperature until it reaches its tropopause point where it won't go any lower. Because eventually it stops getting colder. And it's at that point that the thunderstorm stops growing. Now, why that is to do with all sorts of things that I hardly understand, adiabatic lapse rates and all this sort of stuff. But I just roughly remember that name. I couldn't even give you a more advanced description. But basically, that's where they'll stop. But when the tropopause is so high, they can keep growing up to 50,000 feet and above. So, yeah, it's not likely we'll get that opportunity today to avoid or go over. So, yeah, we'll be dodging around them. That's the way forwards. So they've had their lunch. Anyway, so I was going to look at this ECAM. So the ECAM displays system information, monitors. Yeah, we know this. I want to know a bit more about the ECAM control panel. And there is a way to set it to auto. It's a bit of a shame. I don't understand how this formatting ended up like this, where you lose the bottom. Oh, there you go. This is something that Airbus does. Just to show you the difference of the CRJ, the Airbus shows you which page it thinks you need as you're going through it. Really clever stuff. Look at that. During flight control checks, flight control comes up. During taxi, you get the wheel page. At 1,500 feet or at thrust reduction, you get cruise page. It's just great. It's a bit hard to read it like this. Ah, they count this only as the engine display, and then there's the status display. How interesting. Yeah, the engine display, I suppose, yeah, that's all it gives you. Pretty small. Anyway, I won't sit here and read a manual for the whole flight, but you get all of this included with your flight factor. Oh, funnily enough, this doesn't work though. This is talking about all the cameras. There we go, right. Oh no, not that. Surveillance, FCU. Oh wow, MSD FCU backup. Wow, no way. So that's surveillance. If I click on this, FCU backup. No way, look at that. I can control the aeroplane in case of an FCU failure. So this is called the flight control unit, same as the 320. And if this fails, you can in the 320, if you have two different channels, and if both of them fail, that's that. The FCU's gone, and you lose quite a lot of stuff. You lose the ability to change the QNH and all this sort of stuff. You still keep your standby one, but regardless, look at this. Oh well, I have to turn it on. What should we try? Speed. You can convert the speed to Mach. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is selected speed. There it is, selected speed. This is more advanced than selected heading. Heading. Oh, I can't believe it. That's amazing. Track FPA. Oh. Remarkable. That is remarkable. So we'll go back to nav. Amazing that they've modelled it. It really is. Anyway, so that's Mach, out cruise, nav, all looking good. Oh, we've got our meters up there. Turn that off. There we go. Yeah. See, that's a great little feature to have in there. Yeah, didn't think that would work. Here's your arm surveillance. FMS1. Yeah, very clever stuff. Right, let's go to our progress page. Where are we sitting? Sorry, perf page, they called it. Optimum's 373. Recommend max 409, so we could climb, but We're only sitting in Rockton now. I don't want to go up just yet. Jump and Run says the 350 is amazing. Yeah, that is good. That is good to know that it has that sort of stuff. How many more hours? 5 hours to go. This is an X-Plane Martin indeed. Victor Tango says, doing my first flight on the 350. I love it. Excellent. Excellent. Galia says, he's got you in one window and F1 Bahrain in another. Excellent. Don't spoil the race, Galia. But enjoy it. Brianni Silva, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. We are doing well here. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry if I've missed anyone's Discord messages. I do get a few Discord messages, but I've been a little bit busy the last couple of days. Just a little bit busier than normal. Contrails going in the right direction, you'll notice. Who'd have thought that was possible? Oscar just entering domestic airspace. Estimating JFK 1645. Excellent. Ed Van der Veen is off now. Back in 3-ish hours. Have fun. No spoilers for me. Excellent. Enjoy. Yeah, we'll lose a few people now, I suspect. Ernie says, done it into 1.6 on the Zebo. When off work, I do the Monday milk run a lot. Excellent. Thanks, Andy. No X-Vision or Reshade. No. Lost to our clouds again. This is where people say I should have active sky. Well, let's get rid of that. Don't know why I forgot to do track FPA. Excellent. So it wants us to climb it up. We might climb. We'll see what happens with that. But that is good news on that tailwind. 60 knot tailwind. And that must swing round to a headwind. Eventually. But still, comfortable for fuel. Great news. Thanks, Vandra. Sean Maguire says, hello everyone, Captain, congrats again on 40k. Missed the takeoff, but I'll watch it later. Good morning from sunny San Diego. Excellent. I'm glad it's sunny in San Diego. I've been to San Diego, absolutely love it. It's a great place as well. But thank you very much for coming along, Sean. And yeah, I hope you're doing well. Don't worry too much about the takeoff. It took us a while to get in the air. Metro says, what was the worst failure that you've ever had flying in real life? It's a good question. I've had some, well, a whole host of little failures that some seem bigger than others, but nothing completely ridiculous. You know, you just get things. Probably it wasn't on the Airbus. I've had an oil temperature that rose so much we had to reduce power to the engine, but we didn't have to shut it down. That is relatively serious, just because it's unusual that you have to actually reduce the power on the engine. But it was fine in the end. Martin says, watch some real live flights on YouTube. That plane is out of this world. Yeah, it is great, isn't it? The 350. Window seat, good to see you. Thanks for coming, Window Seats. Window Seat says I'm back. Sorry if I missed anything. Been beta testing. What's been beta testing, Window Seat? Amen. No, there'll be no face reveal. No. Is the A350 worth it? It's a little bit pricey at the moment, I think. But if you can get it on sale, I think it's a good add-on. If you really want a long-haul plane, for X-Plane it's good, although Toliss obviously have their 340 coming, which I am really excited about. And there's the Builds 300 if you want a similar long haul. But this is good. It's not bad at all. It really grows on you the more you're using it. It's funny, isn't it, that water texture just didn't bother to load in for that big square. Very strange. Very strange. Jorg says, would it be possible to join flying 320 NEO from Perth to Melbourne, or would A350 be a lot faster? You won't keep up with us. If you were ahead of us, you might be alright, but you won't keep up with us. We're doing 2.86. It's ridiculously fast, really. Dr. Darren Naho says, I'll split screen it. F1 has me hyped too much to miss it. Yeah, enjoy. Thor says, hi everyone, the weather sure seems better up in the skies than it does down here. You're getting closer and closer to the city where nothing exciting ever happens. Oof, that sounds controversial. Alexander Garfano says, the stream started at 1 AM for me. Oh, sorry about that, Alexander. Yeah, these things do happen. Dr. Donaho says, tell the bot to delete Verstappen, Bottas, Hamilton. Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good one. Let's see. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. Shouldn't be doing that whilst we're on the stream. Paddy, hope you are doing well still. Thanks for coming along. Window Seat says, some upcoming Orbex goodies, making the Microsoft Flight Simulator world even more beautiful. Excellent. Looking forward to it. Oh, we might get a few subscription alerts come through here. Beluga ahead, says Rakon. We're getting that grid appearing back again. Oh, we'll just turn off those alerts for just a minute here while it does that. There we go. I do not know, William the Kid. I do not know when the Toliss V40 is coming out. No, I've got no news on that. I know that they've shared their first update, I think. Have they? Or is that to come this month? And he says, this is the most realistic stream ever. I'm actually suffering from time zone effects. I definitely wouldn't say it's the most realistic ever. But, oh wow. As a list. Thank you all of those people who subscribed. That's insane. I've never seen it go that mad. Anyway, thank you all for your subscriptions. I hope you're enjoying the video if you are watching this one. Brian is watching late night from Japan. Excellent. That is late night. Goodness me. Well done. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with it for this long. SKW says 350 looks well worth the pounds, but I guess if you have time to be doing long haul, I personally don't. Toliss, Baby Bus and Beluga are good for me. Yeah, they're all good. The Beluga's great. I really like the Beluga. Ahmed says, can you show us how to use FM and AM in the radio for A320? You can't do FM. You can do AM. It's a little trick through the ND. I think it's through the NDBs. But yeah, it's not a great idea. Not something I've seen anyone do for years now. Panda says, I almost feel like there's too many screens in the 350 and the 787. Seems like it could be distracting. I don't think distracting is right. I don't see why it could be distracting. You are right, there is. I suppose it's distracting if you let it be. Okay, I agree with you then. I agree. I think you're right, actually. Distracting in the sense that when you have this many screens around you, the temptation and what we all like to do, especially pilots, is we'll just start clicking on things. You'll be desperate to go into this and we'll look at this and fiddle with that. And the point will be, if you're on final approach or you're at a busy time of flight, trying not to get drawn into all these screens, remembering to keep coming back to the flying. That'll be the challenge, I suspect. Drinks and light meal. Do we not just do a drink service? So many do drinks. wonder if I remember any of these other ones for the rest of the flight. There we go. I think Streamlabs has gone over its list. We shall find out. Mariner Halley says, incoming 50k, we're going to London. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good luck with that one. Brianni says, if your company gave you the chance to switch and fly the 350 instead, would you take that opportunity? If I happened to work for a company that had 350s as well as, well, the 350s to go and swap to fly on, then yeah, definitely I would, yeah. Absolutely. Lars says, I'm flying the A320 NEO, but they've removed the average wind component and now ask for true wind out. That's because you can only put in the average wind component in the normal 320 on the ground, I think. I think by the time you're in flight, it's too late. But because it goes on the init B page, which disappears once you're in flight. So you can enter it at each waypoint. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, it's just enough. Does need a bit of time out for spamming. Yeah, agreed. So, Martin says some 350 pilots claim to have less jet lag thanks to lower altitude pressure and less noise. Yeah, and I've heard 787 pilots say the same thing. I just wouldn't know. They are nice and quiet though, and this looks like a very comfy airplane to spend your day in. It really does. Very nice indeed. Right, so let's put in some winds. Let's do the Merib wind. So to do your winds, bring up your tablets, find your flight plan. I'm saying this all very confidently. No, not like that. There we go. Keep showing you my merchandise. And one of these pages will be wind related. Now I'm not going to bother putting in, there you go, here's the winds. So let's find our next waypoint at Merib. Merib's there. We're at flight level 37 or 39. So I can go into here, click on Merib, wind. Now this is not the same as your 321, I'm afraid. But 321, you do it with this screen and you go to flight plan, select on the right hand side, and then wind data. And we can type it in. Cruise wind at, oh, it doesn't seem to matter. Merib, flight level. Well, let's do 370. Oh, that's not formatted very well, is it? Ooh, I'm not sure what that is saying there. There we go, true, okay. So 280 at 30, as you guys can see. So we're getting onto that proper tailwind. And I want to put in another one. So there's a question. How do I put in another wind? Nope, not that one. I don't know actually. This is a slightly different format. How we can choose to put in another flight level, I do not know. Oh well, we better put in what we're expecting to be. So that's Merib. I mean, they're all going to be pretty similar. We can put one in at sales. So it's just going to load in that average for the whole time. At sales, we should see at 390, 267.35. Basically the same again, isn't it? Not going to make much difference. So if I go back to Merib, 280.30, sales, 267.35. Waves, these are some nice call signs actually. Vemen. Will be probably at 390 there, so 263.38. There's a minor difference between the flight levels, but I can't get too excited about it. Riddle 231.62. Whoa, windy. We're getting some serious tailwinds by that point. Interesting. We'll go for... Well, actually, I'm not sure when's our descent. Anyway, there you go. So there's some. It's a lazy way to do it. So once it's the climb zoom, 37 to 41, because we skipped out 39. But and you can see there you go. Someone was asking earlier, did the step climbs show up? Yes, they do. So from Ninob, it's got a little dashed line up a bit. Traffic in front, behind us. I think we've overtaken everyone. Nice. That's what we like to see. Fuel, how's the fuel doing? So we've got 32 tons on board now. We've used... Wow, we've used a lot. It even tells us, look, plot was 69. Minus the total fuel used should give us 32.6. We got 32.4, so pretty good. That's a clever little thing to have there. It's just a quick way to see whether you've got a fuel leak. Alternative is what I would do is take the fuel used, 36.5, add to the fuel on board, 32.5. Does it add up to 69? Yep. Close enough. So we're doing alright. Oh, now with those winds, look at that. 12.55, 9 tons, even better. Good afternoon, Hayden J. Robbins. Good to see you again. The whole smelt of cabbage today. What's that all about? Yeah, good question. I did turn on the air for you. Maybe you need it a bit cooler down there. Maybe that'll make life a bit more pleasant. There you go, 14 and 15. Time for some coffee, says Flux. Yeah, I'll be going for some coffee this afternoon, no doubt. Amen says, thanks for the tutorials and all the hard work that you put into your videos. Much love from the Qatar Airways home base. Excellent, thank you, Amen, and glad you like the videos. Thank you. Thanks for coming along to say so. Oh, no, don't click on that. It's a waypoint thing, isn't it? I do find that's the only frustration with this page. Trying to make sure you don't make a mess of it here. What do we do hold? Yeah, look at that. It's all there. It's all there. And this is working on the step climb. So we might see when we fly through this step at Ninob, if we don't do it, we might see that the fuel planning changes. You can spend all day obsessing over step climbs, whether they're worth it or not. You do this on even in the 321. Ollie Nut says, I've got to go now. Have a great flight, and I might catch the landing later. Bye. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Thanks for coming along. Nick says, what is the green sign at 15 degrees pitch down called? Good question. This is just, it shows us the fact that we're in normal law. People call them the equals sign, the green equals sign, because they look like a little equals, but I don't know if they have an official name other than that. That's what everyone calls them. This is just to show you that the plane will not pitch below 15 degrees. So yeah, so we can shove the nose down, but it won't go below minus 15. Hello from Sydney, Mitchell Scott. Hello to you. Hope you're doing well. Don't know who says, expanding on the question, would you take on an offer to fly 78, 777X, or even 74? Yep. Yep. Any of those. I'd do it. I'd fly anything. Shashavit says, do a flight to Kathmandu next. VNKT is a pretty challenging airport to land on, crowded by mountains and low visibility most of the time. Goodness me, yeah, that does sound tough. Well, we're starting to expand our flying a little bit into the world. We've previously been very Europe-based, so I'm just trying to think of the way to do it. I want to get to America and do some America flying as well, but I might just have to skip the flying there part and just start there. Big Tango says, I love the A350 doing Mach 0.87 and 549 knots. Yeah, there you go, excellent. It's great, isn't it? We are flying very fast. Yeah, that tailwind's really picked up. How much cargo ends up on passenger flights? Is it mainly just bags? It just depends a lot. But to be honest with you, the pilots will just see the cargo. You can look up the freight. I don't tend to notice it, I must admit. Palva says, what are the rules and steps to land in the water in an emergency? Well, there'll be a ditching checklist for that. It's famous actually, the ditching checklist, because of the Sully incident. But yeah, the little Airbus has a ditching button and so on. This one has it as well. There you go. But we won't press it, because what that does is it seals up the vents that are below the water line, and it has the potential to cause issues with pressurization, because most of the vents are below the waterline. Vati2, thank you for your £20 donation. Really kind, Vati2. Vati2 says, congrats on the latest milestone. Definitely not the last. Hopefully someone has brought you a bit of lobster from the galley to keep you going. We can only dream, eh? But yeah, thank you very much. Very kind, Vati2. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you so much for your £20 donation. Really, really kind of you. I hope you're doing very well. And thanks for coming along to this. Oh no, there's that grid again. Thanks for coming along to this stream, and thanks for supporting the channel over the last few months. Thank you. Yeah, really kind, really kind. SKW says 5 hours to go, time for excuses. Yeah, I've got a great excuse actually. Somebody said that there's a floating bug with the 350. Now I have no idea if it's true. I've got the latest version, but I can pretend it's true if I float. Problem is, it won't work if I don't float and have a heavy landing. The other thing is, it's just judging the flare height. You have to, I reckon. Well, from my practice yesterday, I had to flare a bit earlier in this than I do in the 320, as you'd imagine, because it's heavier, it's got more momentum. Why are you climbing to 390 with faster tailwind, says the Greek Badger? No, it'll just be, as the airplane gets lighter, it gets more efficient to go higher up. So, yeah, that's all it is. I mean, you'll see that we actually have lots of margin here because the low speed stuff's off the bottom of the speed tape. So we could easily go up to 3.9, and what did it say? 4.1 is probably already available. Yeah, 413. Yeah, so I wonder if I lower the cost index, sometimes in the little Airbus that does impact other things. If we did 50. No, in the little Airbus that would also change the optimum and recommended maximum, but it doesn't seem to be tied in here. What were we at? Was it 300? No messing around. We've got extra fuel. We're doing fine. Let's hope that headwind doesn't disappear. Sorry, tailwind doesn't disappear. But thank you, Vati2. Thank you for your £20 donation. Really appreciate it. Rakon says, anything, even a Mad Dog? Yeah, I'd fly a Mad Dog. I don't know. That's a good question. Would I swap to a Mad Dog from a 320? No. And there's a reason for that, which is you do, to some extent, want to be on flying an airplane that is used a lot is better for your job security, in the sense that, as we can see what's happened now, you know, look at all the airplanes that have been retired, and you'll notice they tend to be the older ones, like the 747, sadly. So it's quite a good idea to be flying an airplane that's, you know, it's not, this is not advice. This is not advice for anybody. This is very much the opposite. This is just me just thinking aloud. But as a pilot, it's worth considering, I think. Unless your job is very secure, and I mean very secure, and we've proven that almost no jobs are. But, you know, as a pilot, if you're flying a certain airplane, that's sort of that's all you can apply for. Now that does vary, and when times are good, so when all the airlines are recruiting, you'll be able to apply for jobs in other companies, and they will take you whether or not you fly their airplane. When times are bad, companies will only recruit pilots if they even need pilots at all. But if they are recruiting pilots, they would usually recruit pilots that fly the airplane they already have, because they don't have to pay for the training costs. And when there's enough supply, when there's enough pilots who aren't getting jobs elsewhere because the times are bad, that's all they can do. So that's why being on a 320 is, or any modern airplane. But it's a personal decision. But flying a Mad Dog in Europe perhaps would not be a very wise move in that sense. Put it that way. Kathmandu is nice. Freeway scenery, says Giuseppe. Excellent. Thank you very much. Good to know. Harry says, how much would you have to be paid to do Singapore to New York? 18 hours 30 at boredom. Yeah, is that 350? Because we could get the Singapore livery and do that. But I mean, that would have to involve a night's sleep. Because even this is pushing it. This takes my entire day to do this. Window seat says, we ditch every night before going home and reselect ditching button after power off, so when the next shift comes in it doesn't remain in a ditch condition. There you go. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So as soon as it's powered up, it's turned off. Interesting window seat. Very interesting. Yeah. Is that because you just protect the airplane from any bits getting in? Because we don't do that, or I've not seen that done on the 320 family. The time to use a ditching push button on the 320 family is when you're de-icing. So ditching push button, no, I can't tell you on the 350, but it probably close things like these pack inlets, the outflow valves, wherever they are. Where are the outflow valves on this thing? That looks like the ram air turbine, but I can't be sure of that. Where are the outflow? Wherever the outflow valves are, they'd probably close up as well, and a few other vents and so on. It's quite a clever system. The problem with that is the airplane needs to be able to let air out. That's how it regulates its pressure. So if that can't happen, you've got yourself into a bit of a problem. So when you de-ice, we do press it, but before we press it, we have to check we've turned off everything. So de-icing obviously happens on the ground, and you'll turn off all the pressurization on the 320, and then you'll press the ditching button, and that seals up all those holes so that none of the fluid gets in there. That's the idea anyway. Thank you again to Vati2 for your very kind donation. Really appreciate it. Martin says those green equal signs change into orange crosses when direct law, don't they? They change to orange cross on alternate law. Yeah, they go orange for alternate law, and they're crosses to show you haven't got the protections. Yeah, they're also crosses in direct law. But direct law, you again not sure about 350, but in the 320 in direct law it says use man pitch trim on the top of the PFD. It says it along there. That's how you know you're in direct law. That's when the gear's down after being in alternate law. Victor Tango says VNKT has a wonderful VOR approach. 5.3 degrees. Goodness me, that seems very extreme. But you was right about tailwinds. You were indeed. Yeah, it's picked up. Things are looking up. 1428 now. Oh, that's interesting. But we're not getting... Yeah, I was going to say, that didn't seem right. Look at this though. So 3-4 RNAV via Wender inserts. Let's have a look at that. Okay, this will be briefed hours and hours in advance. There we go, scroll that way. There it is, pretty straightforward. Up and in. So you've got the go around coded, which is great stuff. This is definitely Toliss level. Now here's a question: how do I go back to flight plan? Don't know. If I press it on here, flight plan, no. Desk, no. Airport, there's no airport button anymore. Desk, no. Oh, I don't know. We've lost another step. There we go. But still 12:48. It doesn't seem to make any difference. Oh, we'll scroll back through. Good stuff. Optimum 377. So the Optimum's now above us. So if we sit here, the Optimum's slowly getting further away from us, above us. We could climb up to 39 and wait for it to meet us. Wouldn't be too big of a deal. See how that traffic's doing. If I go to nav, we'll see them. I think they're both behind us. Mateo's, or somebody climbed up. Was that Mateo? I think Mateo is higher up. Mateo says, finally, good Optimum to step to 39. Excellent. Window seat says, after powering down, we just press the ditching button again, and it's obviously not in the pushed in position, so everything opens to what it wants when the next shift comes in. That's a really good idea. I like that. Mateo has an Optimum of 381. Oh, Mateo's a bit lighter than us, yeah. So by the time it's a 381, it's definitely time to climb. Yeah, you go up 39. Yeah. Danny says, you changed the Costa X. You had it set in 200, but you changed it to 300 now. I don't know if that makes a huge difference. Doesn't seem to be. So we're doing decimal 872. A little bit. I'm going to leave it at 300. We've got the fuel now. I will have no concerns at doing that. What does the overlay reckon? I don't know where the overlay gets its decisions from. So how long have we been going then? This is now a 7.5 hour stream. Wow. Wow. So the question is that right? 7.5 hours? Let me think about that. No, it's 7 hours. This is a 6 hour 40 stream. Not sure why YouTube's telling me 7.5 hours. That's very strange. But there we go. Yeah, 6 hours 50. Thor says, would you climb now or would you wait until the optimum is at 3.8 or higher? It really depends. It's not an exact science. Remember, it's you're not talking about much difference to go now or maybe later. The one guaranteed thing is that optimum will keep going up. It's going to keep going above us. So it's already 1,000 feet above us. So now it's heading further away and we're sitting low. So I'd probably go up now and just wait for it because then I can sit still at 3.9. Also, what do you do if we wait now and then we find out that somebody's above us or they've caught up with us? It's more of a short haul thing. On long haul oceanic stuff, they'd have it a little more planned out, I imagine. So we're going to go up to 3.9. That's it. It's happening. Don't know what I did there. 3.9. And if I just push it in, there we go. Thrust climb. Nav 390. And there it draws it on there. Over the next 20 miles. It's changed the range. Oh no, that's because of my range on here. There we go. Drew says you'll be burning fuel on the way up too. Yeah, we will. Although you'll notice it's not a huge change. Look, let's see what the difference is. We're burning 4 tons an hour each side as we climb. But what you can see is that number reducing and reducing and reducing as we climb. It's got a very good climb performance. That is ridiculous. I expect it to be sitting much nearer to sort of Coffin Corner. We can't even see the low speed. It's just going so fast, I suppose. Oh, that's gotten worse though. Can't have that. Oh, 10 tons though. We'd saved a bit of fuel doing that. Last 500 feet. So let's see. So we're burning 4 tons while climbing, or 3.7 now. And I suspect in the cruise it's not going to be a huge difference. So for the few minutes you burn that, but then you think about the hours we're going to save fuel on the way. But it's a bit of a numbers game. It's not all critical that you do it at exactly the right second. Which Tango just bought the 350. Excellent. Yeah. So I hope you're enjoying it. Sounds like you are. Fluke says, alright, I've got to go record a DJ set. Excellent. But I'll leave the stream in the background today. Excellent. Thanks, Fluke. All good for the channel. 700 likes. We're doing well. Thank you very much, guys, for 700 likes. Really appreciate it. Brandon says, a sudden wind shift that results in overspeed. The autopilot disconnects. How do you re-engage auto throttle? It goes back to idle when moving levers to climb. Pete S, thank you very much for a $6.90 donation. Really appreciate it, Pete. Pete says, thanks from an alpaca. When are we going to see the Zebo rolled out of the hangar? The Zebo isn't even in the hangar at the moment, I must confess. So yeah, thank you very much for your $6.90 donation. Really appreciate it, Pete. Thanks for coming along. We normally have an alpaca of some variety on flying along with us, but I think today we've managed to scare them off with the 350. But yeah, it will appear. I've got to do a bit of homework on it, certainly, and get a bit of help from some people on that. But yeah, we'll do it. But thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it, and glad you've been enjoying it. So yeah, if the autopilot disconnects, how do you re-engage auto throttle? It goes back to idle when moving the levers to climb. it can go into what's called thrust lock or toga lock, where this will be flashing at you if that happens. If that's the case, bring them to idle, disconnect the auto thrusts using the red buttons on the side, or you can press this button up here like that and it's off, you see, and you get blank, and you see it says thrust lock. It's flashing thrust lock because it's saying that it's going to just keep the thrust where it was. So now I can move my thrust levers, and as soon as I move them, I've now got control, and it stops flashing. Oops, excuse me. It stops flashing thrust lock up there. But I'm going to press auto thrust again, and you'll see auto thrust. Oh, it's actually engaged it straight away. Mac auto thrust. Normally, if you have them there, so that's thrust lock. So I'll move the thrust levers. If I keep it low, press that. Oh, there you go. It seems to work like that. Anyway, we'll stop messing around before we get too slow. No spoilers, yes, Buffalo says, yeah, absolutely. Windows here says, we used to change all the cabin filters. This starts to get clogged. Wow, there you go. Windows seat working hard. Fly24, good to see you. Fly24 says, hello. My cat and I are enjoying the stream. Excellent. Thanks for coming, Fly24. I hope you're doing well. I hope your cat is doing well as well. Thanks for coming along. Captain Matt is in sunny California. Very nice. Very, very nice. I'd love to, again, somewhere else I'd love to be able to go to right now. I'm really disappointed with this water. We're going to have to... yeah, we'll plan the next long haul over the... over a bit more land. It's very lonely out here, isn't it, though? You're a long way from... oh, well, no, there we go. There's Australia. Look at that. Well, that is good news. Surprised we can't see any terrain on it yet. There we go. Fuel flow now then, so it was, what was it? So it was 3.7 in the climb, and now it's sitting at sort of 3,200. So, yeah, it's not much of a change, really, is it? Because the engines are already running at quite high RPMs up here. Look at that, 83% N1 even at cruise thrust. Because this is sort of what they're designed for. Thor says, thanks for the answer. Yeah, I guess the amount of time you're not at the optimum is relatively small compared to the rest of the time. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Swimming pools, everyone. Absolutely true, yeah. Arbo25 says, congrats on 40k. Between you and Flight Deck Sim, I have fallen in love with Flight Sim after a long break from it. And the two planes I love flying. Excellent. Thanks, Arbo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rich Sango says, the water issue is a known bug. They're working on it, hopefully fixed soon. I hope so. I mean, it has been a bug for a long time, though, hasn't it? I feel like it's been a bug for a year since I started. But it could be a Vulcan thing. Maybe it wasn't there at first. I thought, when I first saw this, I thought it's because I changed the water texture, but it turns out it's that's not the case. Rakon says, Australia, isn't this the flight to Munich? Yeah, now's the wrong time to realise that. The sad part is we're going to fly past this part of Australia here, and then back out over the water again. It's just beginning. Fly24 says, what a mission. If you keep hitting these milestones in each new long haul stream, we'll see you circumnavigate the world. Yeah, that's it. We'll have to keep working our way around. Probably I'd go north from here up to Singapore or something like that. That would be my next plan. Thanks, James Lees. Thank you, James, for coming along. James says, congratulations on 40k. Keep up the fantastic streams. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming along today. I hope you're doing very well. I hope you're having a relaxing day. Nick D says, what's the green 15 degrees pitch down protection bar marker called? Yeah, the exact name. We all call it the green equal sign. So I need to look up the actual name, I must confess. Drew says, is it worth getting the Toliss right now with the fly-by-wire and Microsoft Flight Simulator? Just depends what you want. The Toliss can do, you know, if you get it today and you have X-Plane, then it does everything straight away, RNAVs and so on. But if you're happy to wait, then fly-by-wire will be adding these features, if not already. Garfield, thank you very much for your 14 Canadian dollar donation. Really appreciate it, Garfield. Garfield says, greetings from Montreal. It would be cool to see you fly around this neck of the woods someday and talk about flying the A320 in the kind of really cold winter weather we get here. Have a good flight. Thank you, Garfield. Really appreciate the donation. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. And yeah, incredibly kind. Thank you. Yeah, Canada's been requested a few times. And as the... So part of the thing with the Microsoft Flight Simulator is that I've avoided taking too many risks with the fly-by-wire. So the Toliss we've taken into some strange and funky approaches like Croatia and places, doing banked turns onto final. But I just want to make sure that the fly-by-wire is pretty stable, and then we'll be able to go and enjoy the rest of the world. So yeah, definitely, Canada's definitely an option and definitely on my list. Thank you very much, Garfield, for the donation, really kind. And Sam AD, thank you for supporting the channel with the 10 Australian dollars. Sam says, thanks you for the streams and training, Captain. Congrats, 40k sub. You're very welcome, Sam. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. So thank you, Garfield, and thank you, Sam. Really kind of you guys. And yeah, I can't believe we're at 40,000. Just seems mad, doesn't it? James Lee says, does this model simulate emergency descent mode? No. So it turns out, James, we've been looking at this earlier. The emergency descent mode is in the 350-1000. Apparently it's only an option in the 350-900, which is what we have today. So we don't have it, which is accurate to the real thing, apparently. Yeah, I was looking for it earlier, desperately. But we did manage to get an avionics smoke warning earlier. We had avionics smoke because we didn't have all these cooling fans on when we powered it up. So it's pretty it does have some failures definitely built into it. Thank you again to Sam and Garfield for your kind donations, appreciate it. Amir says, why does the PFD doesn't show flex mode or taking off in the experimental version? Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried it for a little while. Leo says, good morning from Kansas, Captain. Congrats on the 40k and hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you very much, Leo. I hope you're doing well in Kansas. Hopefully, yeah, I'd love, again, America, another place I need to visit. But yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you, Leo. Roy says, congrats on your 40k stream and thank you for your videos, which has helped me master the A320. Excellent. Great to hear it, Roy. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for saying so. Pitch limit indicator, says Maximilian. There you go. Not the equal signs. Pitch limit indicator. This is that is. So I assume that's the bank limit indicator. And the speed limit indicator. That would make sense, wouldn't it? There's no Mukdu in this one. All the other names pilots give things. Ollie says ETA for Perth overhead. Ooh, good question. Again, if we could do the fix info, we'd have more luck at this. Now that is a good point, because I don't know any of these waypoints. Perth is that the Papa Hotel? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to start up Navigraph separately. In fact, I can see my route on here. Right, Perth. Yeah, we're going straight over the Perth VOR. Pub Hotel, 113.7. In fact, that's the next nav aid that's going to be of any use to us. And I'm going to skip out that cut. I don't want to fly that. I'm not going to go to Keels. So any of you flying along, we're about to remove that. So let's get rid of Keels. Delete. And insert. So we go Mary Brig, and then we'll delete the discontinuity. And there we go. Why have we gone to 12:35 again? Oh no, that's good. No, we're doing good. Yeah, we're doing good for time. Cool. So yeah, that's the plan here. Right, so Pub Hotel. So there's Perth. So when are we going to arrive at the Pub Hotel? That's going to be at 9:52. It's currently 9:03. So 50 minutes until we're passing overhead Perth. 50 minutes for you guys. Anyone trying to join from there? Liam Anderson says, hey, congrats on the 40k, well deserved. Would love to see you do an approach to Quito sometime. Thanks, Liam. Yeah, Quito's a good one as well. Oh man, there's loads we need to do. Yeah, thank you very much, Liam. Good idea as well. There's a candidate event tomorrow, says True. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. I might lose my remaining friends and family if I do that. John says, almost fried the avionics before the 10-hour flight. Yeah, we did. I don't even know if almost is the right word. I think we did. Wide One Ball says, I've just made Northwest Australia from Kuala Lumpur and now all the way across Australia to Melbourne. Yeah, that's the thing with Australia. You get there and then you just keep you keep getting there. You've got to fly over the whole thing. It's massive. Close your eyes while we scroll through. I haven't found a better way to do this. It'd be good if you could type it in, but I don't think you can. There we go. So this is where this wind is helping us. You see we've got this sort of rough jet stream. That's a fast jet stream, 150 plus knots. That is a serious jet stream. But you'll see that it curves around. So after Perth, we might find ourselves dealing with quite a strong crosswind. We will find ourselves dealing with quite a strong crosswind before we start our descent down into Melbourne. So anyway, we've expertly navigated all that nasty weather. And now it's just a case of cruising in. There's that volcano up there. Amazing. If we go to map, we might even see some land soon. Not yet though. Still too far. Just got to catch up with Corrosive Moon's Speedbird, which may be flying very much on autopilot at this point. James Lee says, oh, that's interesting. Thank you. The A320 has EDM, which is pretty cool. Surprised they didn't do that with the NEO. Oh, that would be good. Yeah. Yeah, the NEOs don't have it though. Yeah. I suppose if they're not even giving it to the 350-900. And no doubt it's expensive. Hi, Alan Story says, hi. Did I read on Discord that you will be using the latest version of the 350? Is there a new update? Yeah, so this one, I'm not sure what the date is, but it's changed since January when I flew it last. A small update. I haven't noticed much difference. I think it was a bit of a bug fix and things like that. But yeah, it has been updated again. Enjoy the race, Andy. Promise no spoilers. Excellent. Thank you, Andy. Bank angle limit indicator. There you go. Very good, Maximilian. Perth is YPPH. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, enjoy the race start, guys, but nothing in the chat about the race. Window Seat says, have you flown in Australia in Microsoft Flight Simulator? I've done Uluru. That's the only place I've been. I did Uluru Airport and flew around Uluru. And that's about it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm desperate to try out some new things, which we will do. We will be definitely trying out some of the exciting places in Australia and New Zealand after that. Matthew Presley says, someone was asking how we pass time on long cruises earlier. I pass a lot of time by doing fuel checks and collecting en route weather. We've got a few 4-hour flights in the CRJ, so it's not that long. Yeah. Yeah. Over 4 hours, it's easy to fill that time. And fuel checks, especially on this flight, would be incredibly important. You need to know as soon as your fuel is not looking right, because we didn't have many options. Current version 1.6.1 says Victor. Yeah, that's it. So March the 5th. There you go. They updated in March, Alan. Alan says, hi Cap, thanks for that. I will go online tomorrow and get the download. Yeah. It's all looking good. Just a few features we found we'd like to see added, but that's it. Mateo says the 340 will definitely be on a different level, but if you can get this one on sale, it's not bad. Yeah, that's a very good summary. Very good summary. Mr. Espresso says, I always wanted to ask, who gets to choose the music played during boarding? Can pilots choose it? No, sadly not, no. If your airline has boarding music, then it's almost certainly just it's almost certainly a tape. The airline will have set songs and the camera crew will just put it on. I don't even know if it's possible to change tracks on it, or whether it's just a continuous, like, proper tape style thing like the old days. But certainly the pilots get no choice or say, and we can't hear it anyway in the flight deck. Can't hear it at all. Cloud Chaser says, have you been simming for 7 hours straight? Don't you take breaks? We've done 7 hours minus 1 hour. We've had 1 hour break in total so far. 40 and 20, yeah. John hadn't followed F1 this season, typical American. Well, the season's just starting today, so you still have time. You could say that I've started from the beginning of the season if you wanted to. Yeah, Matthews Presley saying it can drag on from time to time. Yeah, indeed it can. Mitchell says Sydney is quite standard, but the quirky airports, Melbourne to Sydney, is called the Milk Run. Yeah. A few people have been talking about that. I had no idea it was called the Milk Run, and I've actually flown that exact route as a passenger. But yeah, there were like 4 flights going from Melbourne to Sydney at the time. What things annoy you in the A320 to 60 FO? Yes, I've had this before. There's a few little things. In the NEO, having to go onto the overhead panel to check the oil quantity. So you have to go up here. There's a switch basically up here. And you have to press on these guarded maintenance switches to then turn on the FADEC to be able to see the oil quantity, which just seems ridiculous. I don't know why it used to always display in the older engines. So why the NEOs it doesn't, I don't know. There must be a reason. But I find that a little bit silly because we don't like using guarded switches. So that's one. In terms of actually flying it, I think it flies really nicely. I rarely have an issue with it, or as in a thing I dislike about it. I suppose, again, the NEOs, the ground speed mini function is reduced, and I don't think it should be. I prefer it when it's the full ground speed mini effect. Madhu, the flight is 9 hours 45 today. Wellington says, streaming all the way from Zimbabwe. You should do one stream coming to this part of the continent. Yeah. We're going to take up a few more places, hopefully. Azal says, opinions on the 380, and can we expect a long haul with it? Yes, I will do definitely a flight with the fly-by-wire A380 when it comes out. Who knows when that will be? Although, funnily enough, time is seeming to go quite quickly at the moment. Whether we do a long haul or not is another question. We might have to cheat on the first few flights, do a few shorter ones. Otherwise, it would be a whole lot of sitting here like this, and you guys might not be so interested in that. Maybe we'll save the actual long haul for a celebratory stream. Phil, I'm doing well. Thanks for coming. Windows seat says, on the NEO, you can just turn the master switch on and off quickly, though. That will show you the oil indications. It will. So what Windows Seat is saying is, on the NEO, you can actually just turn this to ignition. If you turn it to ignition start, then it would power the FADEX. But most airlines would not be proud of you for doing that. The reason is, once you've done that, if you have the packs on, it might divert air from the packs into the start motor, but also all it would take is a little switch movement, and that's the engine starting. So yeah, I don't know if any airlines use that as a policy or not. But yeah, not supposed to do it like that for us anyway. Now I completely understand that engineers can do that. Grocer Moon is back. Excellent, you just woke up. Well, we were just checking out your flight in front of us, but we haven't caught up with you. So what's on the menu? So the menu for the lunch, Astral Core Airways, was some pasta. Shanix is still sitting in Perth. Excellent. We're almost there. Oh, it's great to see that. We have covered a lot of ground here, guys. We're doing really well. We should have just done a flight to Perth, eh? That would have still counted as a long haul. We're just going south of Shark Bay. So, Corrosive Moon is still very much winning in the Speedbird 350. 514 knots. Oh, we're catching though. We are catching, I think. Yeah, I think we're catching. I've somehow managed to overtake everyone, so I'm pretty happy about that. That's rare. Usually I'm pretty late in the order. So I've just got to beat Corrosive Moon, who may be ruining that plan. I should have overtaken Corrosive while he was asleep. That would have been the way forward here. Windows says not ignition start. The actual master levers leave the switch in norm. Oh, goodness me. Well, that's even less likely to be allowed by airlines. Now, I totally see why you're saying that. And, you know, I've never even thought of that. But I guarantee they won't want us doing that. What it often comes down to is, for airline crew, is we have to be very careful what procedures we follow, and it's true on the ground as in flight. So the problem with us, if we were to get into the habit of just to check the oil, flicking that on and off, which, yeah, it's a great idea really for maintenance purposes and so on. The problem is, if we start moving these without incredible amounts of care and attention, or we do it too many times, there's just a risk that your muscle memory will be in there. It's why occasionally airplanes take off and instead of the gear coming up, the flaps are brought in. That does happen every now and then, and the Airbus is protected against that. It's fine, and you know, but it does occasionally happen, and it's part of the problem of these switches are used a lot. Gear, flaps, as you're doing lots of flights in a day. So yeah, engine master switches we are very careful with. But yeah, interesting point. I didn't know it would work like that. Anyway, I hope you had a good sleep, Corrosive Moon. Cloud Chaser is asking, what are these bumps? These are mouse. So your hand goes in that, and then there's a rollerball on the other side, and you use that rollerball to move. You can see this yellow cursor I get. So your rollerball would move this cursor around, and then you can click on things. Not sure where the click button is. We did have a look last time. I think it's built into it. Yeah, that's the rollerball. Not sure where the clicker is. Somewhere, maybe on the side. I don't know. Vati2 says, when sailing, we go 60 to 70 miles to pick up strong winds. Wow, where do you sail, Vati2? Do you do proper oceanic sailing, do you? Yeah, Matteo has a great tutorial on this if you need help with that. With the 350. And a really nice startup checklist, which is what I used. Nick says, I wonder why the engine master switches are bigger. Yeah, I don't know. They look quite like the 380 ones, to be honest. What's up with the seat textures? Looks like an old coach. Yeah, that's funny you say that, because this is the fancy new Airbus style. But I agree. I don't know why there's stars on it. I quite like the sort of blue of the 320. It's very strange. Just to make it feel special, I suppose. Make it feel new. Captain says, I am a virtual pilot for American Virtual Airlines. Excellent. Captain Matt. Richard Tango says, where do you see the auto brake settings in the A350? Great question. We struggled with that last time. It's here. So you go... Well, now I'm going to embarrass myself. How did I do it? Matteo is the master of this. There was a way, basically, to... Don't know. There is a way to do it. Ah, hold on. Auto brake arms. Oh. Is it in performance then? There's approach. Yeah, it is. It's a confusing system for us. I'm sure it's incredibly obvious to those used to it. Ah, there it is. Brake low. There you go. So you turn this and it goes on the PFD. Now the 321 NEOs do this. Yeah, they'll show you the brakes, but there's more options. Brake 3, brake high, and there should be brake to vacate. I don't think it's modelled. So in the real aircraft you can set it to brake to vacate at a certain taxiway, and it calculates it for you. It's very clever, and it applies them as you go. Imagine if cockpits had gaming chairs instead. Yeah, can you? They're very. The Airbus seats are very good. I don't have any complaints about the Airbus seats. You gotta chase the stars. New Airbus motto, says Danny. There you go. No, 60FO. No, I don't think brake to vacate doesn't. It doesn't exist in the flight factor. No, there we go. Yeah, good. It's not just me then. There we go. We can enjoy that view for a bit while the sun sets. No worries, Richard Tango. Yeah, well, I've run into that problem before, and yet still didn't remember it properly. So there we go. Joe the Orc says, "Did you ever try PackX?" No, I did put a survey out, and I'm going to try it, and I have it ready to go. I just need, you know, there seems to always be something. Whether it's it was a CRJ, so a new airplane, or it's the fact that we're trying out something new with a fly-by-wire or a new destination or a long haul today, but I keep making excuses. I will try PackX. Yeah, we will get it up and running. Thanks, Chris and Moon, for your message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I became convinced there. We had air traffic already contacting us. Cara, hello to you. Thanks for coming. Do we have land on the horizon? Ooh, could be exciting if we do. Still not showing up on our screen though, if it is. But we are on a ridiculously big range. I mean, there should be land out there. So this is going to be the sad reality now. Is that our route is going to be... Australia's just so massive. We'll find out that although it looks like we're going right by it on the map, we're actually further and further away. So the nearest land is going to be over here somewhere. In fact, we can see a colleague. Although I think Coastal Marine is right in front of us. Not sure. Not very good at spotting colleagues. Coastal Marine's at 39, so exactly our level. Very, very hard to judge the height of other airliners around you in the real life, especially. You look out the window and you see it, and you can't tell out the window, especially up at these cruise levels, whether it's your altitude above or below you. I have not used FS Economy, Mate. No. So the land, there is land over here. In fact, if we go to map, is it on there yet? No. It doesn't seem to be loading up a whole lot. Well. Oh, I wonder if we can see the wind. Wind at 34,000. There you go, look at that. Tailwind the whole time. That's quite good. Good old X-plane. It won't let us go out anymore. Yeah, there is land out here somewhere. Oh, that was a bug. That was the contrails appearing in the wrong place. I see. You can feel. Oh yeah, they're gone now. Getting very blue out there. Now that's nice. Why don't the colours always look like this? This is the sort of colours that I like in X-plane. It seems to go washed out very easily, and I don't understand why. Thanks, Astro Drew. First aircraft I ever flew, Lawrence Smith, was I flew in a PA-28. First aircraft I actually learned to fly was a PA-38, the Tomahawk, or otherwise known as Traumahawk. Duncan says your flight level will be going up. You talked about the step climb many hours ago. We've done one step climb, Duncan. We made it up to 3.9. Do we want to go any higher? No, the Optimum's still beneath us. Recommend a max 4.2. So we'll go up to 4.1 just before we start the descent, I think. Yeah, you can change the units in the fly-by-wire mod. I think it now on the EFB, if not in the MCDU. John says, it's lucky you got a tailwind. I always seem to have a 100 knot headwind. Yeah, no, I'm pretty relieved about that, I'll be honest. I am very relieved about that. 737 likes, how ironic. Yeah, we're on 738, but that still counts as a 737, I suppose. Jordan says, checked in this morning. Have you been on this whole time? The joys of long haul. Yeah, we've been going about, like I say, 1 hour where we weren't here. What, just the 1 hour. James says, I learnt in the Traumahawk. Lovely stall characteristics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Tomahawk, for those of you who don't know, the Tomahawk is a low-wing, single-engine trainer. It's very much a trainer. It's not designed for anything else. And it's got a T-tail. The magic of the T-tail is that it creates a heavier effect on the pitch, so they reckoned it would feel more like an airliner. Now, how relevant that is these days, who knows? But, yeah, you don't see them around anymore. But I really liked it. You sit in a sort of bubble, so you can see around. Crescent Moon's going to climb to 410. Oh, no. So Crescent Moon might be outpacing us if they do that. Danny says, when we pass the first part in Australia, I think that we're very close to Melbourne. But just like you said already, I keep underestimating how big Australia is and how we have to fly the whole of Australia. Yeah, we've got a continent to cover, really. It's a long way away. James talking about the Traumahawk there says in a good stall the tail flaps around a bit. Yeah, it's not a good idea to be spinning it. What's your ground speed? Enrico says it's 565 at the moment. Yeah, we're doing very well. Enrico's doing 557. That's it. We're slightly outpacing you then, Enrico. It does sound like those engines are revving up and down a little bit. Not sure why. How are we doing for fuel? Still got 27 tons. But this revving is no good. In out cruise it shouldn't... it's the Costanex. I see its actual target speed is changing. Let's change that to 250. Actually, no. No, let's put 350. Don't want to slow down at all. No way. There's Merib. Come on, we want to see land. We've been in the air now for 7.5 hours. We haven't seen any land. It must be out there. Well, we haven't been in the air. I suppose we've been simming for 7.5 hours. Yeah, the target speed is a bit buggy. I'm surprised. It seems to have recovered now. Yeah, Curious the Moon doesn't know we took a shortcut. No, that's a good point, Stephen Malcolm. Yeah. Don't tell him. That's probably how we managed to catch up a little bit. Ah! Sorry, yeah, Curious the Moon. Sorry. We are going Merib Brig. We skipped out. Oh, I won't find it on there. Let me find it on the actual other one. We did skip out a point. We began with a K. Oh, sorry. It's funny actually. Everyone else. Well, we'll see what happens at the next waypoint. Actually, see, this is where we'll find out. We'll separate the people who've gone to bed and the people who are still flying, and heard me say that for that 5 seconds in the stream. That's terrible by me. We skipped out. There was a bit of a kink in the flight plan, and I didn't want to do it, so we skipped out this one here. There you go. So what's the point after Merib? Keels. We skipped out Keels, and then we went to Brig. You can see these names, so these are clearly boat related. Sails, Brig, Keels, Waves. So it's quite funny how these places get their name. I'm going to tune the Perth VOR as well. Just to make me feel like we're getting closer to something. 1137, Papa Hotel. No, there's a way to do that in here. Oh, there you go. It was in... Is it in it? Navaids. Seems a bit silly. Maybe it's in data. No, none of those worked. Alright, well, we'll do it here then. Oh. So if I type in Papa Hotel, I'm hoping it will give me a list of VORs. Oh no, it just does it. 1137. There we go. And that should display. Oh, we're so far away. Oh no. Well, 160 miles is maybe pushing it a bit. Crescent Moon says 320 sim pilot skipped out and couldn't catch me. Shame. Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't even catch you then. Good Echo says you have my full attention again. Excellent stuff. Mateo says, what weather are you using? Active Sky gives me 33 knots of winds. X-Plane 11 default real gives me 7. I'm using default X-Plane. I've got 27086 at the moment. Yeah, default weather here. Trish says, I just watched your approach and landing videos for the 320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hopefully I land safely. Good luck. Tom says, I just woke up. Excellent, Tom. I hope you had a good nap. John says, as much as these menu systems look good on the 350, I can't help thinking they're less efficient than an MCDU. Of course, it's what you're trained in to an extent, but the UI seems less optimized. I know what you mean, but I've found that... yeah, I know what you mean, but it does take me an extra second to do it. I suppose the advantages must be there somewhere. For example, on this one page you can do everything, but you can on the normal MCDU. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like this. I think this is nice. Instead of having to do diff strip and work your way through all the pages, I don't need to know that. I just click on each of these, fill it in, return, fill it in, return. And I think that's pretty good. So, and it gives you this ability. So from this one flight plan page, all these options are just, you know, 1 click or 2 clicks away, which is pretty good. It's just a shame they don't work in this. That map shows 7 in convoy. It's second in queue, Piano Leonard says. Yeah, absolutely. Delta 2741 says, are you tired? Yeah, I'm doing alright. It's only because we lost an hour of sleep last night and I set this up to start quite early, but I wanted it to start early because I didn't want to be doing it late into the evening. But in hindsight, maybe that's a better way around to do it. That is after all when we normally stream. But the good thing about starting early was we got people from Australia coming in, so I think it served a purpose there. Guy, if you're having trouble with sound, I'm not sure why it wouldn't come out your speakers, but something that I have found with the Flight Factor A350 for sound is you must go to options, make sure you increase the general volume, because mine defaulted to sort of really low and I couldn't hear hardly anything unless I turned it up really loud, so I've increased that one, definitely. Maybe dim the lights, let them snooze. They've all eaten now. Oh, look, the water. Oh, my goodness. We're not doing well on water or waste. That's not good. That's not going to last the whole flight. We'll probably get some complaints. Get some complaints from the cabin soon. Yeah, that is not good. Any approach performance we need to do? No. Great. Again, another great thing about this airplane, having the built-in perf calculator. Great stuff. It's 11:26 PM in Perth, says Bernard. Very good. Yeah, well, I think we'll be very lucky to get a controller on this one. Very lucky. Christian Moon says, I'm slowing down Mach decimal 8 right now. Oh, why are you doing that? You want us to beat you. Casper says, I can't find the specs of the PC. i7-10700K RTX 3080 are the specs. Exclamation mark specs, we'll write that out as well, I think. Anthony says, that 1 hour made this day hard overall. Yeah, I agree. I think that 1 hour did. I agree. Checkpoint says, we drank too much tea already. Crazy Candy, hi. Danny says we have enough water below us, so no need to worry. Yeah, it would be terrible. Imagine if that happened, and you know now there's no one getting there. Yeah, you can't wash your hands or anything. So now the sun's down, you're starting to get some nice texturing. It's just this thing that X-Plane does, where with bright light, it seems to struggle a bit to really show itself off. Mark, thank you very much for your $10 donation. Really kind, Mark. Mark says, looking forward to you coming over to the US and flying on VATSIM together. Congrats on 40k. Thank you, Mark. Really kind. Really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. I've got a few plans soon to go and do some flights over there. But you'll see me struggling straight away with air traffic control. I can promise you that, because they do things completely differently, I'm sure. But thank you very much, Mark, for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mark. Checkpoint says, can't we jettison some waste? Sadly not. No, only the sinks will go outside. So sinks get drained into the atmosphere because it's just sort of soapy water. But the toilets and everything will obviously go into a waste tank. Thank you again, Mark. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mark. Very kind. This is not the Toliss Tom Corwine. This is the Flight Factor A350. Auntie says, people in the cargo hold may or may not have a swimming pool going on. Yeah, there may be a bit of a nasty swimming pool in the cargo hold if that waste does overflow. See, when you get here, this is starting to look really nice. Again, it's dusk and dawn. It's just pure daylight. The other thing X-Plane does is it can look really hazy, and I have to increase the visibility to massive numbers before it works out. The greatest donut. Yep, we are still streaming. Aviation TV UK. Hello to you. Kudeko says, random question. In the medical field, I'm in the medical field. Do aircraft carry defibrillators? Long haul ones will, I believe, yes. It will depend on the country and so on. It says, sometimes I end up mistaking X-Plane 11 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Goes to show that there is still a good simulator. Oh, it's a very good simulator. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, absolutely. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Sometimes I think something looks better than it should. Here we go. As that sun goes down, this is where X-Plane really just excels. It starts to look really nice. Can we see land? How can we not see land? I'm a little concerned that my simulator's given up on loading terrain. Or am I going to find out I don't have Australia loaded? No, I did, because I did the thumbnail there. The thumbnail is in Melbourne, I promise. Well, in 120 miles, we better see some ground, or flight is going to definitely not go very well. 250 likes to go. Yeah, 250 likes to go. Yeah, if you are enjoying it, I mean, to have double the likes of the viewers is quite amazing. So I don't know. I don't know if 1,000 likes is possible on this one, but thank you all for your likes. Really appreciate it. Kai says, how did you get the perf data for the V speeds in the flight factor? So the perf data, you go to your passengers and you'll see your zero fuel weight, because it's your passengers and cargo. Then you go to perf calculator. Oh, in fact, now it's doing the gross weight. But you just put in the runway slope and the flap setting you want, I think. Yeah, and then the speeds will appear there. So perf calculator. You need the zero fuel weight here to put into the FMGC. Danny says, I don't know, I'm looking for land for over an hour now. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Rest of the flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator 320 says Anthony, yep. No land in the thumbnail. Oh yeah, that's a good point. No, in my community post there was land. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh dear, that would really, really be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it? And that would explain it. No, I remember I took off and I had to go and fly over land. So my simulator does have it, but I'm a little concerned. At 120 miles, I really... Oh! I think I can see it. I think that's it there. Yep, there we go. Land a-ho. Ahoy? I'm not a sailor. Wide Rumble says, right, quick time out to prepare cottage pie for dinner. Enjoy. That sounds yummy. Yeah, food chat for dinner is already on the way. That's pretty impressive. Matt says, I didn't load Australia. There you go, Matt. Maybe a study, says Kai. Yeah. No, it's coming together. I can see it now. We're okay. We could glide there. It's just a bit hazy. Thank you very much, Paul Smith, for your $9.99 donation. Really appreciate it, Paul. Thank you. Paul says, thanks for dedicating your Sunday for the long haul. Congrats on 40k. Thank you, Paul Smith. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along to the stream. Really, really kind of you. Thanks for your donation. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well in America. Thank you. And there's no problem at all. I said I'd do a long haul at 40k. It's my honour that we have reached 40k. So it's you guys I have to thank for that. So yeah, the least I can do is do a Sunday long haul. Now, it'll be harder to do this when it's, if it's a nice sunny day outside. But luckily today it's a bit cold, a bit sort of classic UK. So thank you very much for your $10 donation. Thank you, Paul. Elitist Maggie says, land, aha! Yeah. Very good. Atlas says, alright mate, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks Atlas for coming along. I hope you're doing well. Checkpoint already had dinner. It had some Indonesian influence. Lovely. Sounds good. Just in case we had to stop off in Indonesia. Ajlani says, sailors used to know when they are near land when they first see a bird. I guess you'll know if you hit one. Yes, exactly. Very good. And she says, time to plan 50k and 100k streams. Yeah, I think we've got a bit of a gap. I think I'll have a bit of a break from the long haul before we reach 50. I'll be very impressed if that happens anytime soon. And who knows, these things may never happen. It's one of those things. I still can't believe we ever made 30, let alone 40. The Greatest Donut says, alright, gotta go. Everyone get this guy to 1,000 likes to sully it. Bye. Thanks very much, guys, for saying that. Yeah, 1,000 likes would be nice, but again, it could be a bit of a stretch today, I think. But thank you, guys. I can't believe we got 775 likes. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really good. 32 says, blame the purser for the water. They're in charge of virtually everything. Yeah, that's true. That's how they are for, is it, in this case? Because we did see it before we set off. And we definitely weren't looking at this situation. Matt Haynes, hello. Matt says, hi Cap, just managed to catch the last few hours after finishing work. Excellent, Matt. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Butcher Tango says, I managed my first landing on the 350 and it went quite well. Very happy. Yeah, it's satisfying, isn't it, to land the 350? Very big machine. It's nice. Quite a big weight difference coming in at 200 tons. 200 tons gross weight right now. 200 tons. That's ludicrous, isn't it? That is ludicrous. Look at that blue bar along the top. We have made some serious progress here. We're turning. We're turning. We're turning towards land. There it is. Excellent. It's amazing the things that become entertaining when you've been waiting this long. Yeah, see with the low light, look at that. We're getting all the nice textures and so on. It all starts to come together a bit. It's getting there. I can see 1,000 by the end, says Deep Future. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, absolutely love this sharklet design. Maybe I'll do a bit of a roll call. Let's see who's left. So we lost Qantas 412. Ah, no, ACH 7065 didn't know about the shortcut. No, I feel bad. Everyone else got it. I hope ACH 7065. I hope if you're watching, we've all taken a shortcut now. We're going. Basically, you need to go direct to Perth, Papa Hotel, and then carry on from there. So, Crows and Moon's out in front. It's the Speedbird 135. We've lost the 572. They landed in Perth. So I don't think that counts. I think they've gone. I don't think they've not made it. Speedbird 135. Then we got the Valencia 48 Lima, who we've overtaken. We got us. We got the Dal 105 Mike. Qantas 40 Kilo. Qantas 358. Are they around? That's Mateo, I think. Yeah, Qantas 358. And Qantas 92 are all here. Wow. So we've only lost 2 so far. Wow, that's intense, because I think we had 3 of us last time and I didn't think we'd have any. Rich Sanger says its VREF is much lower than I expected, around 135. Yeah. Mateo says the ACH 7065 must be AFK because he crashed into Johannes going the same too fast at the same flight. Well, there you go. Well, now Johannes will get his own pack. Yeah, ACH is a 350 doing 502 knots. Oh, that's not gonna be enough. We've all sped up. Johannes is doing 518. We're doing 574. But the Speedbird in front is doing 535, so we're slowly catching, but they are above us. Crows and Moon is above us. In fact, we got him on TCAS now. Target locked. 2,100 feet above. There's the moon rise. Lovely. Maybe we'll be able to swap it to real time and have it the daylight in a minute. Yeah, nice dim cabin lighting. It does work. Patrick Hanson, hello to you. Thanks for coming. Yorg is Jetstar 981 on my way from Perth to Melbourne. Excellent. So Jetstar, also owned by Qantas, I believe. Johannes B is Qantas 92, giving my best here. Excellent. Good luck. John Padfield says, I think you've all got epic stamina. Yeah, well, this was the mission today. Definitely a mission. Alex says, one more sub closer to 50k. Thank you very much, Alex. Thanks for coming along, Alex Nightingale. Thor says, every turn in a long haul flight is a little milestone in itself. Exactly. Yeah, they are fancy dressed in first class, most certainly. Elitist Maggie says, I hope we get nice payware long hauler in Microsoft Flight Simulator by the time you hit 50k. Here's hoping. Also can't wait for you to come to the States. Excellent. Yeah. Fingers crossed. I'm sure we will, but by the time we're at 50k, that's going to be months and months, if we're lucky enough. May never happen. Still can't believe we're not quite over. Oh, there we are. Here we go, guys. We've done it. Look at that. Reassuring feeling, right? We've made it to land. When I flew to Australia, this moment was incredible because you looked out the window and everything was just red beneath you. It was amazing. Such a feeling. Matteo says, Captain is so famous he even gets preferential default weather. Exactly. Exactly. 787 likes. There we go. 789 still counts. 787 900. And that's it. Yeah, I remember it very well. I look at all these airports beneath us. We've got a whole world of options now. And that's Perth then. Yeah. Turning overhead Perth. Not much going on in VATSIM here. Let's have a look. Nothing. No nearby controllers. No surprise there. 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is. Land ahoy. There we go. Victor Tanger says. Absolutely. 60FO says Jetstar use mini tugs on the right main gear of the 321s. Is this setup used in Europe? At Heathrow, you do see mini tugs on the nose gear of little Airbuses and in some other places. And there's Chanix setting off from Perth. Chanix better get going. I hope it's a fast Chanix because we are storming overhead. It'll be very hard to catch up with us. Nick T says, good thing about Australia is if there's any failures you can put her down wherever you want. Yeah, and that is a good point. Look at that turn. That's quite a big turn. Captain Matt, hey, we're doing well. Thanks for coming. Glad you're doing well as well. We'll give a wave to your best friend, piano learner. Indeed. So that's what land looks like. Absolutely. Danny says, how did you flew to Australia? By which airport? I went via Singapore. Bernard Langham, thank you very much for your $5 Australian donation. Thank you. Bernard says, welcome to Western Australia and congratulations on flight level 400 subscribers. Thank you, Bernard. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching all the videos. Thanks for your comments. Sorry if I don't always see them on the videos or don't always answer. Sorry, I do see them. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, here we are. Welcome to Australia. Fantastic. The only sort of hobby where you get this. Now that's pretty cool. That does look pretty red. That's what I remember seeing. I remember looking out the window. Oh, if I press on the right thing. This is a Flight Factor 350 indeed. Yeah, thank you, Bernard, very much. Yeah, I remember looking out the window. Yeah, you can't see it here. And just seeing the red. And yeah, that sort of colour. I was amazed. I couldn't believe it. That was the first thing I remember of Australia. Jay Smith says, my first flight on Qantas was in 1986 on a 747 with glorious round dials and a cat sitting sideways behind the co-pilot. Flight 24 says, I do love this, exploring the world in my slippers. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I can't wait to well, you know, we're not going to do it today, obviously, but we will absolutely be soon jumping out for some flying around here, no doubt. Jetpack away. He says, damn, still going. You're crazy. Yeah, we knew we'd do this. Captain Flightwings, thanks for coming. You're very welcome. Not you're very welcome. Thank you, I meant to say. I'm getting my messages confused. Thank you, Captain Flightwings. Appreciate it. Phil says, did you ever fly the Flight Factor 320? If yes, what's your opinion? No, I haven't, sadly. No. I hear recently it's improved, though, on the frame rate, which was its biggest issue. Look at that lovely red colour beneath us. Yeah, this is great. Michael B. Thank you very much, Michael B, for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it, Michael. Michael says, sounds like America is cooling. Can't wait to see you over there. The Boston vaccine controllers are first rate. Thanks for the great content as always. You're very welcome, Michael. Thanks so much for your donation. Really kind. Really appreciate it. And I hope you're doing very well in America. Yeah. America, I'm starting to formulate some plans in my head. I think I'm going to have to forget I'm not going to try and fly there, I don't think. In order. I think we'll do it in canon, as it were. But thank you very much, Michael. Really appreciate it. We will do it. 32, thank you. Location change again. Catch up in half an hour or so. Thanks, 32. See you in a bit. Captain Matt says, I use Infinite Flight, and tomorrow I'm going to flying around the world. Enjoy. Yeah, I've seen some people do that on Infinite Flight. How long left? Good question. Good question. So, we're arriving at 12:33 into Melbourne. We've made up 45 minutes over the course of this flight, which is great. So it's now currently 10. So in 2 hours and a half, 2 hours 40, I'd say, maybe a bit less, 2 hours 35, and we'll be there. It's nothing really, is it? Gonna run out of time to have a break. Checkpoint says the fatigue is kicking in. Yeah, Checkpoint, you've been here the whole time. I mean, so this is pretty intense for me to be here the whole time, but it's pretty impressive you guys watching the whole time as well. So thank you. Pete says, have you ever flown with a captain or first officer who was scared of heights? Lots of pilots are scared of heights. Lots. There's nothing scary about being in an aeroplane. It's just being in exposed heights when you don't have a barrier around you. Yeah, it's quite common. Alita says you should just start your American journey from O'Hare Court. We have 12 runways. 12 runways sounds good, doesn't it? But then I feel like that would be a recipe for getting into trouble. Yeah, but definitely. I want to go to Chicago because that's where I spent so long flying around in Flight Simulator 98. Sorry about that, just sorting something out. Yeah, my field of view, I did increase the field of view slightly, so I think I'm at 83, something like that, degrees when I'm running at 1080p on my monitor. But yeah, a lot of, not much window in the Flight Factor 350, that's for sure. A lot of screen. Soren says the height isn't the problem, it's the ground. Yeah, there you go. Toby says, just finished ATPLs. Excellent, well done. What's your guess on an industry rebound time frame? I really couldn't say. I don't know. If the industry was already rebounding, then that would make it easy. I don't know. I can't predict whether it will happen quickly or slowly. When it does happen, I don't know. I hope quickly, but I just don't know, I'm afraid. I wish I did. Checkpoint says, happy to be here and listen to the 320 SimPilot podcast. Sadly, Photoshop is not cooperating. Still stitching a panorama. There you go. Excellent. This is on VatSim. It is indeed. Meigs is gone though, says Ebosh. Yeah, it's a shame about Meigs. Although I think there's a freeware one on flightsim.to, isn't there? So you can get Meigs. Crows Moon says you're catching up. Excellent. That's the plan. It is remarkable, isn't it, that these engines can spin at that incredible rate for this whole time. And those compressors work, and the packs are working, and the oil's staying in there, and it all just works. This is where it's happy. This is what it's designed to do. Qantas, of course, has some of the longest flights because of its location. So that direct London to Australia is amazing on the 787. Amazing. I'd definitely want a nice seat if I was going to do that one, though. Rory Lad says, any idea why my ECAM says ignition? Well, either your mode selector switch has gone to ignition, like that, or your engine anti-ices are on. Although on the NEO, it doesn't also go to ignition. Anyway, it doesn't display the same in the 350, but I'm not sure where it displays ignition, but there you go. Yeah, in the older Airbuses, putting engine anti-ice on will give you that. All your slats are out. Pilot 3000 says, hey Simpilot, so I'm trying to start my own aviation YouTube channel. Could I get some tips from the master? I'm certainly not the master. No. My YouTube abilities are limited. Most certainly, as all my social media abilities, which are basically non-existent. But something that, you know, it's just important that you do stuff that you like. So don't oh, well, no, I really shouldn't give advice on YouTube. But try, you know, if it's stuff you enjoy, do that. I've been cheating a little bit on my channel, and I've been not moving. But I've included some other videos that I sort of quite liked to make, sort of those little music video bits. So yeah. Oh, there's a message. An event going on in Ibiza. But yeah, so and also, you know, things could be slow at first, but if you keep making videos that you enjoy, and the one thing I do think is I try to put a little bit of effort into the videos, in the sense that I say a little bit, you know, I like to think I put a lot of effort into the videos. I try to edit out mistakes. I try to not talk over myself or repeat myself too much, things like that. And that takes time. It's a long time editing when you've filmed a whole flight or anything like that. So I like to take a little bit of care, but I don't know if that makes a difference or not. Captain Matt says this flight would have been 20 plus hours if it was a piston airline. Yes, and we would have had to stop a few times. Looks like we will arrive in the dark. Flight retro, yeah, just about. Yeah, sun's coming down. Goes Moon says, I have an ECAM message. Fuel CG at forward limit. Tried crossfeeding, nothing happened. Then I did. Ooh, interesting. See, this is the clever part of this add-on. Fuel CG at forward limit. Fuel. Oh, I see. It's a fuel warning. CG is at forward limit. Now, how can I even see my CG in perf? I suppose if it's anything like the 320 or in it. Fuel and load. 12.6 tons required. 2 hours 31. Oh, there you go. There's the rest of the trip. So my CG is zero fuel. It was 28. So does this airplane have trim tanks? Is my question. So lots of long haul airlines will have tanks in the back. So sometimes some of them, for example, you'll take off, have fuel in the wings, and then once you get up into the cruise, we were talking earlier about balancing that centre of gravity and how it works for efficiency. So some long haul aircraft will have the ability to then move that fuel into the tail or something like that to move the CFG aft, and all sorts of clever things to reduce the overall fuel flow. Whether the 350-900 can do that, I do not know. The aircraft gamer says, oh no, message retracted. Headings from air traffic control are magnetic, usually. The point is, you've got two sorts of heading. Magnetic, which is what we actually fly on, which is relative to the magnetic North Pole. There's also true, which is relative to the true North Pole. Now, not so bad when you're this far away. But if you're actually up in northern Canada in places, the magnetic North Pole could be behind you whilst you're still heading north, so that would get confusing. So I think they would use true, but I'm not entirely sure on that. No, it doesn't have trim tanks. Crows and Moon says check your TCAS. There we go, there's Crows and Moon. We're going to undertake, and we're not even going to, I was going to climb, I was thinking of going up to 410 now, because no, Optimum is still beneath us. We'll just keep storming by underneath. Excellent. I don't know. I haven't tried an autoland in this. The real airplane, of course, can, but whether this one can, I don't know. Something I do have in this that's really nice for the options is if you go to joystick actions, you can tick reverse on same axis and then choose the detent location. I always value that. That made it so easy to set up the Thrustmaster with this. So easy. I really liked that. But we are doing a Mach 0.87. 0.87. Autoland does work. There you go. Very good. 92 knot tailwind. This would be great. Be there in no time. What does my overlay think now? Yeah, the overlay's improved by almost an hour. This is great. Very happy about this. It's like we're basically there. Concorde had that aft tank, says Tom Corwine. There you go, Concorde was one. Mariner Halley's going to Gatwick for the first flight off Dubai in this. Excellent, enjoy. Right, guys. We've made it to 5 o'clock UK. I think it's time for another break. And then that should be the last one before we basically set up and arrive. Remaining flight time, as we just saw, which was hidden in here somewhere, which I've lost. Was it in it now? No. Who knows? 2.5 hours to go. No time at all. We've been running for 7 hours 40 minutes. So, what we'll do is same again. I'll give you. I think we'll go for this view now. $800 likes. Thank you very much, guys, for the likes. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go for another break. I'll do another 20 minutes on this one. Let me just set that up. So we'll go for 17:20. And we'll see you guys very soon. Thank you very much, and we'll be back. Then we'll set up for our arrival and our descent. Which view do we want? I think that view still wins. Great, guys. See you very soon. Hello, hello. Apologies for that, everyone. Slight delay there, but we are back. I hope you are all doing very well. It looks like we've lost our view outside. So we are into the interior. Luckily, we have the dome light. Not sure where it is on this thing. Is it up there? Is it supposed to be this thing? Not sure. But anyway, there we go. We've overtaken everyone. Sorry for those of you sitting behind us. There's a bit of a gap now because we've made a bit of progress. But yeah, still, I think it's working out in our favour. Jeppy says, no worries, the autopilot is inflated. Excellent. Scram for the jet. Right. Luckily, ATC haven't come after us yet, so we are doing fine. Let me clear out a couple of those. Right, so we're into the home straight now. 65 knot tailwind. This could be looking pretty good. So arrival time at the moment. This is gonna. I don't even know if I'll be allowed to count this as long haul at this rate. 2 hours to go. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yep. Coastal Moon's behind us. We are storming ahead. There we go. Can't see the nearest airports though. We're back out over the ocean. That was our little chance to see land. Next time we get to see that will be as we arrive. Thanks, Guan Yuan. Appreciate it, yeah. Guan Yuan, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Enrique Bianchi. Yeah, it's good. Good to just stand up for a bit. Get away from the desk. Cat to the flight deck. Yeah, don't worry. The cat was here the whole time. Ready to sort it out. Wake up, wake up. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It is a long flight. Pizza, absolutely. And it did. It just suddenly goes dark, doesn't it? Just suddenly. It's FlyLife Studio I use for the overlay, indeed. Right, just jumping through the chat, see if I missed anything. We're now flying the standard Perth-Melbourne, says Bernard, which is a 3.5 hours or so. Living in the most isolated capital city in the world is priceless. Yeah, there we go. No, I would do it. I think that's worth it for that glow. This is starting to feel very far from anything. The last time I did this though, it was dark outside. The problem I've got today is because of the clocks change. It's still bright light daylight outside, so I'm gonna have to, I don't know, adjust my lighting to be able to see out the front for landing. I think we can change a few things in here actually. Draw cursor, reflections. Maybe not. Maybe not. Jump to the next waypoint. Oh, don't want to click that by accident. Goodness me. Screen glow. Oh yeah, the glow's no good. Not a fan of the glow. Okay. Fine. We'll go with it as it is. If we need to sort out the lights, I can simply go off on the floodlights. And there we go. Now we can see out a little bit better anyway. And still, in 2 hours, it'll probably be a bit darker where I am. Let's keep it bright. Keep us awake for this last little stretch. The Aircraft Gamer says, would you recommend the throttle quadrant? Yeah, it depends. You know, if you want some separate thrust levers, they're good. They're pretty plasticky. They're quite lightweight, but they work. And it's just a few more buttons to have, isn't it? So my auto thrust and everything is on the actual auto thrust buttons, which I like. The detents work. The reverser works really well, which is a great feature. Guru Kane is back. Good to see you back. We're not there yet, but we are getting very close. Very close indeed. There you go. Still got an aircraft carrier floating around nearby just in case we need it, luckily. And yeah, it's gone dark. That was that. First to land has to work the approach. Yeah, so I'm going to hope it works in exactly the same way as the 320, i.e. we're not going to press LS. We're going to leave that off. We're going to activate the approach phase. and then we can press approach, and I think it should all work out for us. That is the current plan. Danny says, can you reduce the reflections on the glass to look out at the cockpit? Are there any lights? Yeah, you can reduce reflections just by removing those lights. That gets rid of all this nonsense. Now that seat is definitely a different cover to the seat we've actually got. That looks suspiciously like a Boeing style seat with that colouring. But there's the right armrest. That's the right Airbus armrest. It's all the wrong colour. So we are doing Mach 87 at 390. Mach 87. Yeah, the pilot seats do recline. Not very far, like not to sleeping levels, but they recline quite a bit. Yeah, I often recline it to get it out of the way actually. So I'm just sitting on this part because I don't need to be pushed up. You know, on the ground I'm talking here. So on the ground, if you recline that, it's out of the way, the armrests are out of the way, and then I've got more space to just work and sit on the sort of edge part. Don't know if that's good for my back or not, but that's what I tend to do. LS just gives you the diamonds on the approach. It does nothing else, by the way. Yeah, so LS, well, no, LS shows the RS scale, so that in the 320, if we do this, LS on, it will show the diamonds. But the problem with that is if we try and activate and do a non-precision approach, the airplane gets confused because you arm approach and then it says, well, you're not doing the right thing, and it will actually flash redev at you. So I don't know. I might try it later, see what it does, see if it's the same. The seat in the reflection has the notch for the yokes. Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it looks like it does. And it's the right colour for a Boeing seat. It's got the seat straps in the right place, and the armrest, and the blue back. Rookies, I don't do long haul flights in real life, so I don't know, probably. But I don't know. Ryan Video said it was light when I popped off for some dinner and now it's dark. Yeah, that's same for me, basically. It was still just about light when I went for a cup of tea. Yes, you can't see him in the reflection. The reason that is because I've carefully edited the file to make sure that it doesn't show my face by accident in a reflection. Exactly, Bernard gets it. Bernard gets it. Warren says, you've probably been asked before, will we see the Colomata Concorde in the Manta livery? Ooh, well, I've never thought of putting a Manta livery on the Concorde. Now, there's an idea. I haven't thought of that, though. But the Concorde is a possibility, yeah, certainly. I have to be careful with you guys, though, because whenever I talk about a new airplane, soon enough, we have it about a week later. Like the 737-200. Don't know, I've just managed to mute the microphone there. I'm not sure what did and didn't say. But Bacon Warrior, welcome back if I didn't say. And Zibit says, my best friend was flying on the Concorde very often. I have a few souvenirs. Excellent. H Tango says, you know you want to buy the Concorde. Stop resisting. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't know how long I was muted for there. If I did answer Crosa Moon, but sorry, I may have missed that. I'm going to fly the RNAV. That's embarrassing. Because I don't want to fly on the shorter runway. Is my plan. I think we'll have no trouble going straight in on the RNAV. Nice headwind, 12 degrees there. Not so warm anymore in Melbourne. But we'll check that again a bit later. Yeah, I wonder how long I was muted for there. It's been too long, been too long. Ooh, that's quite nice. See that engine glow. I think what we can do is if we put on the wing light as well, you wouldn't bother, but with the wing light on, there you go. You actually get a lit up engine. See what you're looking at a bit now. John says the Concorde is awesome, taking it on many journeys not intended for. Very nice. Belt Von, I'm not sure, says, hey, I have a question. I want to join the Cross the Pond event for my first time with the Airbus A350, and do you just enter the coordinates in the FMC? Like, oh, good question. Good question. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I wouldn't even know how to do a direct. I think direct here. Actually, no, ignore that. Raise. How would you type it in? I don't want to mess up my flight plan now. I don't know how you type it into 350. That is a really good question. Again, Matteo would probably be the man for that. Because, frankly, yes, there is a way to type them in. You have to get the format right. It's not something we do much on the 320 small family, but you can. There is a way to do the coordinates and put them in. But it's been a long time since I've had to do that. But how you would type it in here. So you can go insert next waypoint. And then that can't possibly work. Yeah, format error. It'll need more digits, won't it? North 5 1. I wonder. No, format error. It's a very specific way to do it. It does seem like it's possible. 5032N. Now that sounds more right. Aha! No, format error. That would be a manual. Yeah, none of those. This is the question. H Tango says, I think it's 12.34. There we go. See, you guys teaching me this. 1, 2. You reckon a slash D? 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. No, that's definitely not taking that. The slash isn't working at all. Don't know, guys. That's something I have to work out. Goodness me. Who'd have thought it could be so difficult? Yep, we know it's not in the database. No, I don't think Qantas do have the 350. Qantas is famous for being considered the safest airline in the world. It did actually meet the criteria for that. Guy reckons 5140N. Let's see. Don't know. I don't know. It may not accept it anyway, you see, on this add-on. But yeah, Qantas did meet the criteria to be the safest airline in the world. It did that from 2012 to 2019, so it does have credit to it, although it has had some incidents in the past, but it's been going around a long time. It's been 100 years. Third oldest airline in operation still, because it was founded in 1920, and it's got a huge share on the domestic market in Australia, as you'd expect. Australia, I flew around. I didn't fly around on Qantas. The couple of flights internally I've done in Australia, I did on Virgin Australia, which was really good. Yeah, Qantas have a huge share of that market, which is obviously a big market because Australia is the sort of place where you have to do things by flying. You can't really take a train very easily to get between Sydney and Melbourne. So yeah, Qantas also owns Jetstar, which is, I didn't realise that actually, and obviously co-founded the One World Alliance with British Airways, American Airlines, Canadian Airlines, and Cathay Pacific. And Qantas also had to get rid of its 747s, sadly, in 2020. No surprise why. Dougie, hello, thanks for coming along. Big Tango's got the instructions from the manual. Ah, I see. Okay. So let's try it. Let's try one last time. Problem is, yeah, as long as these are legal points. 5, 3, 1, 0.2 N. It does take the slash, yep. 010 45.6. Something goes wrong there. It doesn't like the formatting. So what you can do on here, 5, 3 north slash. So when you do this sort of thing, you spend a lot of time checking it with each other because it's got to be right. And it's more easy to get this wrong, obviously. Let's put it in there. And there you go. And it rewrites it as that, and that'll be way off up north. So that has worked. There you go. So for some reason, it just won't take it in this screen. But yeah, you have to be very careful doing that. Thank you very much, Sean Whitmore, for your $3.20 donation. Really appreciate it, Sean. Sean says, "Love your streams. Thank you for providing great and helpful content." I don't know if I'm being very helpful today, but thank you very much, Sean. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you for your $3.20 donation, and I hope you're doing very well. And thanks for coming along. I hope you're enjoying it. But thank you very much, Sean. Really, really kind. Thank you. Abraham says, Flight Factor tried to make their own A350 and MCDU, but failed. Asked Toliss for help. There you go. Yeah. Wired Womble says, when I worked in aviation insurance in the late 90s, even then Qantas was known for being very safe. There you go. Qantas were going to order 12 350-1000s as their flagship London, New York, but COVID. Ah, that's a shame. How did you remove the armrest? For me, it is always in the way when setting the parking brake. Yeah, you can just click on it. Yep, just click. Emmanuel says, I hate slow mode. Does feel a bit like slow mode. Thanks, Taki, appreciate it. Aviation's forever says, when are you going to descend? Let's have a look. Really simple to see. Top of descent there. It's on our screen now, guys. We are basically there. 12:09. It's currently 10:53. So we're descending in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, and that's that. That will be that. We see our colleagues Yeah, there's close to the moon. And there's our colleague behind in the Delta. Was it Delta? No. Yeah, Sean Fluke, I agree. Qantas's reputation is well known, maybe because of Rain Man 2. Exactly, in Rain Man he says it's the safest airline, and I think that's just stayed in people's heads. Liz Aviator says, does the APU supply hydraulic pressure on the 320? No, not at all. You might hear my chair creaking. I've been sitting in it too long today. No, not at all. The ram air turbine provides hydraulic pressure, or the engine pumps provide hydraulic pressure in the 320, but not the APU. So you can get hydraulic pressure in the 320 without the APU on if you use the electric pumps. Enrico says the one behind Crossing Moon is me. Excellent. There you go. Enrico's following along. We seem to have broken ahead of the pack. Maybe we the ones with the easier weather. This is on VATSIM, but there's no one around. It's just the other people in the group, because Australia is very much offline, as you'd imagine. But we storming overnight. Yeah, we are. 9 hours of streaming now. With what's that? 1 hour and 20 minutes of break. They have more break in the real aeroplane. I don't think I'm going to join the Cross the Pond event. I didn't choose a route, so I think I've missed that now. Yeah, Andy did try and help me out with it, but I didn't get round to it, I'm afraid. Crossing Moon says, wind shifted 300 at 6. Still runway 34 or 27? Yeah, I'm going for 34. I just want the longer runway. Definitely. Also, 27 means we'd all have to fly past the airport, so it'll be quicker for us to get a straight in. Sorry, to go and land on the northerly runway. That's my other logic. So instead of having to fly past the airport and land on 27, we can all just go in and up. So that's the plan anyway. Note 1? What was Note 1 saying? Note 1, caution. Runway 34 is indicated by 3 sequence white strobe lights commencing 485 meters from the end of the runway and aligned with the centre line. Secondary airport 5 miles southeast. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, look, there's this little airport here, so you've got to be careful not to, if you're flying visually, not to try and land on that one. You've got to be really careful to aim for the right one. 34 it is, just Crossing Moon, excellent. Checkpoint says you're not leading anymore. There's a 320 NEO in front of you flying from Perth. Oh, there you go. It's all falling apart. We're not doing badly as a group. There's just a bit of a gap to the guys behind. Yeah. Although that 320 from Perth is well ahead, luckily. Flight 24 says, what's a famous Australian meal? You'll deserve one when you land, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know actually. What is a famous Australian meal? Good question. Thanks, Flight 24. Bread with sprinkles. Jim Bob, no, we haven't made the no drinks on the centre pedestal joke yet. But we can now consider it done. Yep, keep the drinks away from there. Most definitely. Cup holders over here, well out of the way. Deshaun, yeah, we are still going. Tango Delta said, I was doing stress analysis on the 777-8 proposal for Qantas Project Sunrise. But it's also cancelled due to COVID. That's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, Kurosamu's going to pass us. I don't think so. Oof, actually, yeah, he could. Because I can't climb up to outpace him at this rate. Let's see what we can do about that. This one 88. Shrimp on the Barbie. There we go. Kid Echo. Yeah, of course. Shrimp on the Barbie. There you go. We'll take that. Meat pie and tinny, mate, says Bernard. Meat pie and tinny. Excellent. John says crocodile or kangaroo. I don't know if kangaroo is a delicacy to eat. I hope not. I don't know though. Cybermorphic says IE or CFM. IE, probably. But then CFM for the leaps, so there you go. Yeah, we're not having any of this. We're not going to be overtaken. Nice smooth air. Problem is he is higher up. So this could be a challenge to stay ahead. Very good. Alan Story says, what are your excuses tonight? Lots and lots of excuses for this descent. Night time. I can't see them on monitor very well because it's daylight where I am. That's a good one, I think. 350, so hard because I don't know it. And we can't see out the front at all because the runway is going to appear out there. But it's you've got so much screen. So all of those things, I think. You can occasionally get kangaroo steaks in Lidl. I did not know that. Very good. And yeah, Tom Corwin, excuses it's dark. Exactly. Nothing about the Formula 1, please, guys. Thanks. Yep, we'll all watch the race or the highlights later. That's what I'll be doing anyway. Right. Where are we now? Well, we're still very much out over the middle of nowhere. I've got to say, I think for long haul, I think if we do this again, if we get to 50,000, I think I'll pick a route that has more land. I was having fun with the whole ETOPS thing at first, but it's a long time not to see anything or any towns or any other traffic or any controllers. It's just been us. So, how close are we to Kurosamu? 538. Very good. Yeah, so we're coming up to Adelaide, basically. Straight in front of us is Melbourne. Tasmania just to the south. John Richard says, in the UK we also say hundreds and thousands. Yeah, hundreds and thousands instead of sprinkles. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Thanks for the subscription. Oh, we're going to get a lot of subscriptions. I'm just going to mute the alert box. Sorry guys, it does them all in one go. I wouldn't normally do that. I just wish it did it. Carl would like to be fed to the APU instead of the engines for the crime. Should have gone to Tokyo, says Bacon Warrior. Yeah, no, I want to get to Australia though, so I don't mind that. But it's just, yeah, I don't know how long haul pilots do it. Imagine a flight like this all over water. I suppose what difference does it make? Yeah, I don't know why Streamlabs does this at this point. Flight Retro says, thought about a rotate MD-80 stream? Matteo again, or I think Andy as well. A few of the guys fly the MD-80. It's probably a step too far for me. It doesn't appeal, put it that way. And I'd say that in the nicest possible sense, in that it's just, with all the airplanes to learn, I don't think I'll be learning the MD-80 anytime soon. It looks fantastic, but I just don't think so. I doubt it. However, I've never tried it. You know, sometimes you don't know until you fly them, especially with add-ons like that, which have come so highly rated. If I did try it out, I'd probably find I absolutely love it. But yeah, for now, it's not on the plan for now. We're almost there on the stream overlay. Yeah, we are indeed. The thing with learning all these airplanes is it does I don't know, I'm making excuses, but it does get a bit trickier for me. Because what have we got now? We've got the obviously we've got the 321 and the 320. We'll count those as one. Then we added the 757, and then we've added the 737-200, and now the CRJ, plus the A350 has made its second appearance. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 airplanes, plus the A300s, and we'll count that the same as the Beluga. Yeah, so it's quite a lot. And I have to sort of research into each one before I do another stream with it, just to remember how to work it. So that's why I've sort of got a bit of a cycle going where I'll swap between airplanes to try and kind of keep my hand in at them. Guru Ken saying bye, goodbye Guru, thanks for coming. I hope you do. I hope you're having a good evening. And he says, I don't have the MD-80. The flight that just looks like too much of a mess, even for me to figure out. I'm sure you'd manage if you can do the 737. I don't see why you couldn't do the MD-80. Yeah, Fly Retro. Yeah, A300. Yeah, almost forgot it there. So that's one. Yeah, that's quite a few different types. And then we're gonna have to add in the 340 soon. 380 eventually. Although let's face it, 350, 380, 340 shouldn't be the biggest stretches of the imagination. That's the only thing. The A300 was hard though. Thank you very much, Robert Marima, for your €4 donation. Thank you very much, Robert. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for coming along. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. A cup of coffee and the pair. The pair's made its first appearance. Is it the first appearance of the pair today? You guys will know that better than me now. But yeah, thanks for coming along. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your donation. Very kind. Kev says we get a muscle memory problem for your real life A320 by flying all the different types in flight sim. That's why I'm not learning any of these too intensely. No is a short answer, because I still go and practice flying the 320 in the actual simulators. I have to stay recent, so I have to practice in the real airplane or the simulator anyway. You know, the full motion simulator. So no, but also another thing is I want to. I don't learn these airplanes to the same level. I try and learn the sort of the routine and rough logic, but I try not. And it sounds like an excuse, and it sort of is an excuse also not to have to learn them as well as you guys do. Robert, thank you again for your donation. Very kind. 9 hours. Yeah, we're doing it right, Mr. Badman. 9 hours, landing in about an hour, 2 hours. 2 hours, I think, landing time. Maybe less. Maybe an hour and a half. Let's have a look. It's amazing where the time does go. For some reason, I can only find it on fuel load. 1.5 hours, yeah. An hour till our descent. Going as fast as we can. So landing in about an hour and a half, guys. Sean says, do you have to pay out of pocket to fly in the simulator, or does your airline help keep you current? So that would depend, I'm assuming, but if you're fully employed by an airline, they should keep you current. I don't know if any are charging for that. York says, are you flying the Wender 9 Alpha? Is it Wender or Wendy? No, plan for us is northerly wind, so we're going to do this Wendy 9 Alpha, but we're going to take it to runway 16. Bit of an RNAV, 2,500 feet, and in we come. Let's all get it briefed and checked, I suppose. I think it's time to do that. So, to do that, I'm going to go to plan, zoom in. I'm going to go to, oh, excuse me, flight plan. This is a bit tricky. So, let's put that there. In fact, it's better how it was, wasn't it? Scroll through. So, Wendy Nixon. Above 9,000 feet. See, it's got the coding in. This is great. Memig, Labour, Obgal. 230 knots for that. I suppose we could go to constraints. We've got constraints on. It's quite nice that you can have constraints and airports and things displayed. That's a nice feature, definitely. And it's got sensible speeds. Agdale 185 knots. That's all good. Which is the limit there. So it looks like it's making those speed constraints as well. From Agdale at 185, we fly level until we descend at 2.7 miles from Bogsea. So 2,500 feet platform altitude. Bogsea at 1,800 feet. 1714 there. It should be 1,650. No problem. Down we come 3 degrees. It doesn't show us our 3 degrees. The Toliss doesn't either actually, but yeah, it would. I think like it would say FPA on the right here. I'm guessing in the old style MCDU it would say it underneath the waypoint. But anyway, there we go. Down we come and in for our landing. 330 foot elevation, which I could see. Auto coming out. Auto coming yes. Yeah. Delta P is Delta 8.1. Fine. Oh, they don't write the landing elevation on there anymore. We did find it written somewhere, I suppose in the press page. There it is, 433. Yeah, close enough. Runway 330. Thanks guys. Yeah, we'll keep F1 out of the chat for those of you watching. For those of you coming back from the F1. Thank you very much, James Modern, for your £5 donation. Really appreciate it, James. James said, thanks for the stream on a very wet Sunday in Wales. On my way to YMMA, ETA 1848. YMMA, oh, I'm not sure which is that. Is that Adelaide or something? No, not Adelaide. But thank you very much for your £5 donation, James. It's a very wet Sunday in Wales, yeah. Yeah, it's not a great day here either. ETA 1848 Zulu. First time I've at him. Good, first time I've at him. I hope you enjoy it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, great job. And yeah, enjoy. Flight Retro is only just learning the 737. Really got the hang of it. Excellent, enjoy that as well. Thank you again, James. Really appreciate the donation. Thank you, James. Right. So that's the plan. That all works out. Probably be flap 2 as we start down from 2,500 feet, because it's only about 2,000 feet above the ground. You know, it's not far to run. Look at that, 4, 5, 6 miles out, descending at. Yeah, 6 and a bit. So yeah, flap 2, start down, gear down, fully configure for landing. So what we can do is go into here. And I think it's going to be not active. Perf. Descent 290 knots, econ speed. No, we don't want to do that. Transition level 110. And there's no ATIS. So if we find a departure chart, that'll show us the transition altitude at the top. 10,000 feet. Okay, so yeah, flight 110 is probably the transition. No, that's good. I like that. That's working. Great. All right then, we'll leave that then. Approach page. RNAV 34 Zulu, which is what we've just done, and we've checked. Landing weight 184 tons, significantly heavier than the 321. Wind. Let's grab the wind. 330 at 7. James said wrong code, YMML. Oh, excellent. James is flying along with us to Melbourne. Right, so wind is 330 at 7. keep pressing enter. No, not like that. Tells you the components. I like that. Temperature 12. QNH 1021. Fantastic. Sven W, thank you for your 5 euro donation, Sven. Really appreciate it, Sven. Sven says, thanks for your content and hope to see the A340 soon. You're very welcome, Sven. Thank you very much for your kind donation. Really appreciate it. And yeah, A340, I'm looking forward to that as well. Really looking forward to that one. So yeah, thank you very much, Sven, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, 161 likes. Oh wow, yeah, we are getting there. Wow, if we make 1,000 likes, that'd be amazing. So yeah, thank you to those of you who have liked the video. Really appreciate it. Pete S says, I'm back following lunch and the end of the GP. No spoilers. Thanks very much, Pete. Thor says, how close would a plane have to be at the moment for a TA to be issued? Traffic alerts, you know, they 1,000 feet and it wouldn't do it. It's more vectors. So if Corrosive Moon was 2,000 feet above us and then dive down on top of us with a high rate of descent, then we would get a traffic alert even if he doesn't get within 1,000 feet. So it does it on predictions of where you'll be. So it's quite clever. So if we were 1,000 feet now, we'd be absolutely fine. Anything closer than that and we could get a traffic alert. It's possible, of course, to be within 1,000 feet and not get a traffic alert because it will be based on its own predictions. Yeah, plenty of time left. Hello, Van der Veen. Absolutely. James says back of the queue. So. Barrow time. LNAV VNAV 690. We are definitely doing LNAV VNAV today. The airplane is more than capable of doing it, so I'm going to put 690. If we wanted radio, we'd put 360 in. Don't know why you would. Do config full landing, VLS 133, VAT 138. Yeah, very slow. That's just like a normal 321. Minimum clean speed is 188. It's amazing, isn't it? That huge wing, I suppose, makes a difference. Optimum level is 390. There you go. So it's only just reached 390 as the optimum now. That's because we're going too fast, I imagine. And there's our acceleration. Let's change the engine out. Acceleration altitude. I don't know what the 350 procedure is, but it's 4,000 feet, so I'm just going to do what I do in the 320. Boom. There we go. Yeah, clean speed 188. That's all. Well, that is better than a 320. It must be that massive great wing. Very impressive. High MSA to the north, 45. Bit lower, 37 to the south. We can't do any fixed info rings to sort of help us with that. But we'll just be aware. We're going to fly the procedure down anyway. I'm going to do it all in managed, I think, because if it's nice and quiet, we can. Top of descent. Then we go by Spider. Perfect. Wendy. It's great, isn't it? These are great names. Spider, Wendy, Nixon, Tina, Memic, Labour, Opgal, Agdel. And it's got all the waypoints, all the altitudes. Yeah, it's done it all. I think VNAV is working here. Let's go back to flight plan. And let's go back to ARC. Have we kept Corrosive Moon at bay? I think we have. Just about. Or he's trying his best. Trying his best. So the descent will show up soon. There it is, guys. 480 miles to go. Can't go any faster. And I can no longer climb because Corrosive Moon is in the way. Definitely making progress. Good evening, Doc Retro. Thanks for coming along. Enrico says, what can I do other than decreasing speed to increase the separation between us for landing? Should I hold somewhere? Let's see. Reducing speed now is the best way. So holding is not as efficient as reducing speed. Air traffic controllers will always try and get you to reduce speed first, because that's just more efficient. You'll burn less fuel while the engines are running lower and you're not rushing there just to join the hold. Now, what me and Corrosive Moon are going to do could be different. I might have to create space behind Corrosive Moon anyway. The other guys behind us are all spaced out quite nicely. Joe Palmer, good to see you again. So reducing speed would be the best way. I'm going to refuse to do that until I'm sure I've lost a Corrosive. Pete S says I'm back following lunch. Oh yeah, sorry, no, read your messages, Pete. Review likes the Grand Prix, excellent news. No spoilers, please. Pete said those are some impressive approach speeds. I remember the A380 at Farnborough doing a fly past nearly at Alpha. Spoke to the pilots later today. They said they were around 125 knots. Yeah, it's incredible. I think it's this massive great wing, you know, and we're not very heavy. That is also going to help it. But yeah, and the 380's got a much even bigger wing than this. 125 knots for the 380 is incredible, isn't it? That is remarkable. All looking good. Thank you, Martin. Martin says, best channel on YouTube. I've learnt so much. Thanks for the time and effort you put in. You're welcome, Martin. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Really kind. Fly Retro says, what are your thoughts on the Airbus Phenom 300? Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet. Flight Retro. That's something I must do. I'm hearing lots of things about it. Spy says, my word, I've just done a full day of work and this is still going. Hats off to you. It's still going indeed. Thanks, Spy. Yeah, 9 hours, 21 minutes. Can't believe it's been 9 hours. Yeah, Rivera, yeah, the flight factor. It does pretty much, not everything, not absolutely everything, but a lot of things, including some failures and so on. It's pretty good. Yeah, the 380 being empty would definitely help, yeah. Thanks, Earweb Music. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We haven't had any coffee in the end, Doc Retro. We've done 2 cups of tea today. Is all we've done. Yeah, it's got to keep it gentle on the caffeine when you're doing things like this. First officer was sleeping. The first officer just left. Actually, she's had enough. She's walked out. She was snoozing. She might be back in a bit. Deshaun says, can you tell me how to do multiplayer? Come along to one of our group flights and I'll put the instructions in the Discord. If you look in the Discord group flight section or chat in there, you'll get some help. Water levels, good point. So how are the water levels? Oh dear. That's it. Waste is full. Water tanks are empty. I don't know what else we can do about it. Joe Palmer, enjoy the Toliss. Excellent product, yeah, really like it. Alan Story says, hi Captain, I must miss the last part of your stream. Dinner is ready, so I must go and carve the joint. Safe landings, and thank you for another amazing stream. Thanks, Alan. Thanks for sticking with it for so long. Alan's been here the whole time. I hope you enjoyed it. But yeah, enjoy your dinner. Definitely, most definitely. No, there's no water in the toilets. No more cups of tea on board this airplane either. Recycle the wastewater? On second thoughts, no. Yeah. That's a definite on second thoughts no one, I think. The link is in the chat now. Deshan Streamlabs has given you the link there. Checkpoint's been hardcore and done the whole time as well. Checkpoint says the waste is no problem. We had no toilets to start with anyway. Yeah, that's true for you guys, yeah. Flight Retro. Yeah, Flight Retro, so would I divert now in real life? That's a topic for debate. Because remember now we're down to our last hour. The toilets will still flush, I think. Oh no, waste level. Without water they should still flush. I mean, the idea of filling up the waste is that is more That is a challenge to believe. I mean, I don't think this is possible. These airplanes are designed to fly for 12 plus hours. I really don't see why it would have run out on a short flight like this, and we have half the passengers. But anyway, more to the point. Would you divert if you really did run out of water and your waist was full? Well, from here, what's the advantage in diverting to one of these airports for the sake of 20 minutes difference? You know, is it going to be safer to do that, or is it safer to go where we're going and get people where they need to be? That would be the question, really. But you know, if it was halfway through the flight, then we'd have a different conversation. But again, I don't really know why the long haul people would do it. We're almost at Butlins. Thanks for the likes. Yeah, almost at 900. There you go. That's an amazing achievement. So thank you very much, guys, for the likes. Really appreciate it. It makes a big difference for the channel on YouTube's algorithms. Must have been the fish for food, as elitist. Aviation Forever says, do you fly often when not streaming? Well, when times are good, yes. At the moment, no. Sadly not. There's not much flying going on. Do you fancy a long haul job? John Knowles says, yeah, I'd love to do long haul as well. John said, went to work after you started, been back and had my tea, and you're still at it. Amazing. I'm glad you... What I'm relieved is that everyone says amazing and not you fool. I know there's lots of simmers out there who do long haul regularly. I've never personally done it, even when I was flight simming before I was a pilot. I must confess. I used to do like the 4 hours. I never left it running overnight or anything like that. Ed says, just been here from the beginning too. So long in fact that we've run out of milk. Don't think the wife is too happy. Might have to nip to the shops. Yeah. Well, thanks for sticking with it, Ed. Yeah, Ed's been here the whole time. Quite a few of you guys have. I'm very impressed. So thank you all for watching along. OJ2, can you see the water levels in the flight deck in the 320? No, only in the cabin. Only in the cabin. Jumper Man's been here from the beginning too. Excellent news. Excellent news. Let me just work something out. I think that's working. Perfect. Lewis Aviation says, do you and other pilots auto land the plane or hand fly it in real life? We hand fly it. And this is what's going on now with aviation. Is, you know, the lack of flying has meant that pilots are not recent. It's recency when you've done enough landings. So this is why, you know, auto landing all the time would be terrible, because pilots need to be able to land themselves, obviously. And there's a lot of reasons an auto land can't work. Yeah, no, we manually land. 99.9% of the time we manually land. I know there's a video on YouTube of a guy who claims that oh well, no, forget about it. But yeah, no, we manually land. Advantage of an RNAV for me, nothing. In fact, they're worse. An RNAV has lower minima. The good thing about an RNAV is just that they're usually available. There's no wireless on this runway, so better than a VOR. Pete White says, I used to do long flights in the PMDG 747 back on FS9. That was a time way before marriage and kids. Lucky you can get a 2-hour sector in at the moment. There you go. Danny says, Danny's been here too, even while walking the dog. Excellent. User for the 4G. Excellent, Danny. How much is the A350 including X-Plane 11? That is a good question. I hope someone else can answer that one. We did find the price. It was, you know, it's quite pricey really. I don't know what X-Plane 11 is, but both of them have been on sale. I've bought them both on sale before. But yeah, sorry, I won't be able to do that right now. To find that one. Thank you very much, Who, for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it. Who says, you know what they say? And then I've missed the rest. It's gone missing. But thank you very much, Who. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it, Who. Thanks for coming along today. Tom Corwine says, my laptop is in the shop, so now I have to stop working in order to watch these streams on my desktop. Oh dear. I hope I'm not distracting you too much from work. Checkpoint says, I have the benefits of dual screens, so making scenery on one screen and enjoying the stream on the other. Easy to make the full flight. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that's the key thing, isn't it? Being able to do something else at the same time. I think that's the way forwards. Where is Grosser Moon? Is he overtaking us now? I think he's going to, just because he's higher up. There's nothing I can do really to stop that. Yeah, look at that. Easy. Sitting up there laughing at us. So hopefully he'll make enough progress as we carry on that we won't be too close to each other when we get there. $64.95 for the Airbus A350 Advanced. There you go. That's the one I'm using. Yeah, if it's the flight factor. Yeah. Thank you very much, Flying 53, for the 100 knot donation. Very kind. Flying 53 says, can I have another G&T before we land? It's been a long day. Yeah, go on then. I think it's that time. It's about the time when they would come through the cabin with the final service. In fact, probably a bit late for that. But thank you very much for your 100 knot donation. Really appreciate it, Flying 53. Thank you. Thanks for coming along, and thank you for the donation. Here you go. Have a drink. Have a drink on me. There we go. AC says, what's the point of an auto land feature when it's almost never used? It's because it allows us to land in low visibility when we can't see to land, because it doesn't need to see out the windows. That's the primary purpose of auto lands. So that's what they're for. They're there just for low visibility. They're not used normally. There's no need for them. And you know, like I say, they rely on a lot of things working and a lot of things outside the airplane working as well. So no. Like I say, there's a video of somebody claiming that most aeroplanes land using autoland nowadays, which is just complete. It's just not true. I just would like some wine. Yeah, I'm sure they could do one last drinks round. Toga, good to see you. Toga says I'm a little late. Happy to be here for the arrival segment. Excellent. Yeah, long haul on A330. I haven't installed the Project Mega Pack 330. I haven't installed it yet. Mitchell says, just thought about it. Is there any way of listening to music in the cockpit? I mean, long haul with only engine noise. Well, do you mean on the stream? I do. I don't fully understand how to get music. I do have like a folder of music that I was going to use, but I also thought that for 12 hours it might be better not to have the music, especially people are using this in the background. But I couldn't get Streamlabs to play a whole folder. I could only get it to play one track at a time, so I was unsuccessful there. In real life, are you allowed to listen to music? No. Music's the one thing that is almost universally disallowed. There's a lot of audio, cell calling you up, all sorts. Now, I've not flown long haul. Maybe things are different, but yeah, that's my understanding. There's just too many problems if you listen to music and you miss a caution or something like that. Right, sorry about that, guys. So there's close to the moon, storming ahead up there, so that's all good. Britam says, can you do a flight on the 330 with the 321X mod? Yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Is the mod? How is the Project Megapack mod? Is it going well? 340 long haul we will definitely do if the 340 comes out, especially when you're with the Toliss right now. Absolutely. Thank you again, Flying 53, for your donation. And Matt Olsen, thank you for your $10 donation. Have I turned off the alerts still? No, they are back. Good. Thank you, Matt Olsen, for your $10 donation. Really appreciate it. Matt says, for another cup of tea or some takeaway tonight. These are always long days. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, they are indeed. That's what we signed up for with the 40,000. We promised it. Here it is. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the donation. Thanks for supporting the channel so much. Descent is starting in not much time at all. Top percent is... Oh. And thank you to Johannes. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Johannes. Johannes says... thanks for your awesome streams and videos. Learning a lot. Bad start. Thank you very much, Johannes. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your very kind 1182 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Johannes, and thank you to Matt Olsen as well. Really kind of you guys. Very kind. Thank you. Toga says already at 40.4. Only a matter of time until we hit 50. We'll see. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? I'm surprised we're at 40.4 already, though, I must say. I think we were. I think when we did the 30,000 long haul, I think we'd already gone through. No, I've got to get about this. I think we'd already sailed through 30. Top percent is at 1213. Uh, 1213. It's currently 1137. Ooh, still a bit further than I think. Yeah, that is a bit further than I thought, actually. But yeah, thank you again to Matt. Thank you to Johannes. Thank you. I don't think long haul pilots watch movies. No, I don't think so, but I don't know. Yep, Autolands is a necessity sometimes. I don't think anybody looks forward to using it. No, it takes a bit of work. You've got to think about it, definitely. So, yeah. We are indeed getting closer. No worries, Mr. Badham. Tango Delta says, I tried to get Project Megapack 330 running, but it requires you to uninstall fly-by-wire. Yeah, I see, and I won't be able to do that. No way. Nick said, as I said in the previous long haul, this stream can go on the CV. Exactly, yeah. Demonstrating I can do it. Elitis Maggie says, thank you for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it, Elitis Maggie. Elitis Maggie says, thank you for the stream as always. Hope to join you in one of them pretty soon. Much love as always. 50k, here we come. Thank you very much, Elitis Maggie. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Thanks for supporting the channel. And thanks for being here for pretty much the whole stream today as well. Descent coming up, Cybermorphic. Autoland is uncomfortable in the sim. I can't imagine what it would be like in real life. Yeah, it is a bit uncomfortable. You are watching it incredibly closely. The G1000s have an option to listen to XM Sirius radio. I'd find that distracting. Yeah. I know you can get headsets that allow Bluetooth, but I think the Bluetooth is used for phone calls and things like that. I think. But anyway, we're being paid to fly these airplanes, I suppose, so that's why it's maybe not quite so common. York says, I'm sorry, but can you say again which runway you're landing? I thought you said there is no RS. Are you going runway 34? I want to make sure my Jetstar is not going the opposite direction. Yeah, we're going to use runway 34 with the RNAV arrival. Thank you again, Elitis, Maggie, and Matt, and Johannes. AC says, I see, but for the industry to develop a feature that is only used 0.1% of the time seems silly. There's some other advantages to the Autoland AC. So when you need it, you need it. So if it's foggy, fog can, so without the Autoland, you can fly down to certain weather. But the point is that weather could get worse at any moment and go below it. But the main thing is we can also plan to fly in bad weather because we know we have the Autoland feature. So it wouldn't just be the landings that actually require it that would need the Autoland feature. It's also the flights where you have to plan for it, because we can't just plan on the weather being exactly as it is. We have to plan for it to get worse, obviously. So that's why it's so useful, and it's what allows airplanes to plan and operate the flights that they do. Because these days, how often does weather actually stop you flying? It's incredibly rare. Yeah, and Drew Force has exactly the right message there. I think pilots use Autoland if it's not needed once in a while to stay familiar with the procedure. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. How long does a flight need to be for more than one crew? I suppose that's probably up to some airlines. Will come up with their own rules on that. There will be flight time limitations. I'm afraid I just don't know. It's not something I'm familiar with. Jen says, normally, is the aircraft actively supplying oxygen to the cabin or just pressurizing? No, just pressurizing. It's just ambient air that's pressurized up. There's the same percentages of oxygen and so on as per normal. Yeah. A DME ARC request by Baxter. Okay, yeah, DME ARCs are requested a lot. I'm afraid of DME ARCs, and it's definitely something I keep meaning to cover, but if you're not flying them using the computers do an amazing job of a DME ARC, because they can adjust the bank angle as they go around them and so on to maintain it exactly. In heading mode, which is what we'd have to do if we couldn't use that, we are just sort of taking bites out of it as we go around. Matthew Presley says, the headset I use has Bluetooth, but I only use it to call maintenance and dispatch on the ground and when stopped on taxi out, which is handy with how loud the display fans are in the cockpit. There you go. Yeah, the fans are loud in the Airbus as well, and Matthew's on the CRJ, so yeah. That is quite a good idea, actually. I never thought of using the Bluetooth headsets for the phone calls to maintenance, because it's easier to hear. That's a good point. We can't use Bluetooth in flight. No, same. Yeah, Bluetooth is often not approved in the flight deck. Fredo says, I guess the ETA is wrong. So what does ETA say? 1824 Zulu. That's in an hour from now. Yeah. Well, this reckons YMML in about an hour. No, I think that's about right. I think that's working out about right. Yeah. There's a top of descent. Coming up, 240 miles to go, and we're covering the miles. Thank you, Alfie, for your £10 donation. Good to see you, Alfie. Alfie says, been with you for 7 hours now. Caught the first leg to Mali and now over to Melbourne. I must attempt VATSIM one day to join on the short haul flights, but I always get too nervous. Happy flying. Thank you, Alfie. Thank you very much for £10 donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to help with VATSIM in the Discord, there's plenty of people willing to help. But yeah, thank you so much for your donation. Really appreciate it. I hope you get to join us one day. Very kind. And Jack Tarr, thank you so much for your £10 donation. Jack says something to buy your obligatory Vegemite on landing. Very good. Yeah, Flight 24 was saying about food in Australia earlier, and of course Vegemite. How did I forget that? Thanks for another great stream, says Jack Tarr. Thank you, Jack. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the £10 donation. Very kind. Really, really great. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Jack and Alfie. Hungry for apples. Good to see you again. Tango Delta says, what's the mod for me to give more than one like? Thanks, Tango Delta. 99. Thank you. Very kind. Bedipo says, do you already have an IFR departure ATC communication tutorial? Would really enjoy using VATSIM, but I keep stuttering, not knowing what to say when. Yeah, I need to do one. No, I don't have one. I don't have one. Thank you, Tom Corwine, for your $5 donation. Really kind. Thank you so much. You deserve $5 after 9 hours, says Tom Corwine. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Very kind. I don't say it. You guys, as ever, far too generous. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something for VATSIM. I know. I keep saying I know I'll do it, but then we get new airplanes and so on, and keeping up with the fly-by-wire team who are updating at such an amazing rate. I must get around to it. Thank you very much, Tom Corwine, for your kind donation. And of course, thank you to Jack and Alfie. Really appreciate it. 900 likes. There we go. 900's reached. Thank you very much for the 900 likes. 901. Excellent. Really appreciate it. So will we get to 1,000 before landing? That is the question. Is that even possible? Because I mean, we are now over double the amount of likes to viewers, so I'll be pretty impressed. Just 100 to go. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Can you please do a flight to India, says Ian. A flight to India? Yeah, there you go. There's another one we should do. Yep. Yep. More places to explore. Johan Yanning says, I am currently doing a medium haul in the Project Megapack A330 in Microsoft Flight Simulator from Amsterdam to Tehran. It's so lovely to have you on my second monitor. Excellent. Yeah. That's great. It's great that the Project Megapack is allowing people to do sort of these longer haul flights. I know there is a mod to make the A320X compatible, but with all the changes to the A320X, I don't know how that would happen. But yeah, enjoy it, and thanks for watching, Johan. Ralph says 900 likes. Well done. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you guys. 924. Look at that. Incredible. Ryan Howley says only 6,000 subs for the stream to carry on. No, it's I'm afraid it's you need 9,600 subs for the stream to carry on. So yeah, luckily we're not going to make that. Soren says, going to have to go in the PA-28R at Barrett in Microsoft Flight Simulator while I watch the approach. Excellent. Yeah, have fun with that. I'm a big fan of that Just Flight PA-28. I think overlay is by Fly Live Studio, Nick Holland. Fly Live Studio. Thor says, how many minutes before descent would you announce that we're getting closer? Half an hour? Announce it to who? To the passengers? On a long haul like this, I don't know what their plan would be, to be honest. On short haul, we don't tend to do sort of PAs near the start of the descent, although it does depend on the airline. Actually, some airlines do. 12:14 currently. Yeah, so still about just about half an hour. So the last hour to go, guys, and that is as we pass through we'll be passing through the 10-hour stream mark by that point. We are surprisingly close to 1,000 likes, so thank you all. Thank you for liking the video. Really appreciate it. Makes a big difference. Gets the video recommended a lot more. Aviation Pro has made some videos about VATSIM. Yeah. But yeah, definitely something I've had a lot of people request it, so I must do it. Checkpoint says, I guess 10 holdies was sitting too close to the waste tank and disliked it. 10 dislikes, was it? Oh dear, that's a shame. Ollie says, lucky you disconnected at Mali, or we may be going through 12 hours. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. That could have been another half an hour there, and I just couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it, I'm afraid. How far away is an excellent question. 388 miles to go. I'm not planning on following some of these speed limits either. Baxter, thank you very much for your £5 donation. Really appreciate it, Baxter. Baxter says, sterling effort today. Surprised you haven't lost your voice. Spend more time listening to you than my family. Thanks so much. Thanks, Baxter. Thanks for watching the video. Yeah, my voice, I need a day to recover. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your £5 donation, Baxter. And yeah, thank you for watching. And once I've stopped talking, you can go back to your family as well. And he says, X-Plane 72 and V1 have also made VATSIM videos, but from an American perspective. I think many of the channel's viewers would appreciate your style to help them. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do the American, so I could definitely have a go at the European stuff, though, definitely. Ben Swift, thanks for coming along. And yeah, I can't say on social media, I'm afraid. That's pretty much it. Fusion Freestyle, please don't say that. 99% of likes is not bad result though, says Matteo. Yep, good point. Good point. Landing Gear says, is ice simulated on the 350? Ooh, good question. I haven't seen it, but you don't get visible ice in... I've never seen it in X-Plane, but you do get the effect in X-Plane. So I don't know. We've not had that luck. I suppose we left London and went straight to Maldives to sit in the sun, so we haven't experienced it. No, Robin B, you don't get to choose your type rating, no, unless you're very, very, very lucky. Normally you just take whichever job you can get flying an aeroplane. Thank you again, Baxter, for your donation. Appreciate it. That Serious Pilot says, I'm back. Wash the cars, taken shopping to my mum, daughter to the park, and you're still in the air. Respect. Thanks. I'm glad, again, I'm relieved it's not just insults for me sitting here this long. Yeah, David, I don't have too much trouble with the trim in X-Plane, but I find trim in general in simulators is a little bit more reactive than in the real aeroplane. But no, X-Plane's okay. I can't say I've noticed a problem with trimming. I just wish I had a trim wheel or a motorized switch that you could move one way or the other, not buttons to press each way. Right guys, what I'm going to do, it'd be a shame to have a stream without the break music, so we're going to have a very short interlude here with a bit of music, and then we'll be back ready for the approach. So we'll see you guys very shortly, and let me see if I can get you up that music. back. Just a couple of minutes for that one. I hope you're all doing well. And I hope you enjoyed the break music. We can't have a 12-hour stream without the break music that you guys all seem to enjoy so much. Diode42 says, hope you've had a great stream. Congrats on 40k and have a good rest of the flight. Thanks, Diode. We'll be arriving very soon. Very soon. Comparatively. $944 likes. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. You're doing very well considering the numbers of viewers. I can't believe that. 945. Goodness me. 50 to go. It's definitely possible. Still got 160 miles to top percent, so sort of reasonable distance. Reasonable distance. Still see Corrosive Moon up there. Speed of 135. Kai says you should have had the break music on your 40-minute break. Yeah, I didn't think you guys wanted 40 minutes of that music. I thought that might ruin it slightly. Doc Retro says, by the way, what about your FO? Would it be a Cat 1 landing today? Not at the moment. Looks like it will be a Cat 0 landing today. We shall find out. She might change her mind. Mitchell says, currently watching your TCA CRJ video, preparing myself for the throttle getting delivered tomorrow. Fantastic, yeah. Yeah, that's just a little guide on how to get that set up. It took me a bit of work. Can't believe how fast we're going. Look at that speed, 535 knots. I thought we'd be arriving sort of when we set off. It was going to be about an hour after this, so we've definitely made some good progress throughout the flight. Probably could have made even more if we were a bit higher. Optimum 395. No, okay. No, I think we're doing fine. 390, absolutely fine. You've got the buttons up here, but you've also got these keys, so you can go into sort of surveillance, and this is where we can turn on GPOS and all of this sort of stuff. It took me a while to find that surveillance button. Thank you very much, Danny Roble, for your $5.91 donation. Really appreciate it, Danny. Danny says the dedication and effort you put into this is amazing. It's my first donation on YouTube, and it goes to the man who really deserves it. By the way, you don't want to know how much time I spend on creating a PayPal account, as my bank doesn't support it by default. Thank you very much, Danny. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for your donation. Thank you for taking the effort to do it, as well as being kind enough to donate. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity on it. And yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the stream. But thank you so much, Danny. Really kind. I'm honoured to be your first donation on YouTube. Very kind. Would it be a sunrise landing? No. Although probably if I was in real time, it would be getting that way, wouldn't it? I'm not going to fiddle with it though. It'll be a nighttime landing. Long haul is all about night flying. That's just how it is in long haul world. But yeah, thank you very much, Danny. Really appreciate it. Simon says, does anyone have a problem with mouse click spots on 350? Mine disappears sometimes. When I first loaded it up, I couldn't get the scroll wheel to work. It wouldn't change anything like this. But all you had to do for that was restart the sim, and then it would work for the rest of the sim. I don't know if it's the same thing. Perhaps that's it, or perhaps it's a different thing. They may have fixed the problem I've been having since the last update. Look at that table. That is, I wish it was easier to do slower. Oh, it only has, it's not animated, it's just the positions. There we go. Anyway, put that away. Ready for our descent. 44 left for the likes. Thanks, Mateo. Mateo's grabbing girlfriend's phone. Excellent. Yeah, 957. Goodness me. Phenomenal says, oh, I'm watching you from 10 AM to now. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. We're not Cat 3 current today, Rakon. No, indeed not. Weather's bad in Barra, getting bounced all over the place. Yeah, there you go. That's Scotland, Northern Scotland for you, Soren. The most beautiful place ever when the weather's nice. But that is a rare and lucky chance when it is. Current 4:35 a.m. in Melbourne. Yeah, so sunrise would be on the way. I love that feeling when you're flying long haul as a passenger and you see the time where you're going and things, and you can just picture everyone there getting on with their day. Then it's dark, and you know, and then finally you arrive. It's great. Yeah, Tom Combine, yeah, tray table is modelled. Doc Retro says, installed the latest experimental version of the A320 mod today. Costed some nerves in the beginning, but still good progress again. Yeah, that's it. I need to have a look. Have they updated the installer to include the custom autopilot yet? Roman, thank you very much, Roman, for your £5 donation. Really appreciate it. Roman says, battling with CRJ 700 while watching your stream. Thank you for all your videos. You're very welcome. Enjoy the CRJ. It takes a bit of learning. It does have a learning curve to it, but I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much for your very kind £5 donation, Roman. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And I hope you're doing very well. Thank you. Really kind. Yeah, Samuel, there is a few planes following behind us, but there's one very close. Pete White, we are almost there. It's finally happening. Morris, no, I'm not flying at the moment. No. Squirtle says, went to bed when you were taking off, just woke up and you're landing. Fantastic. Yeah. I mean, you could have a good... Well, you could have a seriously good night's sleep. It's been 10 hours. We've just passed 10 hours of streaming. 10 hours and 4 minutes. Kai, to clear out the eCam messages. Good question. Is there a clear? Is it the tick? Nope. Ooh, what's this? Not sure what I've done there. There we go, thank goodness. Thought I'd lost everything. Right, I'm going to stop pressing things now. This is not the time of the flight to be pressing things. Yeah, Held Max, yeah, this has SIDS and stars all loaded really nicely. You can even see the vertical profile there. It's got all the constraints. Yeah, Toliss did a lot of the work, I think, or helped them out a lot. Bernard says they did update the installer, but it still has the 3 options. Release, Dev, and Experimental. The update is to allow incremental updates. Huge bandwidth saver. Okay, cool. How much fuel does it take for this flight? This flight we needed 60.8 tons. We took about 69 tons of fuel. We took quite a lot of fuel. But we're going to arrive at 10 tons, so yeah. To be honest, considering we took... Well, we burnt a lot extra because we've been going a bit faster, but we needed 60.8. So we took 9 tons extra, and we're going to land with 10 tons. So we've overburnt by a few tons here today, but we have increased that constant a lot and gone a lot faster the whole time. It's on the right side near the flap lever. Oh, is that a clickable? No, it's just a screen. Aha! There's the clear button. There we go. Great one. There you go. You guys always know. Thanks. Ein. Bagoff says, Captain Bagoff says, Bad, you're amazing. Love the dedication. Respect. Hashtag respect. There is a reason why you're one of the best out there. Thank you, Captain Bagoff. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Morris Feller says, shame. Hopefully you'll be back in the office soon. Yeah, hopefully too. I agree. Fingers crossed. Landing gear 001 said, I thought only Boeing's had vertical profiles. No, they've all got vertical profiles built in, but yeah, not many Airbuses have this. Embraers have this on even the small Embraers. Is it normal to fly this close to the red tape? No. In smooth air it's possible. Not normal. No, because we've got a ridiculously high cost in X, and that only wants us to be here. I might slow down, in fact, because there's no point now because corrosive moon's beating us, so we're going to have to stay slow and come in behind, give a bit of space, otherwise we're going to just all run into each other on approach. So we'll just do that. I was racing him earlier. 8.8 seems fast. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be very comfortable. The problem with that is if you look any sort of turbulence and you're into the red bar and the airplane doesn't keep this speed very precisely. So yeah. Static priority, it's just a light. This is a light that will show you which side. If you hold down the red button, it will show you which side has taken priority over the other side stick. Yeah. Do you play any other sims? Says Ben Swift. Well, we do Microsoft Flight Simulator and this. And I've been talking about. I did look into the sailing sim that people were recommending, but I haven't got it yet. I play other games. Red Dead Redemption 2 primarily, as a lot of you guys will know by now. Fusion Freestyle? No, I haven't had to do an emergency landing in real life. Delta, thank you. Yeah, 971. Goodness me. Yeah, so it is. 1,000 is very possible today. Very possible. If we get 1,000 likes, my goodness, that'll be great. That would be amazing. So let's keep that range out, because that makes us feel like we're closer. That's a classic thing to do in aeroplanes. And we can see our descent points. I think it's all coming together. Ooh, we've got some clouds to look at now. Lovely. Adam, I use an RTX 3080. Kyle, I have played Rocket League. I don't still play Rocket League. It doesn't do my nerves much good. I have used Kerbal Space Program, Matteo. Yep, I have used Kerbal. But I struggle with Kerbal because I haven't touched it for a while, so I tend to forget how to do it. Oh yeah, DCS, of course. Ollie, yeah, I do play DCS, and I have played DCS quite a lot. I've just been so swamped with videos that I haven't managed to get much DCS done, and I absolutely love it though. I think this is top notch. That Cirrus Pilot, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. That Cirrus Pilot for the £20 donation. That Cirrus Pilot says you deserve a Domino's tonight. Really kind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I think that may be the route I go down at the current rate of things. I can't believe it's 7 o'clock. But thank you very much, that Cirrus Pilot, for the £20 donation. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind. And I hope you're doing well. And I hope you're enjoying your Cirrus. We did, of course, fly Cirrus on the channel a while back. Absolutely lovely. So thank you very much. Morris says, I have a 320 question. Flew one recently and they did a single engine taxi. The whole time the classic Airbus hydraulic noises were way more than usual. Is this typical? Yeah, so if you do single engine but you don't run the other electric pump, then the hydraulic power transfer unit, which is what makes that noise, is trying to power both hydraulic systems from one engine. That's what it does, because the hydraulic systems are powered by the engines spinning around. So if you run on one engine, then that has to run the whole time to power the other hydraulic system. So what normally happens is you'll run the yellow electric pump instead, and that will power that hydraulic system, which will stop the PTU having to do it. But it sounds like they didn't. And he says, don't tell him to get pizza, he puts pineapple on it. Yeah, there we go. Gross Moon says, I'll start slowing down in around 5 minutes for my descent. Why? Slowing down for the descent? Oh dear. Thank you again, that Cirrus Pilot, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely love the Cirrus. Would love to fly one. You have started the descent. Excellent. Matt Olsen says, I never looked, but 10,000 likes on your first impressions video. Yeah, the first impressions video went a bit mad. I don't play World of Warcraft, no. I've never played it either. Matteo says, you're absolutely right. I have 350 hours on it, built base on 3 planets, and after not playing for a year, I have literally forgotten everything. I've struggled to get to the Mun. Yeah, that's it, Matteo. I agree. I landed on the Mun once in Kerbal Space Program. For those of you who don't know it, Kerbal Space Program is it's a bit like a simulator. It's really fun. It's a physics-based sort of... It's not a game. I don't know. It guides you really easily through orbital stuff. So you can make rockets, put them into orbit, do docking and so on. But docking is really hard. And yeah, you can create a spaceship that goes to the moon, and you put all the parts on it. And it's just so complicated. And then they changed all the parts, and I couldn't figure out how to get the sizes to match. So yeah, I forgot almost everything. But I remember being really satisfied and really enjoying it when I did use it. But these days, I spend a lot of the time at my computer. You know, if I'm not, because obviously the videos I make, I know I don't make that many, but we've had quite a lot recently. But then I end up having to, in the time I'm not making a video, where I would otherwise play DCS or Red Dead Redemption or something, I often have to sort of research and download and update, and it's amazing how much time that takes, and figure out what's going on with stuff, and then I can see what needs a video being made before you actually make the video. 998 with 2 likes away. Goodness me, 1,000 likes. There we go. Thank you so much. I didn't know if we'd do it today. I'm really surprised actually, especially with the yeah, well, the fact that we're over double the likes to viewers. I don't really know how that works. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Everyone's on it. Andy, Matteo, Johannes, Deep Future, Kyle, Danny Robel was first. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. 1,002. There we go. So we'll say we stormed through the 1,000 like barrier. Thanks, Evos. It feels like yesterday we were doing 1,000 subscribers, so hard to believe we're here. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, really, really amazed. Didn't think it was possible today, to be honest with you. I don't know why. I just wasn't sure it would happen. And look at that. Just as we get to the top of the descent, we've passed 1,000. So that is just ideal. So Corrosive Moon is there. So maybe Corrosive Moon wants me to descend so he can actually start the descent. So here we have the opportunity to undercut Corrosive Moon and still maybe win after all. So let's see what we can do. Thank you very much for the 1,000. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Kai, Vic Tango, Good Echo. Only another 400 to beat the last long haul. Now that would be quite an achievement. The last long haul was a bit of a. We had a lot of people there at the last long haul. It was New Year's Day and everything. It was funny. But yeah, again, 1,000's amazing. Thank you all so much. Really, really appreciate it. Can't believe we've got 476 viewers. Amazing. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Paddy. Paddy says, landed a rover on Juno in Kerbal Space Program and immediately fell on its back and couldn't right itself, and that was the last time I played. Yeah, that sounds about right for Kerbal Space Program. It is a bit like that. You end up, yeah, it's incredibly frustrating when it goes wrong. Yeah, Corrosive Moon slowed down, so we're going to overtake. We're gonna do this. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Rarcon. Thanks, Raz3 Raid. Good to see you, Raz3 Raid. Thanks for coming along again today. Sarah Bellamy, good to see you as well. All these names. I can't believe you guys have been here. Oh. Cat has arrived for the approach. Come on then. So we are certified again for landing. That's good news. Shirosimu started the descent. That's not good. That's not good. We're starting our descent. I'm going to pull the speed. Let's see if we can avoid a TCAS. Now it'll be interesting to see if we get a TCAS. I'm going to put the speed brakes out as well. And there's our descent. We've done it. I think I can hear Corrosive Moon. Okay, 1,400 feet. So we're increasing the gap. Faster, faster, faster. Quick save is your friend in Kerbal, says Baker Morrow. Yes. Yeah, we are Cat 1 now, exactly. For now, anyway. Thanks, Arctic Marcus. Appreciate it. Aha. That was a close one, but we seem to have... Where's Corrosive Moon gone? There. We seem to put enough space between us. So that's good news. Let's wind that speed back before it overspeeds. You can see the problem there. It's too slow to pitch up. Look at that. So that speed breaks out. That is why, yeah, using a managed speed that goes right up to the edge is very risky. Yeah, I put my speed brakes out, be honest, absolutely. Team Corrosive Moon. That's a Corrosive Moon. Go on, airplane. Stop doing that. I'm not sure why. It should pitch up a little bit. It shouldn't be this bad. So I'm going to pull the vertical speed. I'm going to wind the vertical speed to 1,000. Alternative is if you push it, it shouldn't go to out. It should go to VS0, I think. But maybe it's different on 350. Anyway, there we go. Right, speed brakes in. We'll do 800 feet per minute. We'll keep the speed up because now we're below profile, and this is where we're going to outpace corrosive. So we are a little bit lower. I don't know now. How's that going to work? How do we get to see above us? Kodeko is team. Yeah. Oh, I see. Kodeko had the team 320 Simwings. Yeah. Evening, Klaus. Are we going to have a TKSR rate? Yeah, feels like it. I'm surprised we didn't there, really. Nicholas says, docking is easy, you just need the right technique, just get a lower orbit. Yeah, I mean, even that, I've never managed it. Thank you, Paul9. Thank you, Paul, for your €10 donation. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much for coming along on the stream, and thank you for that very kind donation. I hope you're doing well, Paul, and thank you for supporting the channel several times over. Yeah, really, really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Poltergeist fell asleep at 4 AM just after departure. Excellent, and here we are. Yeah, thank you, Paul9. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Okay, so we're getting back to our profile. Let us. So there's Wendy, start of the arrival. I really want to use managed descent. I just need to. Yes, we're going to have to slow down now. See that vertical speed 800 in amber? How interesting. So that is telling us it can no longer maintain that vertical speed without overspeeding, and it's going to raise the nose. I'm not sure it would do it with selected speed. That is usually if I was to pull a ridiculous vertical speed and then at idle thrust we were still overspeeding, then it would do that. It would flash amber and it would reduce the vertical speed. So it'd still say 800, I think, but it would actually reduce it. There's a little known protection the Airbus has. Anyway, to stop this, I'm going to get rid of the Mach number and do it in selected speed now. Here we go. Thank you again, Paul9, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, all good, all good. Rarcon says, would you spill your coffee when suddenly dropping to minus 5,000 feet per second? Feet per minute, but no. No, you wouldn't. You'd be surprised how little you would notice it, even as a passenger. With that sort of sudden, I mean, that was pretty. I suppose that was a bit more extreme than some, but it's not as bad as you might imagine. Sorry, Captain Bagoff, you got caught out by Streamlabs. Streamlabs is on the lookout for any Formula 1 words there. Enrico said, start my descent now as well. Hope my sim doesn't crash on final. Yep, same here. This is not great though. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We'll leave it in managed des now. Yeah, the Saxon Project vacuum tutorial is definitely something. It's on the cards. It's something I need to get around to. Yeah. There we go. Look at this. We can see our vertical profile, and then it shows our level off. So let's wind that down. Flight level 110, which is our last flight level. Corrosion is still right above us. Yeah, no spoilers for the race polls, guys. We'll be watching those later. Yeah, Victor Tango is exactly right. As long as the vertical speed... Okay. Here, we lost... I'm going to have to slow down, because we're just going to get destroyed from above, otherwise... I'm going to come back to 290, let Cross the Moon head out in front of us. 1,000 feet above, yeah. Matthew says, I don't know, I always feel a bit ill when I'm in a plane and it starts descending. Yeah, when it starts, with the sudden start, you'll feel it, but you'd feel that whether it was a reduction to 1,000 feet per minute. Okay, yes, if you go, like, that was, the one we did there was extreme by comparison. Just, we're going to have to get the speed brakes out. I think it's going to give us a TCAS in a second. Now, the real 350 can, I'm sure, can fly a TCAS on its own. The only way for this to stop is for corrosive to level off, but we shall see what happens with that. Let's see. Duncan, thank you very much, Duncan Clary, for your 5 Swiss franc donation. Really appreciate it. Duncan says, an incredible effort today. Have thoroughly enjoyed it. Not a dull minute. I'm glad you think so. Thank you so much, Duncan. We're going to use the speed brakes now and get back on the speed. I'm going to go to heading. And we're going to go right. Get out of the way. And we're going to keep the vertical speed up. There's Cross the Moon. So, yeah, the real airplane would have definitely given you a TCAS array. I can't see how it couldn't have for that. Okay, that's recovered. Let's go back to our descent. And we'll keep selected speed for now. And we'll go direct to Wendy. There we go. Nav mode, Wendy. Cross in front of us. We're slower now. Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Duncan. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Adam likes the feeling of the sense. There you go. Okay. So this is I'm gonna have to continue now. Just so let's forget about we've got 2.5 miles. I mean, if we're 2.5 miles on final approach, in some airports that would be okay, but with long haul aircraft, I don't think it's gonna work. Someone says, "Should I be Melbourne Tower?" No, that's okay. We'll work it out. What was the planned descent speed? It's reducing at Wendy. Okay, so we're 700 feet low. So actually, let's keep it efficient. Okay. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed, for your $2.99 donation. Really appreciate it, Ed. Ed says, this has been an amazing feat. Have a drink on me. Thank you, Ed. Will do. Really appreciate it. Very kind. And Danny Rubel, thank you very much. And he said, $3. I'm just a little worried. Thank you, Danny. And thank you, Ed. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for being so generous. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Ed and Danny. Very kind of you. And I will have that drink, Ed, at some point. Thank you. Okay, so we're back on our vertical profile. We've got 5 miles between us now. So Crossum is shooting up in the front. That's good. So let's go back to... there we go. Matt, thrust Des. And let it do its thing. Manage speeds. And it should fly us nicely on the profile. I'm going to let it do everything. There's our descent profile down here. Level off at 110. I think it's just time. What we'll do is just going to update the weather at Melbourne. QNH 1021. So I'm going to set that on this one, I think. Oh, there we go. 1021. Let's just check the perf. approach. 1021. It's 13. It's got warmer somehow. It's supposed to get colder as it gets nearer to dawn. 300. 6 knots. Great stuff. The rest is the same. So 1021. Next. Come on. There we go. Next altitude then, 2,200 feet. Look at that. There's not too much worry. After Wendy though, 3,100. So let's go down to. Let's go down to 5,000 feet. And we're going to set the QNH because it takes ages to set. Click, click, click. 1021. There you go. Thank you, Joseph Mitchell, for your 976 donation. Really appreciate it, Joseph. Joseph says, thanks for some awesome Sunday entertainment. I'm glad you think so, guys. I really appreciate it. It's really great to hear. And thanks so much for the donation. Really kind. Thank you very much, Joseph. Really, really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I'm glad, because, yeah, these long haul ones are quite different. Quite different. Right, we're definitely doing... Oh, we should have done that one. Let's get some of these PAs done. Gross moon's going to slow down to 270 soon. Yep. I'll just do it in managed speed. So we'll do 330. And we're going to be... 250 at Nixon. Yeah, so we're slowing down shortly. The chat is going mad. You should fly from Melbourne to LA, challenge non-stop. There's an idea, Transport Gamer. I don't know if I can manage that. Adam Cooper says, Neckbeard celebrate tonight? Oh, I don't know. We shall see. What's the green dot on the altitude tape? The green dot is that's called the donut. That is showing us our vertical profile. So that shows me that we're on the vertical profile. Same as this little line here. So if that was above us, then it means we're below the vertical profile. That's where we want to be. So we want to be at 11,000 feet right now, and we are. So we line up with it. Yeah. Cruising moons increase speed. Excellent. Kai is descending into Nice. Enjoy. Guys flying along, yeah. If a tower controller comes online, then it will tell you. They'll tell you. They'll contact you. So don't worry about it. Don't read too much into the chat. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. $1,000 likes, Mark. Yeah, we did. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the likes, guys. Why did it say 9,000 feet at Nixon bus? Because that is the restriction. So you see it says out magenta and 9,000. That's because I've set it to go to 5,000 feet, which is below us. But at Nixon, we need to be above 9,000 feet, which is on this chart. I'm going to do a video on star charts. You see this blue line? So above 9,000 at Nixon is a requirement of this arrival. So the magic of the Airbus is it knows that. It was in the database. So, and I don't know how. I think that's very clever. So what we're going to do is, I've told the airplane, yeah, I'm happy if you descend to 5,000 feet. And then instead of pulling it, if I pull, it goes open descent and we see out blue 5,000. But I don't want that. I'm going to do manage descent and it will make all the restrictions. So it's basically giving the airplane the most options. Now, I'm not going to go LS because we don't need it. We're going to do RF. Does all ATC always tell you when to descend, says Fraser Smith? Yeah, they'll always clear you to descend, yeah. But sometimes you have to ask for it. We're landing on runway 34. You can see here, RNAV approach. getting really hard to see what we're doing. So what we're going to do is... we'll leave the wing lights on. Those come on later. It is time to get rid of some of these floodlights. What's that do? There's a floor down there. A strange one. Footlight. That's the main floodlight. We'll turn that one off. A little bit of pedestal light. There we go. Now we've got a chance to see out. That's better. The W will bring up the bird. Someone did tell us what that means last time, actually, because it's called the flight path vector or the bird. Why is it called W? I don't remember. But that's what that does in this context. Yep, there it is. You can't bring the bird up in the older Airbuses whilst you've also got these heading VS flight directors, but you can in this one. If we do that, we get the more traditional bird. So maybe there's a difference in that sense. Swiss pilot says, are you missing an elevation profile on a 320? No, I don't think this is that necessary, this little profile here. I think it's nice, but I don't know. It's nice for the terrain, I suppose. Going in somewhere with serious terrain, it would help. Yeah, Grosser Moon, you've definitely won, don't worry. Let's get rid of the W. Thanks, Brutam. Yeah, Matteo has been doing a lot of flying. Matteo streamed yesterday and is coming along today. Thanks, 1903. Raymond Noodles, good to see you back. Thanks for coming along. Hope you're good sleep. VV, velocity vector. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah. Again, not very clear. That explains it. Thanks, guys. Well done. Carl Cruz is back. Good to see you again. Thanks for coming. Infinite 224 says, be careful. Apparently there is a terrible bug with the 350 which makes the aircraft float with a nose up altitude at 50 knots or less. To be honest, a plane floats at 5 foot down the whole runway. Okay, we shall find out. Thanks, Infinite 224. Sorry if I missed your message earlier. I did see one, but I didn't get around to it. Right then, so now 5,000 feet, but we don't need to be 5. So if we look at the restrictions, we're down to 2.2 now, which also will be 2.5. We can get us 2.5. See if I can do that though. Why did I change it earlier? It was really hard to change. There is a way to change this. There it is. 2.5, and we're in managed descent. Right, it's happening, guys. We're in the last bit. This is the last few miles now, so let me just sort out my feet, sort out the cat, so I can get to the rudder pedals if I need to. Okay, coming down here, all looking good. Start of descent PA, we should have definitely done that. We're well through 10,000 feet, so landing lights come on. Oof. See, this is the problem with the Airbus's profile. This is pretty sporty. It's only going to decelerate when we're on final. I want it to decelerate now, so I'm going to go to Perth. Activate approach. Activate approach, confirm. There we go. LDEV, VDEV. Thanks for the message, Kai. I'm using the Logitech rudder pedals. So now we are slowing down. There we go. We are arriving in Melbourne. Welcome to Melbourne, everyone. Let's do the before landing PA. So we've done the altimeters. We've done the approach phase. We are pretty much there. We should get the landing memo automatically, I think. It's a bit of a tailwind here, so yeah, we're just going to slow right down now. I love that feeling when you arrive and you finally break out and you see where you're going. I'm sad about the end of the A380 production, indeed, Swiss pilot. Yeah, indeed. The cat's still here, but she is making it a bit difficult for the rudder, so that may have to change. Looks like we can go to flat 1 if we wanted to. But we're doing okay. We've still got a point away from the airfield. The sim doesn't have the vacate feature. Oh yes, that's a point. Yeah, so we've done our flat, but we need to put on the auto brake. So there's brake low. I want to go for brake 2. There we go. The cat has had enough of me pushing them around, trying to make sure I can fit everyone. So, Corrosive Moon is on final. Excellent news. Those red beacons are a little bit excessive. There's the traffic coming in behind us, I think. Round we go. So let's hope we can get this Arna thing to work. Cat 1 rudder, exactly. Anyway, 1021, we're on the QNH, looking good. Oh, there's Corrosive Moon in front of us. Is it? Or is that a boat? No, looks like a boat. A glowing boat. Zoom in, around we go. So this wants to level off there, but I know I also want to descend about 2 miles before Bosky. So I'm going to force it down, because I want to get down faster than this. I want to get level, just so I know I can watch very carefully what's going to happen. Let's go to flaps 1. So we'd be down to 2.5. Thank you all for coming along. If you have enjoyed the video, do please hit the like button, although I appreciate a lot of you probably already did that earlier. There's Outstar. Let's get those speed brakes out. And there's the radio altimeter, which makes sense on the QNH, 2500. Yeah, excellent stuff. It's about sea level here. AC, thank you for your 10 Swiss francs donation. Really appreciate it, AC. AC says, congratulations, you did it. Thanks for the stream. And of course, good luck for the landing. We're all counting on you. Thank you so much, AC. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we shall see what happens. Come on, airplane. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Yeah, thank you, AC, for the donation. Really kind. Let's go to flaps 2. Speed brakes are now in. There you go. They're coming in. I love X-Planes graphics at night. Really nice. Really nice. No complaints there from me. Okay. Great. Right, let's arm the approach. And I'm hoping to see final app nav. There it is. So final blue is armed. App nav. So it's going to get itself onto the center line. And then it's just going to head its way down the approach. Seatbelt sign is stood off. Ah, yes. There we go. Very good. Thank you. There's the runway. So... I can't believe we've been flying this thing for 9 and a bit hours. 10 hours. 10 hours 41. Is that how long we've been going? I feel like that's longer than last time. Going actually to 4,000 feet once we do that. Approach phase normally about where we did it there would be fine. Yeah. It was definitely too late. It didn't want to decelerate until here, which would be a little bit extreme. Although, to be fair, in managed speed, it would have slowed down to 185 knots for that point. So we said flat 2 as we start down at 2,500 feet, which we're about to do. There's final lap mode engaged. So I can wind the altitude up to 4,000 feet in the event of a go-around, which is now in. Time to configure. Down comes the gear. Melbourne traffic, Qantas 40 kilo, final approach, runway 34 to land. Currently, how far out are we? 5 miles. Right, flaps 3. Flaps full. So the gear is down. Yep. We got flaps to full for landing. We're in managed speed at VAP. Passenger signs are on. There's our little ECAM memo. Spoilers to arm. There we go. Thank you very much. Let's see what happens then. Lots of excuses already in, but we're still above 1,000 feet, so don't forget. Night time, 350, can't see out the front, long flight, etc, etc, etc. Bit of a crossing from the left, no problem there. Got a bit of a stuck mic somewhere. Someone the microphone stuck open if they're listening. Auto brake, thanks for Tango. Yeah, we've gone for brake 2 on this one. I'm not sure what that means, but we shall find out.
1,000.
So there we go, stable at 1,000 feet. Runway is clear. And there's a tap over there. See, it comes at a bit of an angle. Not unexpected for an approach like this. Thank you, Thor, for your $10 donation. I'll read that when we're on the ground. Thank you very much. Right, here we go then. Autopilot off. Well, that terrain isn't realistic. That's a sort of bug where the database doesn't quite have it all accurate in its mind. You see how hard it is to judge where you are. So, interestingly, in modern aeroplanes, the modern Airbuses, even the 321s, you can actually fly using the RNAV flight directors all the way down to the runway, but these aren't really working for us. I don't know if I have the flight director off button assigned properly, so I'm just going to keep flying out the window. They seem to be giving us pretty good guidance, just coming in a bit of an angle.
300.
And there's the lights. It does feel like we're sitting very low. There's 3 reds. Let's get a bit nose up.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20.
Idle.
10.
Hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it there. There's touchdown. And we've got brake 2. Reverses are green and we are decelerating. We will get a replay of that a bit later. But there we go. We've made it. Clapping from the passengers. What more can we ask for? Oh, thank goodness. What a flight it has been. Thank you all for taking the time to come along today. There's Grace and Moon. Brakes are going to release that. Let's go to forward idle now. See 30 knots, even though it feels like we're doing about 2. Thank you, Thor, for your $10 donation. Thor says, thanks for the nice pre-vacation Sunday. Can't believe the streaming. Stamina you've got. Great landing. 10 hours. 10. Absolutely ridiculous. Very well done. Thank you so much, Thor. Really appreciate the $10 donation. Very kind of you. Thank you. How did it work out, guys? Seemed to be okay. Felt okay. In the touchdown zone. Doing the right speed, roughly. So, yeah, here we are. Everyone's saying butter. Fantastic news. 128 was it. Perfect. Again, not perfect. Doesn't matter. As long as it's safe. But it's always fun. I know we like it. Welcome to Mexico. Says Grubby Sim. There we go. So the RNAV works on this. So we will take that. Why is it saying that? Brake pedal, right? Braking. Yeah, we know. I'm using the brake pedals. Yeah. Those lights at night are beautiful compared to FS 2020. This is way better. Yeah, the lights in this X-Plane at night are fantastic. Right. What we didn't do in the 10 hours we've been sat here is come up with somewhere to park. I'm just going to go right here and find our way over to the terminal. Any stand we can be bothered with, I think, will do us today. That is the most ground charts I've ever seen, and especially for an airport that's not quite that big. Is it parking bays? Oh my goodness me. Right, okay. We're going to go and park on the terminal. That's what we're going to do. Where's Corrosive Moon gone? He's over there. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you guys. Thank you all for coming along. Thank you all for sticking with it for so long. What a incredible amount of time we've been going. So yeah, let me get that floodlight on so we can actually see what we're doing. Let's get that APU online. Let's get the strobe lights to, well, that'd be to auto. Get those flaps up. Disarm those ground spoilers. There we go. Cleaning up. The replay function does work in X-Plane, luckily. Park anywhere, says John Padfield. No need to be fussy. No, I agree. Nice short taxi. Swiss says, could you imagine to be a long-haul pilot? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'd love to. But yeah, thank you guys so much for taking the time to come along today. Thank you to those who've flown along.
That's traffic, Venture 4, Red Lima, A350 on final runway 34.
There we go. We got another colleague landing. It's amazing. I can't believe you guys have flown along. I mean, I think I'm crazy, but that's incredible. So yeah, thank you guys for taking the time to fly along. Yeah, we'll park here. We'll squeeze on here. Corrosive Moon parking over there. We'll just about fit. We may need to scooch to the right. So we should get rid of those landing lights, certainly. Surprised there's no... Have they not turned the taxi... I didn't do the taxi lights, did I? There we go. Not that we'd use that now, but there we go. So let's get ourselves parked up. Yeah, this looks like a long haul gate to me. Thank you, Mr. Espresso. Yeah, no. Always a relief to get this far. So, AP is available. Parking brake is on. Here we go. Ah, there's the terminal. You can all go and stretch your legs and go with excitement of arriving for your holiday in Australia. Amazing. Thank you all so much for coming along. We're going to have a replay very shortly. Engine spooling down so beacon can come off. Thank you very much, Anthony, for your €10 donation. Really appreciate it. Anthony says, great flight. Thanks for making work shift much more bearable. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much for coming along and thanks for watching so much. And yeah, really appreciate the donation. Thank you, Anthony. Very kind. Thank you to everyone who's been kind enough to donate today and watch along wherever you are. And we've had people doing all sorts of things. Dara Dermody, thank you for your $50 donation. Oh my goodness. Dara, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous. Dara says, great job. Can't wait for more. Thank you so much. Really kind. I don't know what to say to that. That's incredibly generous. Thank you, Dara, for your $50 donation. Yeah, there will be more to come. If we do, well, obviously, if we pass 50,000 subscribers, we'll be here again. No doubt about that. So, yeah, thank you so much, Dara, for that donation. Thank you, Anthony, as well, for your €10 donation. Really kind of you guys. Thanks, Rakon, for coming along. I can always recognise Rakon's messages with the blue hearts. And see you for tomorrow's stream, says Ollie. Ed says epic, just epic. Thank you, guys. Right, refuel and start back. Well, no, we see 50,000 subscribers and we'd have done it, but there you go. There's a colleague landing. Let's zoom over there. Fantastic. There's the Valencia. I think there may be a bit of a software bug there. Oh, well, it might reappear. There they are. So thank you. There's 3 of us. The first 3 are down after a little bit of a race with Corrosive Moon. Thank you, Jason D, for your €12 donation. Really kind of you, Jason. Thank you, R. Alexander, for your €5 donation. Really, really kind of you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Very kind. I hope you're all doing very well. And thank you for watching along today. Here is just a last view of the machine that just brought us over 5,000 miles. It's 5,000? I've forgotten now. But a long, long, long way. Yeah, I love getting off long-haul airplanes as well because it's just the engineering that goes into these machines that can do this. It blows my mind. But thank you, Jason, for your donation. Thank you again to R. Alexander, Jason, and thank you, Dara and Anthony. Incredibly generous, guys. Thank you all. Right, replay time. That's it. It's definitely time to do it. So because the others are a bit further out on approach. So I hope you guys have a good approach. Let's disconnect from... That's it. Thank you, Kai, for your message as well. I did get it. Kai... yeah, thank you for that one.
Runway 34 is location, Melbourne traffic.
There we go. Thanks for flying along.
Thanks to you. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Right, disconnecting from that. And obviously time for the replay now. Sorry it's so dark, but there's... Yeah, I don't have much of a way around that. So let's get ourselves... Ooh. Now that's quite hard to do. Let's leave it here. That's on final approach. And I'm hoping we will see... Yeah, it's a bit hard for me to judge this one. Right, I'm struggling to keep up with the messages now. Thank you. There's all the subscriptions. I'm going to have to turn off the alert box for a second. Just because there's so many. But thank you all for your subscriptions. Really appreciate it. Ralph Skaparian, thank you. Yeah, we'll have a break soon. Swiss pilot is asking for a flight with Lufthansa. Yeah, definitely one day we could consider it. Zibid 25, thank you for your €5 donation. Really kind. Thank you, Zibid. Zibid says thank you for your time. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming along. Here's the replay, guys. We have to have it. Thank you, Zibid, for that donation. Really, really appreciate it. The landing woke Streamlabs up. Yeah, it seems to have. So this is, you know, I love X-Plane's lighting on the way it does things. I think that's just really nice. Looks great. Thank you, Zibid, for that donation. Really appreciate it. Right. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to pause it there. We'll do our normal external runway. Let's see how it goes. Came in fine over the threshold, I think. Looks like a 350 landing. Idle. Into the flare. There's touchdown. It's a shame it's so dark. There's not a lot to see, but I think that worked out. That's all I was hoping for. If we can get in there, it promises all the lights. You can just about see the wheels. Yeah, just sitting in the flare, let it touch down. Sibid, thank you again for that donation. Really appreciate it, and thank you to everyone who's been kind enough to fly along and donate. You're all yeah, far too generous. Thanks, Santiago. Right. I don't think any other replays we need to do. I don't think so. I think what we'll do is we'll put it back out on approach. We'll go to, we know which wing view we want for this one. It's a no-brainer. I love these lighting effects at night in X-Plane. Mateo's on short final. Sorry, Mateo, I'm already out here now. I'll be getting in your way if I try to log on now. But thank you for flying along, Mateo. I'm sorry we missed your landing. Not that it works that well. But yeah. Okay, guys. Final time then, I promise. Thank you all so much for taking the time to come out and watch this flight with me. I've really enjoyed it, as always, and mainly it's a thanks to you guys for getting us here to 40,000 subscribers. It's just amazing. Yeah, I never thought we'd be here. I really didn't. It was about a year ago we started the channel, and there was certainly not expecting it to be like this a year later. So thank you all so much. You've made a really difficult year into something really quite special, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all for just the enthusiasm and support, and thank you again for the very kind donations. I can't say that enough. And also thank you to the moderators for coming along. Thank you to everyone just watching and liking the video. It all makes a world of difference. Even if you didn't like or didn't comment, thank you for just watching. And thank you, of course, to those who flew along as well. A great bit of fun. So what we're going to do now then is bring out the music, and it's going to be time to say goodbye. Yeah, what a journey thought. I agree. So thank you guys so much. And yeah, we'll do this again at 50,000. More live streams and tutorials coming on the channel soon, and videos, of course. We'll be back in the CIJ soon, I suspect. I really am looking forward to that. So here we go then. Let's get that music on. Thanks to you all once more, and yeah, you guys have a great night. Thank you for those of you who've enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys. Bye bye.